You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how.
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Welcome to our second old-time radio mystery marathon. I'm Greg, coming to you from the retro radio sanctorum. I've put together a great collection of whodunits, detective shows, and mysteries that I think you're going to like. As always, feel free to skip my commentary by clicking on the timestamp links in the description below to jump to whatever show you want. And also, as always, I have always remastered and optimized the audio to bring them up to your high-quality standards. Now let's dive into the first few shows in the collection. Dick Powell played Richard Diamond, Private Detective, from 1949 to 1953, a very popular show, with Diamond being a somewhat lighthearted and humorous version of the harder-boiled Private Eyes of other shows. Of course, he also usually sang a musical number at the end of each show, but for copyright reasons I have cut the musical number. But I have a feeling that isn't going to be a soul-crushing disappointment for most of you. In The Bloody Hat Case, which aired July 2nd, 1949, a bar fight over a girl leads to a murder, and a hat with blood on it and a gun inside seem to be the primary clues. This one involves a love triangle, a cover-up, and a web of lies that makes for a very complex and exciting case. Next up is Candy Matson, one of the rare female detective shows and one of the only hard-boiled female detectives. Natalie Masters played the tough and savvy investigator in San Francisco, who is a knockout but also extremely smart and not afraid to get her hands dirty. She's assisted by her best friend Rembrandt Watson, played by Jack Thomas, and her love interest Ray Mallard, played by Henry Leff. It ran for 2 years, but only 14 of the 92 episodes survive, unfortunately. And if you're interested, I do have all 14 of the episodes in another video. Just search my mystery/detective playlist to find it. In the cable car case, Candy is riding next to a gentleman on a cable car when she discovers that he has been shot to death, and Candy finds herself a suspect in his murder. A very unique story, as Candy investigates this murder not just to bring the killer to justice, but also to clear her own name. It aired July 7th, 1949. Next is The New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, with Basil Rathbone as Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. From 1939 to 1947, the show aired on Mondays at 8:30 p.m. for 220 episodes, with Rathbone as Holmes for most of those. Tom Conway took over the role after Rathbone's departure for the last 39 episodes. In Flanders Field, it's a rather unusual story as Holmes and Watson visit the front lines of World War I. A theatrical production is being planned to entertain the troops, but something less than entertaining is about to happen, which Holmes and his assistant must solve. Much different than most episodes of the show, as it features a different time period and a younger version of the characters, and a very unique war setting. Then we have The Casebook of Gregory Hood, which started out as a summer replacement for Sherlock Holmes in 1946, but when Sherlock Holmes didn't return in the fall, it wound up running from 46 all the way to 51. Hood is considered a gentleman detective, which means that investigating wasn't his primary job. He's an antique dealer who solves crimes on the side. Gail Gordon played the character at first, followed by Mr. Radio himself, Elliot Lewis. In the Derringer Society, a man named Chester Harris attends the meeting of the Derringer Society, but to his surprise, a woman there, Julia Hayes, goes into a trance and predicts that he's going to be killed at 11:15 p.m. that very night. Gregory Hood is brought in on the strange and crazy plot with lots of surprises. It aired July 8th, 1946. And then we have Pat Novak for Hire, one of the great old-time radio detective shows. Jack Webb was the quintessential hard-boiled detective for most of the show's run, from 46 to 47, and again in 1949. In between, Ben Morris played the title role. Novak is not a detective by trade, but he owns a boat shop on the pier and he rents out his own services for unusual or risky jobs. In Sam Tolliver, Pat does a favor for a friend who has just been released from prison by picking up a package for him. Little does he know that this simple favor is going to create a world of problems for him, including murder. An excellent story with a really surprising plot. It aired April 9th, 1949. All right, I'm going to shut up now. I will see you in a little bit.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there. My name's Diamond. If you spotted me on the street, you'd probably figure me for an average working man. But you'd be wrong. I fit the description all right because I break my back 6 days a week to keep my piggy bank nice and stuffed. But my occupation puts me in a class by myself. I'm a private, nothing in this world but detective. You probably say, so what? The average working man comes under the heading of a lot of different jobs, and you'd be right on that count. But there's one little thing that puts me in the class all by myself. Trouble. Mr. and Mrs. Average John Doe work 6 days a week to keep clear of it. I put in the same time playing footsies with it. It's a kind of silent partner with references dating all the way back to the year one. People get in trouble every second, and I count on a small percentage to come to me to get them out of it. The rest, odds and good advertising. As an example, take the other night in a little bistro over on 48th Street. A couple of guys sitting at a back table were getting set for a special brand of trouble. The big kind that you find under the heading of murder.
Oh, Bert, old boy, this is turning out to be a wonderful evening.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, George.
Yes. Say, who's a blonde over there in the booth?
Well, I've never seen her before, but she's cute.
Yeah, she sure is. Good evening, baby.
Oh, George,
Eh?
take it
What?
easy. Maybe she's waiting for someone.
Oh, don't be silly. Look, she's smiling. Let's ask her over to the table.
Well,
huh?
I still think she's waiting for someone. If you want to take the chance, go ahead, you ask her.
All right, I will. I said good evening.
Good evening.
My friend and I noticed you were sitting alone, and we wondered if you'd join us.
Oh, I don't believe I can. You see...
Oh, please, just for a few drinks?
No, really. Thank you just the same.
Well, if you say so, but I'll be unhappy for the rest of the evening.
Hi, baby.
Tony.
I'm sorry I took so long, but... Hey, who's this guy?
Not Tony.
I said, who's the guy?
If you'll excuse me.
No, you wait a minute.
George, come on. I think we'd better leave.
This guy a friend of yours?
Yes, he is.
Was this guy making a pitch, Nan?
No, he only asked me over for a drink.
Oh, he did, huh?
Now, wait a minute, pal.
Please, I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
So you made a mistake. Well, I don't like jokers that try and pick up my girl. Hey, wait a minute. You didn't have to slug him. Maybe you'd like to do something about it.
Maybe I would.
Loud enough.
Well, that's the first time Tony ended up on the short end of a fight in a long time.
You all right, George?
Yes, I think I cut my head.
Yeah, you're bleeding all over the place. You better get out of here, mister. I saw the manager duck in the back room. He's probably calling the cops.
Here, let me give you a hand, George.
Yeah.
Here, now, take my hat and wear it over the cut until you get home.
I'm getting out here, too. You want me to drop you off?
What about your boyfriend? He's still unconscious.
He was that way when I met him. You want the lift or not?
What about you, Bert?
Oh, I'll be all right. Now, go on. Let her take you somewhere so you can get cleaned up. I'll grab a cab and head for my place. I'll call you in the morning.
But I don't
Now,
want
stop
to...
arguing. You can't afford a scandal.
All right.
Come on, honey, let's go.
Well, this very nice apartment.
You better go get cleaned up. Back through that room. I'll get a couple of drinks.
I can sure use a drink. I won't be long.
Take your time. Yes. Tony, get out of here.
Where is that
Go
guy?
on, get out of here.
Why, you cheap little... I'll beat it out of you.
Let go of me.
on?
Take your hands off me.
Take your hands off her.
Help.
I'll kill the both of you.
Help. There's a gun in the stairs.
A gun?
All right. I'll wring your little neck. Oh!
You shot him.
I did?
You better get out of here.
Yeah, but what about you?
Go on, get out while you can. I'll think of something.
Yes.
Leave the gun. I'll throw it in the river or something.
Huh? Oh, all right.
Now go on, beat it. You just killed a man.
Yeah, come in.
Hiya, Mr. Diamond.
Well, Hennessy, what did you do, wreck your cab?
Nah, it's down in the front. Hey, that's a war magazine you're reading there.
Yeah. Listen to what it says here about women's bathing suits.
Huh?
1949 suits allow maximum exposure to sun. Note plunging neckline. Note. Who's going to miss it? If it plunged in the lower, it'd wind up at the bends.
Yeah. Mr. Diamond, would you mind shoving it in the drawer? The picture distracts me.
Not at all, no. I don't blame you, Hennessy.
Thanks.
Now, what's on your mind?
This?
A hat?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I can do you much good. What did you bring it to me for?
I found it in the gutter over in Flatbush.
So what? Some guy loses a hat. Don't tell me you want me to find him.
No, I just got to worrying a little, you see. I found this beside you.
Oh, a 38. Well, let's have a look.
Take a look at the hat, too. It's got blood all over the inside.
Yeah. And initials on the inside. BK. Gun's been fired. You can still smell the powder in the barrel. Why didn't you take this to the police?
Oh, I didn't want to get mixed up in it. You see, I got to pick up as many fares as I can. I ain't got nobody to drive my cab for me, and I didn't want to spend the day answering questions down at headquarters, you understand?
Well, you'll probably have to anyway. I'll have to notify them.
Yeah? Well, I thought maybe you could find out who owned the hat and maybe solve the case before you notify him, you see? That way I wouldn't have to spend too much time. I could just tell him I found it and beat it.
Well, I can't withhold evidence. It'd take away my license. And if you did, they'd lock you up.
Okay, I just thought
well,
maybe...
I can check the hat store before I get to the 5th precinct.
Yeah, well, won't that be a tough job? There's a lot of hat stores,
well,
you
this
know.
hat's got a label. Besides, when someone finds a bloody hat with a 38 lying next to it, I get interested. Particularly when there isn't a corpse to go with it.
Yeah. Well, I gotta go, Mr. Diamond. Thanks a lot. You got a free ride anytime you want it.
I may take you up on that. So long, Hennessy. Well, there you are. What did I tell you? When you're working with trouble, something always shows up. Sometimes it's just a routine case. A guy knocks off his wife and he comes to you because he suddenly found out that he had that lonely feeling. Or maybe you get a real screwy one. A taxidermist that got tired of stuffing animals and went to work on a neighbor. Or then you get one that gives you the same feeling you get when you pick up a poker hand and the first 4 cards you look at are all spades. Well, I was holding 2 cards. A hat with blood on it, a gun that had been fired, and all I needed to fill out the hand was a body. By all rights, I should have taken the evidence right down to my friend, Lieutenant Levinson, at homicide. But I didn't have anything to do, so I decided to see what kind of pieces I could fit into the puzzle. The label in the hat was from a store on 5th Avenue. It wasn't far from my office, so I walked it.
Yes, sir. Something I can do for you?
Yeah, stop munching your sen-sen and tell me if this hat is from your store.
Well, let me see it. These glasses are not telescopes, you know.
Yeah, here.
Well, if you're planning to return this merchandise, sir, I can assure you the store will not accept it. You've been bleeding on the sweatband.
Look, Rosebud, I just want to know if the hat is from this store.
It most certainly is. It's one of our custom models.
Who did you sell it to?
If you found this hat, we will be glad to return it to its owner. We are not supposed to give out the names of our clients.
I have a small badge here that should cut this conversation down to a few words. See?
Oh.
Now, would you mind telling me to whom did you sell this hat?
Well, just because you're a detective, I am not impressed. However, under the circumstances, I'll give you the buyer's name.
You're a real sport.
I suppose you wear a shoulder holster, too. Or is that bulge your tailor's fault?
Psst. Come here. I really keep a midget in there.
You don't say.
Yeah. He spits through the lapel at stupid hat clerks.
Oh, really?
Now, come on, Bright Eyes. Who bought the hat?
Well, if you'll just hold your horses.
That's the new line, if I ever heard one. Come on, Bubbles.
Yeah. Here it is. This hat was sold to a Mr. Bertram Calmus. We make all his hats for him.
Well, bully for you. What's his address?
430 Sutton Place. Now, will that be all, sir?
Yes, that will be all, and thank you. You've been a brick through the whole ugly mess. I left him watering his gardenia and headed for the residence of one Mr. Bertram Calmus. The apartment house was about 10 blocks away, and with the money I had in my pocket, all taxicabs started looking like iron claws with 4 wheels. I walked.
Yes?
How do you mean that?
Yes, I don't want any.
Oh, and I've got a pretty good sales stock.
I never buy anything unless I have a demonstration.
My middle name is Semper Paratus. Like the Coast Guard, I'm always prepared.
I suppose I could top that, but I'm getting tired of trying to close the door on your foot. What is it you want?
I hate to admit it, but I'm looking for Bertram Calmus.
My husband.
Good for him. Is he in?
No, but he will be any minute. And to the boss.
This hat, I believe, is his.
What blonde's apartment did it turn up in?
It was found in a gutter in Flatbush.
Well, Flatbush is a little out of his territory, but the gutter sounds familiar. What's that stain all over it?
Blood. Does your husband bleed a lot?
Not recently. We've been getting along. Are you from the police?
I'm a detective.
Oh. Come in.
I'd hate to be selling brushes.
I'd have slammed the door on your face.
Oh, well, then I made an impression.
Perhaps. Let's just say you're waiting for a sacrifice to move you to second base. Won't you sit down?
Thanks. What happens when I round third?
That depends on your batting average, Mr.
Diamond, Mrs. Calmus.
That fits.
Now, getting back to a very dull subject, does this hat belong to your husband?
I don't know. It looks like one of his. Has it got any initials in the band?
Mm-hmm. BK.
When did you find it?
I didn't. The cab driver picked it up this morning.
And it isn't my husband's blood. He left about a half an hour ago to do some shopping, and he was very bloodless.
No cuts on his head?
No cuts. He came in around 2 this morning. He'd been drinking, but he wasn't cut up. Oh, there he is now. I hope we can discuss baseball another time.
Oh, I got all the things you wanted, and...
Bert, this is Mr. Diamond. He's a detective.
Yeah? Well, how are you?
Fine, Mr. Calmus. Tell me, is this your hat?
My hat? Let me see it. Why, no, it isn't.
The hat store on Fifth Avenue says they sold it to you.
Well, I can't help what they say. That's not my hat.
Are you sure, darling? It was found in a gutter.
I don't care if they found it on a Yale man in the Harvard Club. It's not mine.
Well, I guess I'll have to take your word for it.
Wait. Isn't that blood on the hat?
Yeah. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Calmus, Mr. Calmus. Nice meeting you both.
I'll see you to the door.
I can do it.
I know you can, dear. Coming, Mr. Diamond?
Sure.
Goodbye. Come back again, Mr. Diamond.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Calmus.
Where can I call you?
What?
I can't explain now. Where can I call you in about a half an hour?
My office. It's in the book.
You'll hear from me, but please don't do anything until then.
Okay. Half an hour. Then I go to the police with this hat. Wuss.
Mr. Diamond, this is Bert Calmus.
Yeah?
Yes, I couldn't say anything to you in front of my wife. That is my hat.
Well, I thought so. Why did you deny it?
Well, I was out with a pal last night. There was a fight over a girl. I didn't want to mention it in front of my wife.
Oh, how did the blood get on the hat?
My friend got hit on the head, and I loaned him my hat to cover up the wound.
What was it doing in a gutter in Flatbush?
I really don't know. My friend left with the girl, and I went right home.
Well, who is this friend of yours? I think something may have happened to him.
Well, I called him this morning, and he seemed very nervous about something, and he asked me to come over. I'm in the lobby of this hotel right now.
He's probably just worried about the girl he picked up. As long as the blood on the hat was from a cut on his head, I don't think there's too much to worry about.
No, Mr. Diamond, I think it's more than that. He's my employer, and I know him pretty well. I do wish you'd come over.
Well, all right, Mr. Calmus. What's the address?
The Whitset Hotel on East 54th Street. I'll meet you in the lobby.
Don't ask me why I started getting that lousy feeling when all I had was a bloody hat, a gun, and a pretty good explanation for one of the items. But there it was, that jammed-up feeling in the pit of my stomach, like I just swallowed a whole pineapple. Something was wrong, and I wanted to find out what. So I hurried over to the Whitset Hotel and met Calmus in the lobby.
I'm glad you came, Mr. Diamond. I just put in a call to George's room, and someone else answered.
So what?
Well, the man asked a lot of questions, like who I was and what did I want with George, and...
Oh, I take it George is your friend of last night.
Yes, George Watkins. He's the president of the firm I work for.
Well, let's go up. When someone starts asking questions like that on the phone, it begins to sound like the police have moved in. Come on.
Yeah?
Oh, hello, Walt.
Rick, what are you doing here?
Fair question. I'll answer yours if you'll do the same for me. I came up to see a Mr. George Watkins.
So did I.
Well, what's the matter? Is George in some kind of trouble?
Who's this guy?
Oh, he's a friend of Watkins, works for him.
Oh, yeah? Well, come on in.
George. George, what's going on here?
You better let the lieutenant tell you, Bert. I can't think anymore.
What's the charge, Walt?
Murder.
Murder?
We got a call from a girl last night who said a man named George Watkins killed someone in her apartment. When we got over there, we found the girl dead, too.
Oh, well, you must have the wrong man, Inspector George.
Lieutenant. And I'm sure you think George wouldn't, but he just confessed.
George?
Yes, Bert, I killed the man. But I didn't kill her. The man came in and tried to strangle her. She told me to get the gun in the drawer, and when the man wouldn't let her go, I shot him.
That isn't what the girl told us. She said she took this guy home after he'd been in a fight, and when they got to her apartment, he made a pass just as her boyfriend came in. Then Watkins shot him and ran out. We figured he got excited, and when he had time to think about it, he went back and killed the only other witness.
I didn't kill the girl. I never went back there at all. I came straight here.
Walt, Mr. Calmus here was with him up until the time he left with the girl.
Is that right, Mr. Calmus?
Why, yes, sir.
Now, there was a previous fight, and Watkins got that cut on his head. Mr. Calmus loaned him his hat to cover the wound.
That's right, sir.
And, by the way, Walt, what caliber was the murder weapon?
.38, but we haven't found the gun yet.
Here, check this one with ballistics.
How'd you find this?
Cab driver named Hennessy brought it into me this morning. Found it lying with a hat.
Did you ever see this gun before, Watkins?
No, I told you I don't own a gun.
Walt, what time do you figure he killed the man and the girl?
The coroner fixed the time of death about 1 o'clock this morning.
How long were you at this girl's apartment, Mr. Watkins?
Why, about 5 minutes before her boyfriend came in. I shot him and left immediately.
And you don't remember taking your hat or the gun?
What are you getting at, Rick? This is an open and shut case. He admits killing one of them, but he won't admit the other killing because he knows it was premeditated.
Just a hunch, Walt, just a hunch. Mr. Watkins, would you mind telling me just what happened after the girl's boyfriend started choking her?
Well, I grabbed a gun out of the dresser near the kitchen and I shot him. And the girl told me to get out, that she'd take care of things, so I dropped the gun and ran.
Did you hear anything else? Anything unusual?
No. But, yes, now that you mention it, I did hear something, but it slipped my mind until now.
What did you hear?
Well, I don't know whether I can describe it or not. It sounded like someone had opened a bottle of flat champagne.
What are you getting at, Rick?
Oh, wait a minute, Walt. When did you hear this noise?
Right after I shot the man. I remember wondering if someone hadn't opened a bottle in the kitchen.
Is that where the noise came from?
Yes, I think so.
All right, if I go over and case the scene, Walt?
We've done that.
Yeah, but you weren't looking for something. Why don't you come with me, Mr. Calmus? I'd like to talk with you. What's the address, Walt?
16 West 113th Street.
Well, now, look, don't worry too much, George. I can handle the business, and in the meantime, I'll do everything to get you off.
Thanks, Bert.
Now, you wait a minute, Rick. If you think you know something...
Walt.
Yeah?
Bye.
Calmus and I went downstairs and took a cab over to 16 West 113th Street. It was a middle-class apartment house in Flatbush, a 4-story brownstone. I let Calmus pay the fare, and we went in. I wonder what floor it's on.
Well, should tell on the mailboxes. Yeah, here it is. Nan Phillips, 206.
Well, let's go up. Oh, what do you do for Mr. Watkins?
I'm his vice president. That's why I took him out last night. I wanted to interest him in a new account. I just can't imagine him killing anyone, but I guess people do funny things when they lose their heads.
Yeah. 206. Oh, here it is.
Yeah?
Hello.
Oh, no.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Otis.
What do you want, Diamond?
Well, I want to stand out here in the hall and count the hairs in your 5 o'clock shadow. Now, let us in. The lieutenant said it was all right.
Okay, comic.
Mr. Calmus, beat Sergeant Otis.
How are you?
Hello, Sergeant.
Otis, make like a policeman and point out the circumstances in this killing, will you?
Well, I don't know why I should sham us, but if the lieutenant sent you over, I guess I'll have to. 2 bodies was over there by the window, lying pretty close together.
Uh-huh.
The killer, that Watkins fellow, was standing about here in the center of the room.
With his back to the kitchen door.
Yeah. He shot them both from about here. Hey, what are you looking for?
Oh, I like to get down on my hands and knees. It's cooler.
Well, it won't do you no good to start looking for fancy clues. The guy already confessed.
Well.
Hey, what do you got there?
Just a wad.
So, you got some wadding from the murder gun. You better give it here.
Sure. But hang on to it, Otis, and be sure to give it to the lieutenant. Maybe you haven't noticed, but murder guns don't throw this much wadding unless you can kill someone with a blank cartridge.
What?
Don't let it throw you. Mr. Calmus, I've got some things to do. Can I drop you somewhere?
Well, no, thanks. Now that Mr. Watkins can't take care of the office, I'd better go down and check over some things. But I'll keep in touch with you, Mr. Diamond.
You do that.
Now, wait a minute, Diamond.
Oh, stop trying to figure it out, Otis. You'll snap your wig. I was getting close to something. I wanted to tie the ends together before it caught up with me. I had a big, fat hunch that Watkins had been framed good, and the more I found out, the more it looked like a killer was still loose. The whole setup had been screwy from the first. Why would a guy lose his hat and drop his gun in the same place? Or, if he threw them both away, why wouldn't he burn the hat and throw the gun in the river? Nobody's frightened enough to lay them side by side in the gutter. I learned a lot since this morning, and I was certain of one thing. The killer tried to make it look good, but he was an awful amateur. I knew something else, too. Amateurs can be awfully mean sometimes when you corner them. I put in a call to Walt and told him what I had, and then I asked him to give me half an hour and meet me at Mrs. Calmus's flat. I grabbed another cab, and 20 minutes later, I was sitting on a long couch next to Mrs. Calmus. It's easy to get that crowded feeling, even on a long couch. You just both sit on the same cushion.
Comfy?
Oh, yeah. What kind of perfume is that?
My sin.
Past or future tense?
A rounding second. What brought you back, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, I want to ask a couple of questions.
Past or future tense?
What time did your husband get in last night?
I told you about 2 o'clock. Why?
Do you know if he knows a girl named Nan Phillips?
I really don't know.
Oh. All right. Just a few more questions, and then we'll get back to that perfume.
I'll think ahead.
You said you'd been getting along with your husband. Would you mind explaining that?
Certainly I like nice things, and lately he's been buying them for me.
Oh. What's your husband's salary?
About $15,000 a year.
Oh. Could he afford to buy you these things?
Well, he told me he was getting a raise, and that he'd gotten a big advance. What's this all about?
Maybe I'd better tell you.
Bert, I didn't hear you.
I did.
What are you doing with that gun?
I'm going to use it. I found Mr. Diamond making passes at my wife, and I shot him.
Are you crazy?
Don't ask him that. He's allowed to start thinking about it. You can't shoot me and get away with it, Calmus. What are you going to do with your wife? She won't back you up.
No, I guess she wouldn't. All right, both of you, get up and walk downstairs to my car.
Bert, what are you doing?
Your husband killed 2 people last night, Mrs. Calmus. Now he's going to try and cover because he guessed I knew how it was done.
You're not going to kill me, too.
Get moving.
Bert, please.
Go on.
Better do as he says.
Why did you kill anyone, Bert?
He wanted to frame his boss. I'll bet when the company checks, they'll find out he's had his hand in the till.
They won't find out, Mr. Diamond. With Mr. Watkins' book for murder, I'm next in line for president. I'll be able to fix the book so it will look like he took the money, too.
Is that where you got the money for all those things you've been buying for me?
You shot the man and the girl from the kitchen with a silencer, didn't you, Bertram?
That's right. I knew you were onto something when you discovered that wad from the blank cartridge.
I was onto something a long time before that.
Yeah? All right, come on. Over to that gray sedan, and remember, I've still got this gun in my pocket.
You're an amateur, Bertram.
Is that right?
Sure. I knew you had something to do with it when we got over to the girl's apartment. I didn't know what floor it was on, and you looked in the mailboxes.
That's the best way to find an apartment, isn't it?
Yeah, but not once at any time did anyone mention the dead girl's name. But you knew it and found it on the mailbox.
All right, stop right here. Open the door, Gene, and get in first. The front seat.
Bert, please.
Get in. All right. Now you, Mr. Diamond, you're going to drive.
You know, I left my license in my other suit.
Stop stalling.
I had to do something to stall for just a second because over Bertram's shoulder I spotted a prowl car sliding up to the curb, and good old Walt was climbing out. Bertram, would you mind answering just one question?
What is it?
The gun that Watkins thought he killed the man with was loaded with blanks, wasn't it?
Sure. I killed the guy from the kitchen with a silencer.
The whole thing was rigged, huh? The man and the girl were supposed to stage that fight, and Watkins was supposed to shoot the guy with the dummy slug.
You said one question. Now get in the car.
All right, Thomas, don't move.
What? Why, you...
Duck, Rick!
That was a close one.
You're so right, Walt. Take his gun. I think you'll find it's the one that Watkins fired the blanks from.
How is he?
On his way. Hey, Bertram.
I'll go call the wagon.
Bertram,
Yes.
you want to tie the ends together?
I paid the girl and the man to stage the fight. I told them I wanted to frame George and blackmail him.
So you framed him with a double murder instead. Why?
I'd been stealing money from the company. How'd you know it was me?
Well, knowing the girl's name, for one thing, and your wife told me you'd gotten in about two.
Oh.
You told me over the phone you went straight home after the fight in the cafe. The killing took place about 1. Watkins said he'd been at the girl's for 5 minutes. About 15 to get to her place, so that meant you all left the cafe around 12:30. It doesn't take an hour and a half to get... Hey, Bertram.
Simon,
Huh?
I don't think Bert can hear you.
Yeah. Well, it was a pretty dull story anyway. Well, the wagon got there, and I briefed Walt on everything that had happened. They took Mrs. Calamus home and released Watkins. It was a stinking hot afternoon, and I needed something cool to bring me down to normal, so I headed for 975 Park Avenue. A tall lemonade with a mind of its own, and a curvaceous redhead with the same gimmick.
Yes? Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Diamond.
Afternoon, Francis. Miss Asherin?
Yes, sir. She's in the study, reading.
Thanks, Francis. Oh, how about something cool?
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Hi.
Hi. Wow, you look cool enough. That's a nice getup.
You like it? It's the newest thing.
Yeah, I saw it in the magazine. What do you do if it shrinks?
Oh, silly.
No, I'm concerned. You might get raided.
Don't you like it?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you think of me?
Oh, you're adorable. You're beautiful and you're cute.
Hey, that sounds like a song.
Uh-huh. Come here.
No, not sing it. It's cute.
That's too hot.
I'm rather cool.
Well, I was only lukewarm until I spotted that play suit.
Go on. A, you're adorable.
Okay, but then I want to play. Get it? Play suit?
That's what's dandy.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Go on. I love you.
Oh, you're sweet. Come here.
Mm-hmm.
Just one moment, sir.
Yes, Francis?
I'm not going to be embarrassed again. Here's your lemonade.
Thank you, Francis.
Oh, it's nothing, sir. A, you're adorable. B, you're so beautiful. C,
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Byron Kane, Lorene Tuttle, Paul Freese, and Wally Mayer. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by William P. Rousseau. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Do you have a little unsolved murder in your home? Got some blackmail you want to unload? Are you the victim of some vulgar extortionist? I know a girl you should meet. She may not be the greatest private eye in the world, so what if it does cost you $300 or $400? She sure is sweet. She's Candy Matson. Like to meet her?
Hello.
Candy Matson?
Well, I wasn't sure when I looked in the mirror this morning.
Had a rough night, eh?
Oh, there have been rougher ones. Look, voice, before you get caught with my receiver down, who are you and what do you want?
As to who I am, you'll find out very shortly. What I want is you.
How romantic, and over the phone yet.
Let me finish. What I want is you to lay off that cable car business.
Oh, that. Well, I'm afraid I can't. You see, I was sitting beside him when they discovered his transfer had been punched sort of permanently. That's how things happen with me. I get into the craziest routines. You see, I used to be a model. I've been told I have the proper displacement for such a career. But I found there wasn't enough money in it. A girl has to maintain a nice apartment on Telegraph Hill, keep enough clothes to highlight the displacement I mentioned, and also eat, doesn't she? Sure. So I turned private eye. You meet a better class of people, mostly named Rigor or Mortis. Now take this cable car deal. It's positively fantastic. But after all, this is radio, isn't it? Like to hear how the whole thing happened? Leave us trip along to Act 1. I wanted to get downtown that morning, but I couldn't take the F car on Stockton. They were ripping up about 87 streets, which is par for the course. So I walked down Telegraph Hill and up to Mason. That's where the Bay and Powell cable car stops.
All aboard! Come on, Lana, show that shapely ankle. We gotta make the Fairmont by Whitsuntide.
The car was loaded, and so was the character next to me. I tried to budge into the seat between him and a Fisherman's Wharf dowager, but I couldn't quite make it. I'd forgotten my shoehorn. Say, pardon me, but would you mind reading your Wall Street Journal over that-a-way a bit? I'd like to sit in here.
Oh, if you insist.
A knight of old. He budged his hips a quarter of an inch, and I slipped in, ready for my rocket ride over the hill and down into town. The trip, as usual, was uneventful. 3 smashed fenders and several choice words I'd never heard before, but I wrote them down. By the time our prairie schooner reached the turntable at Market Street, the crowd on the car had thinned out. But Buster was still beside me, his head buried in Common and Preferred.
Market Street.
I started to get down.
Hey, lady, take your boyfriend with you. We're heading back up the hill.
Boyfriend? I'll sue. He looks like the advance man for Lewis and Clark.
How do you like that? He fell asleep over his stocks and bonds.
I looked again. Hipsy wasn't asleep. Hipsy was stone cold dead on Market. What a twist. I, who always went on the prowl for a whodunit, get one literally tossed into my lap. He just hadn't gone out of this world serene-like. Oh, no. There was a steady slurp of blood trickling down his vest just north by northeast of the equator. After a half-hour wait full of questioning by homicide legmen, I knew my morning shopping tour was rained out. And after all, I was only going to buy an emerald clip to match the glint in my eye. Well, that would have to wait. I knew the next step. I grabbed a cab home. I wasn't long in waiting. Right on cue. And if it was the right cue, it would be Lieutenant Ray Mallard from headquarters, daintily pressing his cuticles against my apartment buzzer. I was right.
What?
I've been expecting you. Come on in, Mallard.
You've been expecting me. Why, Candy?
Naive little rover boy, you. Have a drink?
No, I'm not in the mood. Just make it a double.
Sit down, Mallard, and let's be civilized. Take off your hat.
It is off.
Oh?
Candy, for once I'm puzzled.
You're just saying that.
Yeah, because it's true. I've checked and rechecked. No matter how many loose ends I tie together, I still get no connection between you and Dwight Ellsworth.
Dwight who'sworth?
Ellsworth. Your extremely limp traveling companion on the cable this morning?
Mallard, I can give you an angle on that.
Yeah?
Yeah. The angle being that I didn't know him from Adam.
Level?
Straight. Oh, look, honeypot, this mediocre dialogue is getting us nowhere. What did you haul your size 11s in here for?
Oh, frankly, I don't know. Here, fill it up, will you?
Well, you're not just going around in circles, Mallard. You're going around in doubles.
Yeah. Like I've said before, Candy, you've got a pretty view from here.
Oh? Wait till I turn around.
I mean from your window. Look at that ship down there, just docking.
Where?
Down there. There's romance for you. Probably just in from the Far East.
Here's your drink.
Oh, thanks.
You know, it is sort of romantic. Don't you think it'd be fun to jump on a tramp like that and whisk off to the South Seas?
Hmm?
On a honeymoon?
No.
That's what I thought. South Seas. Mallard.
Don't call me Mallard.
Why not? We're just playing for ducks, aren't we?
Very crisp. Playing for ducks. No, Candy, we aren't. Not in this case. We've got a dead man in our hands. Rudy Toot shot right through the heart. And you were sitting next to him.
Sure. Go on now. Get out of here.
What?
You heard me. Lift your hindquarters and get back to headquarters.
Candy, I don't like that look. You've got something on your mind.
Yeah, but you wouldn't recognize it if I told you about it.
One word of warning. Don't dabble. You're in deep enough. Got it?
Got it. Here's your hat. Grab it. So long, Mallard. See you around a jailhouse sometime. Five, oh, thumb. 'Twas then I smelled a big fat fee. That great, big, kind of attractive Mallard. He missed the boat. Oh, he saw it, but he missed it. It was that ship he saw docking. That was the first time I came out of the dark since my Tunerville ride down the hill in the morning. I needed help, so I called an old friend of mine, if you can call that help. Rembrandt Watson was his name. He was a photographer and other things. He spent most of his life in the darkroom dabbling with bottles. His negatives and prints were sharp. His thought processes not quite. But he'd given me assistance in the past, so I called him.
Rembrandt Watson speaking. Photography, portraits, and camera work.
Yes, Rembrandt, I know.
Also available for gardening, janitorial service, and babysitting.
Rembrandt, it's Candy.
Especially if they're over 21. Who? Candy?
Now you're tuned in.
How dare you, baggage. I was experimenting with a new type of formula.
90 proof for 100.
100. And Candy, it works beautifully. There's a delightful little pixie in a pink ballet skirt in my living room.
Well, leave her there and get over here immediately to my place. Take a cab. I'll pay for it.
I'd much rather have a handsome carriage with a brace of chestnuts.
You've got 'em in your head. Now just do as I say and get over here. Float in, Rembrandt.
Gadfrey. Where's the man to take me cloak, gloves, and topper?
You're wearing a sport coat and slacks, and you know I have no man.
And therein lies your basic trouble, my dear. You have no man.
Now, Rembrandt.
Every man should have a woman. Every woman should have a man. It's the incontrovertible law of the universe. Candy, you should have a man.
You?
Sure. I'm no longer a man. I'm a sprite transcending the world.
Well, stop transcending a moment and come down to earth. We've got a job to do.
How poetic. How idyllic. We've got a job to do. For money?
Eventually.
Oh, one of those. Very well, my dear. Bring me up to date.
Well, I don't really know if I can or not.
Good. And I shall leave and return to me formula.
Oh, no. What I mean is, the whole story's so fantastic you'd never believe it.
I might. Try me, Candy.
Well, I get on a cable car and sit next to a character reading the Wall Street Journal.
A strange coupling. A cable car and the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah. And when we get to the end of the line, my friend next to me is dead.
Probably the ride down the hill frightened him to death.
He looked like a used punch board. He had a neat little bullet hole through his heart.
Candy, my little ballerina friend in the pink skirt is more believable than what you just told me.
I told you it was fantastic, but none of how it happened. Now, sooner or later, Mallard is going to come out of his fog. And when he does, I'm going to be out of a fee.
A fee that so far doesn't exist, my pretty.
It will, if my hunch is right. Now, here's what I want you to do. Go down to the Chronicle and get all the back files you can on Southern Islands Steamship Company.
The Chronicle? A pleasure. I have a few questionable companions there who indulge in formulas.
Stay away from those companions and just do as I ask.
Very well, my dove. I go, but entirely against my will. And where will you be?
Around town, Rembrandt. I've got to do some legwork.
Let me assure you, Candy, you have just the right equipment for it, too.
What a joint. I'll bet they mount slit gullets on the walls instead of deer heads. Well, come on, Candy. Get your tools out and screw up your courage.
Yeah, miss, what'll it be?
Nothing right at the moment except information.
Information, water, both free. What do you want to know?
Well, I'm looking for the purser off the Dwight-Sonia. I hear he does his shore duty in here.
That's right. Name Campbell. That head on the table over there belongs to him.
Thanks. Hello, sailor. Hey, Campbell. Wake up.
Oh, leave me alone.
Come on, snap out of it.
Who are you? What do you want?
My name is Candy Matson. I want to ask a question.
I'm only drinking. Go away.
Not until I find out what I want to know. Dwight Ellsworth was murdered this morning.
What?
I thought that would bring you to.
Well, that's the nicest news I've heard since VJ Day. What do you want to know?
Where does his brother live?
That stooge. He's got about as much spine as a water eel.
Never mind. I want to find him. He seems to keep his whereabouts as secret as an atomic stockpile.
The whole family ought to be knocked off. He lives out in Seacliff, 25 Dashel Road.
Good. Bartender, buy my friend a little reward. And one for yourself, too. Well, so far, so good. Oh, how did I know about Campbell, the purser? Well, you see, I have quite a few friends, most of whom my pal Mallard doesn't approve. So I grabbed a cab and navigated the driver out toward Seacliff. It was so foggy I couldn't see the meter. But I paid him anyway, gave him a neutral tip, and dismissed him. There it was, 25 Dashel Road. An austere-looking cabana, one that dared you to ring the front doorbell. I dared. I had the awful feeling I should have been around at the side door delivering hand laundry.
Good evening.
Except for the fog, yes. Is Mr. Ellsworth in?
Yes, he is. But I'm afraid I must ask you to leave. There's been a death in the family.
I know. That's why I'm here.
Come in, please.
Thank you.
Walk this way, please.
Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't, even if I lived to be 100.
Mind your tongue, young lady. You're in the house of an Ellsworth.
Oh, hoity-toity. The old babe had delusions of grandeur. Well, no need to get uppity with me. I've mingled with royalty. I once played a bit part in a Rita Hayworth picture. But this old gal was really something. She couldn't have been more than 45, yet looked like something out of the Barretts of Wimpole Street. She ushered me into a large-ceilinged living room, and there on the divan was my boy, his head lowered into his hands and quite obviously touched. Quite obviously.
Roger, this young lady is here to see you. I don't believe you mentioned your name.
Candy Matson.
Matson? You in shipping, too?
Of a sort.
Oh, this is my wife, Miss Matson. You'll pardon me if I don't seem hospitable, but my brother was murdered this morning.
I know. I was sitting next to him when it happened.
You were?
Don't talk to her, Roger. I don't trust her. This whole thing is a threat of some kind.
No, it's not a threat. It's a business proposition. I'll come right to the point. You see, I'm a private detective.
Oh, one of those persons.
Put your nose back down, Mrs. Ellsworth. I want to get the show on the road. Yes, I'm a private detective, and I'm in a spot, too. The police think I'm connected with the case in some way, so I'm here for a double purpose.
I'm listening, Miss Matson.
Roger, I forbid you to speak with this woman.
Too late, Mrs. Ellsworth. Now, this is it. I'm in this business to make money. Give me a check now for $300, and I'll find out who killed your brother. And I'll also clear myself.
Roger, I'm warning you.
Naturally, you want to see the killer of your brother brought to justice, don't you, Mr. Ellsworth? Don't you?
Yes. Here, I'll make a check out right now.
Thank you. Just make it out to Candy Matson. Payable today. A lovely collection of guns you have, Mr. Ellsworth. You hunt much?
Oh, yes. My wife and I are quite fond of shooting. She's an excellent shot. There you are.
Thank you. I'll be in touch with you sometime tomorrow. Mr. Reed didn't say a word. She just stood there against the fireplace and shot sparks through me. After I waved the check in the air a few times to dry the ink, she showed me to the door.
Very clever, aren't you? taking advantage of a weak-willed man.
I wonder who made him that way.
Don't cash that check. I mean it. Don't cash that check.
Mrs. Ellsworth, $300. I need the money, badly. I need some new rolls for my player piano. I buzzed back downtown. I wanted to cash that check in a hurry. I knew of only one person who would give me the crisp green at that hour of the night. Uncle Charlie, the honest miller who ran the chase room. Uncle Charlie, in the strict sense of the word, was a gentleman. So with a tender little pat on my cheek, he cashed the check, and I went up Telegraph Hill and home. All of a sudden, my eyes did a couple of inverted loops. Oh, my lights were on. Who's in here? All right, speak up.
Oh, Candy, the light of my life. Come join our party.
Oh, Rembrandt, you gave me a scare.
You don't scare easy either, Candy. Got something on your mind?
And Mallard. Well, how ducky, a midnight soiree. What goes on here?
Well, that chicken you had in the icebox is delicious.
Was delicious. Looks like you've done everything but eat the bones.
Your vintage is superb, too, Candy. Have a little formula?
No. Now, come on, what gives?
That's my line, Candy. What gives? You're in on something, and I want to know about it.
Oh, Mallard, believe me, it's nothing. I'm just trying to parlay a couple of hunches.
Tall hunches. Look at all those clippings on the South Sea Island Steamship Company. What are they for?
I meant to tell you, Candy, I had remarkable success down at the Chronicle. There's everything you want on that steamship line.
Oh, Rembrandt, did you have to tell the whole world?
Candy, you chide me unnecessarily. I merely had the clippings on the table when Hawkshaw here walks in on me.
Okay, Candy, take it from there.
I can't tell you yet, Mallard. Nothing makes sense yet. I've got about 4 loose ends that need tying off.
If I'd only put 2 men to following you, I'd save myself a lot of grief.
2 days, that's all, Mallard. Just give me 2 days. I think I'll have it for you.
All right. But don't forget, the boys down at Kearney Street headquarters don't love you the way I do. 2 days. No more or less. I gotta go. Thanks for the fowl, chicken.
Very gay. Here, Rembrandt, here's $50 for you.
50? My word. What's all this talk about a recession?
Go on and take it. Go someplace and stabilize the economy. I whipped through the old newspaper clipping. It was all there. Fire at sea on Ellsworth's ship. 2 seamen lost off Ellsworth's ship near Honolulu. South Sea Island line ship loses rudder in storm. On and on it went over a period of 3 years. I threw the papers back on the table. Helped myself to some of Rembrandt's formula. Turned down the lights and went out on the porch. The bay was dark except for an occasional path of light from a passing freighter. I sat down to think and think. Then, click, just like that, 2 little tumblers in my mind fell into place. Only one thing to do, and that was to do it the hard way. The next morning, just as the ferry building siren was announcing 8 o'clock to downtown San Francisco, I got Rembrandt on the phone.
Candy, what on earth are you calling me for at this hour?
Can't help it. There's work to be done.
I did my work last night so extremely well that I'm just going to bed now.
Sorry, you'll just have to delay your sack time. Meet me at the corner of Mason and Union in 10 minutes, right where the cable car stops.
Now, what are we going to do?
We're going to take a cable car ride.
What? One of those bouncing, jerky little contraptions? Not the way I feel this morning.
Oh, yes, you are. Union and Mason in 10 minutes. All right, Rembrandt, get on.
This is the silliest thing you've ever done, Candy.
Maybe. We'll see. Dwight Ellsworth was already on the car when I got on here, and alive.
How could you tell?
He mumbled something when I asked him to move over.
Sounds logical, although I once remember stumbling into a corpse who mumbled for hours after it had been liquidated.
Rembrandt was in one of his rambling moods, so I let him alone. The car pulled over Mason Street, down Washington, and then swung on to Powell and up the hill. Now I watched the buildings and apartments carefully. There was a little red brick building, now a big apartment house, a woman's residence club, and so on. Then over the hill, more apartments, and the possibilities petered out at Bush. Well, only one thing to do. Canvass all those blocks between Washington and Bush. Okay, Rembrandt, off the car.
The strangest corpse I ever did see.
What'd you say, Candy?
Off the car. Come on.
Now what? I just want to get to bed.
Well, not for a long time, Boy Blue. Now, here's the pitch. You take this building, and I'll take the next. We'll alternate as we go along. Ask if a tall woman with a horsey face and dressed something like Queen Victoria ever lived around here.
Oh, Candy.
I know it sounds wild, but it's got to be done.
A horse with a tall face and dressed something like...
Oh, Rembrandt, look at me. Get that smoke out of your brain. A tall woman with a horsey face and dressed something like Queen Victoria. You got it?
Got it.
Okay, get going. It was slow and tiresome. And the answers I got.
A tall gal dressed like Queen Victoria? Oh, sister!
That was about par.
Nope, nobody like that ever lived here.
Are you positive?
A dame who fits that description? Yeah, I'm positive.
The morning wore on, and so did we. We were over on the other side of California Street now, so we stopped and had a bite to eat. I had pickles with mine, and Rembrandt had olives on toothpicks in a glass. And again, we picked up the hunt. My heart was suddenly making with a rumba. There, just on the other side of Clay, in front of a 3-story red brick house, was a police squad car. There was a little knot of people gathered around. Daintily lifting my crinoline, I did a Mel Patton down the block and up the front steps. I didn't have any trouble finding the room. The door was wide open, and there was a body on the floor. 4 representatives of the law were buzzing back and forth. One of the buzzees was Mallard.
Well, my little ambassador of violence. Why is it you're always around the extremely dead, Candy?
I've got no time to brandy the ad-libs, Mallard. Who is it?
I don't know yet. No identification.
Let me see.
Ah, a pen pal, maybe.
I was right. I knew it.
Knew it? Knew what?
You're right, he was a pen pal. He wrote me a check last night for $300. His name is Roger Ellsworth.
Very interesting. Must be open season on Ellsworth. Okay, Candy. Time you filled in the blanks. Start.
Wait a minute. I want to look at the window over here. Mm-hmm. Mallard, there are a couple of younger Ellsworths living around town here. I'm sure you'd like to see them stay healthy.
Yeah?
Get out to 25 Dashiell Road and pick up an old crone also named Ellsworth. 5 will get you 20. She's the one you're after.
All right. But you get back to your place and stay put, understand? I want to have a more illuminating chat with you.
Oh, Mallard, I'm just like putty in your hands. The moon was coming up over Diablo and spraying a path of silver on the bay. Still no Mallard. I wondered what could be wrong. Well, this was it. This was the showdown.
Have you seen a tall face with a horsey woman?
Oh, Rembrandt.
Candy, I'm so mad at you I could... Oh, what's the use?
Now what's the matter?
What's the matter, she says. I've been roving all over Powell Street ringing doorbells. Where did you go, you traitor?
Oh, Rembrandt, I'm sorry. And in the excitement, I forgot all about you.
What excitement?
There's been another murder.
In a moment, there's going to be another. I'm looking right at you, Candy.
Oh, cool off. Have some formula and stop snorting steam. What was that?
Your window, Candy. It just shattered.
What? Oh, wait a minute. That window didn't shatter by itself. Quick, get the lights, Rembrandt. Now duck down here.
What sort of a silly game are we playing now?
This isn't a game, believe me.
Candy! Candy, are you all right? Yikes, it's the gumshoe.
Yes, I'm all right. Where are you, Mallard?
Over here, 2 houses over. We've got your girlfriend trapped on the roof next to you. Don't move and stay covered.
Okay.
All right, Mrs. Ellsworth. Are you coming down peacefully, or do we have to play cops and robbers?
I'm not coming down until I get that Candy Matson. She did it. She forced me to kill my own brother-in-law.
Have it your own way. Okay, loosen her up a bit, boys. Better than the 4th of July.
Keep your head down, Rembrandt.
Oh, is that what was up? Ready to come down, Mrs. Ellsworth?
No, I'm not. That hateful woman. She's ruined my whole life. All my plans. Just because of her snooping and prying. She's going to die, I tell you.
critical, Candy. You must have moved slightly just as she shot at you.
Well, it was too close, I can tell you. She's dead?
Oh, decidedly. I think she was dead before she hit the ground. That one shot got her. We went out to her house, and she was just driving off when we got there. We trailed her up to North Beach, lost her for a block, and then spotted her car at the top of the hill here. We arrived just as she was getting on the roof next door. Okay, now you tell me your little dream.
Well, it was that ship docking that set my wheels going around. The name Ellsworth started burning in back somewhere. You saw the clippings we dug up.
Yeah.
The South Sea Island steamship lines were slowly being sabotaged. I did some checking, and I found that the insurance companies weren't going to renew.
Yeah. I don't know why I didn't tie that in sooner.
Oh, it's just that you have too many things on your mind, Mallard, dear. I went out to the place on Dashiell Road, and when I left, I was pretty sure the old girl had knocked off her brother-in-law.
Why?
Well, for several reasons. One, she was a venomous old witch. Two, you've never seen such a collection of guns in all your life. And her husband admitted she was a darn good shot. I also saw one little pot gun that was very interesting. It had a silencer on it.
Uh-huh. That was the one she used on you tonight.
And also the one she used on Dwight Ellsworth from the window of that apartment where you found her husband.
How do you know?
Go back there. You'll see a nice little bullet hole in the curtain with burned powder all around it.
Now, don't tell me that...
Yes, I'm telling you that she rented that place knowing that her brother-in-law always went downtown on a certain cable car. She waited that morning until we were riding by, and she plugged him.
I have now heard everything.
And the reason? Dwight Ellsworth, rather than fighting the insurance companies, had decided to sell his steamship line. But the old gal thought she'd beat him to the punch by knocking him off. The steamship company would then fall into her husband's hands.
Yeah. What about her husband?
Well, after he gave me the check and I left, they evidently had a fearful row, and she spilled the beans. Somehow she lured him down to that place on Powell and gave him some lead poisoning, too. And that's all there is to it.
Candy, I wish you'd have told me all these things earlier. We might have been able to save the life of Roger Ellsworth.
No, it wouldn't do any good. Because if she hadn't killed him, I was going to.
What?
Mm-hmm. While I was waiting for you to get here, the phone rang. It was Uncle Charlie, the honest miller. That no-good Roger Ellsworth. His check bounced like a brand-new golf ball. What's so funny, Mallard?
Listen in again to the further adventures of Candy Matson, Girl Sucker.
Well, that's the way it goes. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. In this case, nobody did, except Rembrandt. He'd stocked his darkroom with $50 worth of formula, and not the kind you use on negatives either. Let's see. Murder on a cable car, Dwight and Roger Ellsworth done in as well as the old gal. One check that bounced. It really does sound fantastic, doesn't it? But I told you this was radio, didn't I? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I did come out ahead at that. On the way out, Mallard leaned down and kissed me. The first time it ever happened. You know, at times it's kind of fun to be in the arms of the law.
Listen again next week at the same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial...
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were Helen Cleve, Jack Cahill, and Harry Bechtel, Jack Thomas as Rembrandt, and Henry Leff as Mallard. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and produced by Monty Masters.
As evening approaches, a thick London fog moves quietly across the still waters of the Thames River, spreading along the cobblestone streets, covering the familiar landscape of the city. In Baker Street, the lodgings of 221B are empty, for Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson have left long ago on another case of murder. Hello, my name is Ben Wright. Welcome to the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The radio play you're about to hear was originally broadcast on the 7th of June, 1945. At that time, the war in Europe was almost over. We were, however, still fighting in the Pacific, and it was essential during the war years that radio do everything in its power to keep up the morale of the people, to make them conscious of the need to give and give freely to the war effort that all men could remain free. It was no different for the Sherlock Holmes radio series. Unlike the Sherlock Holmes movies of the time, the radio series was not set during the war, but retained its original time frame of Victorian England. How then to enlist this popular series to bring across a message in wartime? Although Holmes and Watson had long retired, it was possible to involve them in, if not the Second World War, at least the First World War. For they would have been very much alive then. The Victorian era was just about gone when the First Great War broke out. In fact, the war effectively killed it. But thanks to the cleverness of Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson could once again come to the aid of their country. The broadcast of In Flanders Fields was made part of a war bond rally in order to raise money to continue the fight against the enemy in the Pacific. I think it's an interesting note that Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher met at an earlier and similar war bond rally a few years earlier. It was a stroke of luck, for the two became not only good friends, but wrote some of the best of the new Sherlock Holmes adventures. Oh yes, before we get to the show, do take careful note of Nigel Bruce's final statements at the end of the broadcast. Selling war bonds may be an amusing and quaint idea today, but during those rather dark days, it really was an important issue. And now, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson in the radio drama In Flanders Fields.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by short wave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. From the stage of the Paramount Theater in Hollywood, Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us about another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. You know something? If right now it were possible for me to ask every one of you what you had for dinner this evening, I'll bet a good many of you would say chicken. Chicken is an all-American favorite. But boy, you just haven't tasted chicken till you've tried it together with a glass of well-chilled Petri California Sauterne. Petri Sauterne is a perfect mealtime wine, just made to go with chicken. That Petri Sauterne is a white wine, delicate in color, and what a flavor. A flavor that comes right from the heart of luscious, sun-ripened grapes. You can just taste those wonderful grapes. And I'll tell you something, that Petri Sauterne is pretty much on the terrific side when served with fish or any kind of seafood, too, and that's a fact. But say, whenever you serve that Petri Sauterne, remember you can serve it proudly, because the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now for our weekly doctor's appointment. Let's knock on his library door and see if...
There's no point in doing that, Mr. Slattery. I'm right behind you.
Oh, hello, Dr. Watson. Don't tell me you've been stalking me.
No, my boy. I was on the patio and I heard your footsteps, so I thought that I'd come in and fetch you. Let's go back and sit out there, shall we? It's a beautiful evening.
That's fine with me, Doctor.
Here we are. Now settle yourself down in a chair and light a cigarette, if you have one. I'll get on with my story.
Well, last week you told us it concerned an adventure that you and Sherlock Holmes had in Flanders during the First World War.
That's right, Mr. Slattery, did.
I thought that you and the great man had retired at that period.
We had, my boy, but it was only natural that as soon as the war broke out, we both offered our services in any capacity that might help our country.
Of course. And how did tonight's story begin, Doctor?
It was in the winter of that first year. Things weren't going very well for the Allies. The Germans were advancing on Paris, and the picture was looking very black. It was just 24 hours before the famous Battle of the Marne began, the battle that changed the early course of the war, when Holmes told me that we had to go up to the front lines on a secret mission. We'd been in Paris for several weeks, where Holmes had just solved the case of the missing aide-de-camp. I was anxious to get back to England and my work in the war hospitals, but of course this new summons was in the nature of a command. And so Late on a rainy September afternoon, Holmes and I, with the boom of gunfire in our ears, found ourselves in the front seat of a staff car, sloshing and jolting its way towards the battlefield.
Am I driving too fast for you, gentlemen?
No, Sergeant, not at all.
No, you're doing a splendid job. Oh, my man, look out considering the state of the road.
Thank you, sir.
Hello? The gunfire's getting nearer, Holmes.
Yes, old fellow. I imagine we haven't much further to go, have we, Sergeant?
No, sir, we're nearly there.
Did you notice the two civilians in the back seat, Holmes?
Yes. Handsome woman and a distinguished-looking man, several years her senior.
I wonder who they are.
I'll tell you. He's a Shakespearean actor of some note, though he never achieved the fame to which he thinks he's entitled. I shouldn't be at all surprised if he feels that he's been slighted in not receiving a knighthood.
But, Holmes, that's amazing. How can you possibly deduce all that from just looking at the man as we got into the car?
Elementary, my dear fellow, I didn't deduce it. We saw him twice last year in the London Theatre, if you remember. His name is Maitland Morris. As for his biography, he's a friend of my brother, Mycroft's. He told me about him.
What do you suppose he's doing up here near the front line?
His brother is General Sir Stanley Morris, who's in command of this particular front, and it would seem reasonable to presume that his brother has come up here to give a performance for the front-line troops. I suppose this hut is as far as we can drive, Sergeant.
I'm afraid so, sir. We're 4 miles from the front line now. You'll have to clear your papers here. See that ruined farmhouse there, sir?
Yes, Sergeant. Is that the General's headquarters?
Yes, sir.
Come on, Watson.
Good Lord, it's pelting with rain.
Yeah, let's make a dash for it.
Oh, who goes there?
Friend,
Give the password.
St. Crispin.
Pass, friends, and show your papers.
How did you know the password, Holmes?
I was given it before we left Paris, old chap.
Oh, it's Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, isn't it?
Yes, Captain.
I'm Captain Maxwell, General Morris's aide-de-camp. He asked me to escort you up to his headquarters. By the way, weren't Maitland Morris and his wife in the car with you?
Yes, they're just behind us.
Oh, splendid. I'm afraid I'll have to ask to see your papers.
Yes, of course. Here's my permit, Captain Maxwell.
Thank you. I know you both, of course, but we can't afford to take any chances when they're this close to the enemy lines. Let's see. Oh, yes, that's fine, Doctor. Everything's in order.
All right,
yours, please, Mr. Holmes.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Oh, who goes there? Friend.
There's the rest of your party now.
Oh, good. This is quite in order, Mr. Holmes.
Show your papers. Oh, there you are, Captain Maxwell.
Oh, hello, sir. Hello, Mrs. Morris.
How are you, Captain Maxwell?
Well, you've both met Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, I suppose?
Well, no, we haven't, even though we drove up in the same car. Natural reserve of us Britishers, I suppose. How are you, Mr. Holmes?
How do you do, sir?
I know your brother Mycroft very well. How are you, Doctor?
I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Morris. I saw you a couple of times in the theatre last year and enjoyed your performances very much.
Well, thank you, sir. Well, then you must know my wife, my leading lady.
How do you do, gentlemen?
How do you do, Mr. Morris?
Can I see your papers, Mr. Morris? Just a matter of form. You understand.
Yes, of course.
Mrs. Morris, I presume you and your husband are going to give a performance tonight for the men going up the front line.
Yes, Doctor. We're very flattered. They've asked us to do some Shakespearean scenes.
Oh, yes.
Although I should have thought something a little lighter would have been more appropriate. The General, he's Maitland's brother, you know, seemed to think differently.
Well, my dear, show Captain Maxwell your papers. Then we can all go along and see my brother Stanley.
Very well, Maitland.
Mr. Morris, I shall look forward to hearing your reading of Shakespeare's St. Crispin's speech from Henry V tonight.
Well, bless my soul, Holmes. How did you know I was planning to do it?
Well, the setting is so perfect and the time so appropriate, I can't conceive an English actor who could resist the temptation.
Oh.
I noticed that your brother appreciated the fact in naming today's password.
Yes, it's amazingly appropriate. You know, it's almost 500 years ago to the day that the Battle of Agincourt took place.
Well, let's hope that the results of the forthcoming battle will be equally successful for England.
Yes, indeed. Oh, by the way, Holmes, this will probably seem rather silly to you, but I'm an inveterate autograph collector, and I have my book here with me. I wonder if you'd mind signing.
I should be very glad to, Mr. Morris. Give me a pen, will you, Watson?
Here we are, Holmes.
You'll find yourself among quite distinguished company in that book, sir.
So I see. Adelina Patti, Crown Prince of Norway. Hello. Field Marshal von Tauchnitz.
Oh, yes. He was one of my admirers when I played in Munich before the war. I suppose now that our countries are fighting, I should tear that page out. You know, I cannot help but feel that art and the appreciation of art are independent of national hatred.
Quite so, sir. I myself still have a medal presented to me by the University of Leipzig for some trifling services. There you are, Mr. Morris.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Holmes. A notable addition to my collection.
I shall be very glad to sign your book for you, Mr. Morris, if you'd like me to.
That's very kind of you, Doctor. Oh, Captain Maxwell, if our permits are all in order, don't you think we should be moving along?
Just what I was going to suggest myself. I'll take you all straight over to General Morris's headquarters. General Morris, may I introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson?
How do you do, sir?
How are you, General?
How do you do? Know a lot about you. Long way from Baker Street, isn't it? Yes, indeed, sir. Where's that brother of mine? Ah, there you are, Maitland. Cynthia. How nice to see you both.
Oh, it's good to see you again, Stanley.
Hello there, Stanley.
The men will be glad you arrived. They're looking forward to your show tonight.
We're very flattered that they want to hear us do some Shakespeare.
Oh, rubbish, old boy. With you and Cynthia up there on the platform, you could read the telephone book and they'd love you.
Oh, very kind.
By the way, you'll find the stage very primitive. Just a few trestles and a large tent and a curtain made of army blankets. And your dressing room will be even worse.
Oh, don't worry about our comfort, Stanley. As long as we cheer the boys up, that's the important thing.
Yes, of course. By the way, what program do you have mapped out for us?
Well, I thought we'd have 2 shows. The tent's not large enough to hold everybody at once. Anyway, we have to keep up an alert all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Think you can manage 2 separate shows?
Oh, of course I can, Stanley. I may look old, but I don't feel it.
You don't even look at you, scoundrel.
Thank you. Perhaps we could take a look at the stage and equipment, eh?
Oh, certainly. Captain Maxwell, take them over to the tent and show them what the facilities are, will you?
Right, sir. Will you follow me?
Oh, yes, of course. See you later, Stanley. Come along, my dear.
All right.
I'm glad you're here, Holmes. I'm sure I can speak quite freely in front of Dr. Watson. Oh, yes, with perfect freedom, sir. He's my colleague, and he's an old army man himself. Really? What regiment, Doctor?
5th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Later attached to the Berkshires in Afghanistan and wounded in the Battle of Mainwan.
Really? Then I'm sure I can speak freely in front of you. Holmes, you know why you're up here so near the front line, don't you? I have a very shrewd suspicion, sir. Yeah, I thought you had. That's why I asked for you to be sent here. You asked for me to be sent here, General. Yes, I think I understand.
Well, I wish I did.
You will, Doctor, in due time. In the meanwhile, gentlemen, I'll have an orderly show you to your quarters. Thank you, sir. And, Holmes, take a look around, will you, and keep your ears open. We're comparatively a little distance from the German front lines, and yet there's a very puzzling silence just now.
Yes, I noticed that, sir. And half an hour ago, on our way up, there was quite a lot of shelling.
Exactly. It's unnatural and rather frightening at a time like this. You see, we're attacking at dawn. The enemy might be trying to infiltrate spies, and the whole success of this battle depends on a surprise attack. I quite understand, sir. Come on, Watson.
Holmes. The first performance starts in a few minutes, you know. They're all there waiting. Why are we tramping about out here in the mud and the rain?
I thought a pipe or 2 in the open air would clear our brains.
Yes, a pipe in the open air is one thing, but a pipe in a downpour of rain's another.
Was it raining? Oh, didn't even notice it. I was listening to the silence.
What do you mean?
Thousands upon thousands of Germans. Armed Germans. Full of a blind fanatical hatred and desire to kill, are crouched in trenches only a mile or 2 from here. Surrounding us are an equal number of English boys, also armed, and with the will, if not the desire, to fight, because they know their cause is the cause of freedom and justice. All these thousands poised, ready to pounce on each other and fight to the death, and yet, beyond that patter of rain, there isn't a sound to break the stillness of a September evening. Strange world we live in, old chap.
You're being unusually rhetorical, Holmes.
Yes, I am, aren't I? Let's be a little more practical, shall we? I wonder what is wrong with the actors tonight.
Why do you ask that?
Well, a little while ago I noticed Mrs. Morris in a great state of excitement, going towards the farmhouse where the General is. Then she went back to her own quarters, and now she seems to be headed in our direction. Is anything wrong, Mrs. Morris?
It's Maitland.
What's wrong with him, madam?
He's disappeared.
Disappeared? What's happened?
We were in the tent together, making up for our performance, when an orderly came in with a message. Maitland said it was from his brother. Slipped on a raincoat and went out. saying he'd be back in a few moments. I waited and waited, and after a while I got worried, and I went over to see the general myself. He said that he'd sent no message, and that he hadn't seen any sign of Maitland.
Good Lord, what could have happened to him?
I don't know, Doctor, but I'm frightened. What shall I do, Mr. Holmes?
You're a brave woman, Mrs. Morris.
Brave? I don't know, Mr. Holmes. Why?
Because the show must go on. I shall take your husband's place.
But Holmes, something's happened to Maitland Morris. He's in danger. He might
True,
be...
Watson, true. But 1,000 men inside that tent are in mortal danger, too. Tomorrow morning, many of them may be corpses on the fields of Flanders. But tonight, they've been promised a show.
Do you think that you can do it, Holmes?
Oh, I think I can with the help of Mrs. Morris.
I can't do it, Mr. Holmes.
You can, Mrs. Morris, and you will. If only to uphold that great tradition of the theater that the show must go on.
It is just before the Battle of the Marne in the First World War, and Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson are at headquarters a few miles behind the front-line trenches. A famous Shakespearean actor who was to give a performance for the troops has mysteriously disappeared, and the great detective has taken his place at the last minute. As we rejoin our story, Sherlock Holmes, alone on the improvised stage, is delivering a Shakespearean speech before a spellbound audience.
This little world, this precious stone set in a silver sea, which serves it in the office of a wall or as a moat defensive to a house against the envy of less happier lands. This blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England.
Holmes, that shot, are you all right?
Yes, old chap. Fortunately, I started to leave the stage as the shot was fired. The bullet just missed me. I heard it splinter some wood nearby.
But who on earth would want to shoot you?
That's what we've got to find out, though I think it more likely that the shot was intended for me. It was not intended for me, but for Maitland Morris, the man for whom I'm substituting.
Well, even so, who'd want to shoot him?
Oh, don't ask me so many questions, old fellow. Let's see what clues we can find. Now, the shot was fired from outside the tent from behind me. Yes, look there. See the hole in the tent there?
By Jove, yes. The footlights would outline your shadow on the back of the tent. Whoever it must have fired at your silhouette.
The question is, where did the bullet embed itself? Aha. Look here, Watson. You got a penknife?
Yeah, wait a minute. Here, Holmes.
This shouldn't be hard to extract. Look at this splintered tent pole. Wait a minute. There we are. Excellent. Huh. Very interesting.
Well, what's so interesting about it? Just a revolver bullet, isn't
no,
it?
it isn't, Watson.
What?
It's far from just a revolver bullet. This bullet was fired from a German Luger pistol.
A German pistol? There must have been a spy here behind our lines.
That's a reasonable enough assumption. Yes, we may be sure that no English soldier would carry such a weapon and face inspection. Come on, I want to talk to Mrs. Morris. Mrs. Morris, I want you to be very frank with me.
But of course, Mr. Holmes.
You know why your husband's missing, don't you?
No, I don't. Have you found out anything?
Come, madam. Why keep up this pretense any longer? I know that your husband is a spy, or at least a great sympathizer with the German cause.
The general's brother a spy? Good Lord.
How dare you say that?
Because it's true. Foreign Office have been suspicious of his sympathies for some time. His own brother knew it. That's why he asked to have me sent up here to keep an eye on him during his visit.
It is true. Why should I keep up the pretense any longer? You see, Maitland was a disciple of Stuart Houston Chamberlain.
Oh, who was this Stuart Houston Chamberlain?
An Englishman who married one of Richard Wagner's daughters and became a German citizen, and an arch-enemy of England.
I tried to dissuade Maitland. I implored him to consider his British heritage, his brother's name and mine. But Maitland was a strange man. His life was one of frustration and envy.
Envy of his brother, I suppose?
Yes. When Stanley was knighted, it hurt Maitland terribly. He said it was typical if the English would knight a soldier and yet leave a great artist like himself unrecognized. That in Berlin, they really understood and rewarded the artist.
Well, if the authorities knew that, it's amazing they allowed him to come so close to the front lines at a time like this.
Oh, it was at the general's request. He wanted to plead with my husband to warn him that his secret was known. And now Maitland's gone over to the German lines. Oh, it's terrible.
It's worse than that. It's disastrous. He can give them information as to the strength of our troops here. He knows the password. He might even know the hour the attack is timed to start.
How did your husband expect to enter the German lines in safety, Mrs. Morris?
He speaks fluent German, Mr. Holmes.
I fancy the autograph book he was carrying containing the signature of Field Marshal von Tauchnitz, was in reality he's passed through the German lines.
You've told the general that his brother was gone, of course.
I haven't been able to. He moved up to the front line position immediately after the first performance, though I had warned him what I thought Maitland was planning to do. I think he intended to give his performance first, then cross the lines immediately afterwards. But something must have made him change his mind. Perhaps he suspected I'd warned the general. Anyhow, as you know, when I got back to our quarters, he'd gone.
Did he leave any note, madam?
Yes, he did. Here it is.
Thank you. I have gone, my dear. Try and understand and forgive if you can. You wouldn't come with me, and so I'm taking what is left of my heart and my hopes where they belong, among the friends that understand and appreciate me. It is something stronger than love and blood and country that makes me do this. It is something dearer to me than life itself. Dearer to me than life itself.
Oh, how could he? How could he? The shame of this will kill poor Stanley. Mr. Holmes, will you break the news to him? I know it's cowardly of me, but I just can't tell him myself.
Don't worry, Mrs. Morris. I'll tell him. Dr. Watson and I will ask Captain Maxwell to escort us to the General's frontline headquarters. In the meantime, try and keep calm. We'll tell him.
If you will wait in the dugout, Mr. Holmes, I'll tell the General that you're here.
Thank you, and be sure to let him know the urgency of the matter.
Yes, sir.
Holmes, this is a dreadful business.
Yes, it is, Watson. Though if my plans work out correctly, I think the success of tomorrow's battle may not be imperiled.
What plan?
Listen.
You know, Holmes, a strange silence from the German lines since we came here might be accounted for by the fact that they knew Maitland was making his getaway. They wouldn't want to risk wounding such a valuable spy.
Quite possibly.
What I still don't understand is who shot at you with a German pistol and why.
You're being very dense, old fellow. Surely it's obvious that... Here comes General Morris now.
Poor devil. This is going to be a dreadful shock to him.
Hello, Holmes. Dr. Watson? General Morris, I'm afraid that I've bad news for you. Your brother has gone over to the German lines.
Maitland did go there. I should have put him under an armed guard as soon as he came here, but I thought I could reason with him, appeal to his sense of honor.
Instead of which you tried to shoot him, sir, but fortunately for me, you missed. You see, I took his place at the first performance.
But that shot was fired from a German pistol.
True. That was when I first knew the general had fired the shot.
But I still don't see how you could now.
Only a high-ranking officer, not subject to inspection, could carry a non-regulation firearm. You're an old army man, you should know that. In any case, you'll observe that the general carries a Luger at his waist.
Great heavens, Holmes, I thought I was firing at Maitland. I had no idea that it was you.
You intended to kill your own brother, sir?
Yes, and I'm sorry I failed. I'd rather see my brother dead than alive and a traitor to his country. But now he's safely in the German lines. Heaven knows what secrets he may be imparting. One thing we can be certain, our chance of a surprise attack in the morning is gone.
Possibly not, sir.
Oh, what do you mean?
You see, I took the liberty of altering your brother's credentials quite extensively.
How, Holmes?
I knew of his German sympathies. Mycroft had given me a great deal of information about him, and so I took it on myself to decide that it was unsafe to allow him so near the enemy lines with his own identification on him.
Well, what did you do, Holmes?
I took the liberty, sir, of stealing his autograph book, the one containing the magical signature of Field Marshal von Tauchnitz. I have it in my pocket now. I think we shall find within its pages a code concealed in the various autographs, giving valuable information to the enemy.
Good Lord.
I also switched military permits on him. I felt that in the event that he did go over to the German lines, his welcome might be less cordial if they were under the impression that they'd captured Sherlock Holmes. To make that identification doubly sure, I also slipped in his pocket a slight souvenir of my own.
By Joe, Holmes, you mean that medal that was presented to you by the University of Leipzig?
Exactly, old fellow. I no longer wish to own a decoration given me by a country of barbarians, and it seemed a rather neat and effective way of returning it to them.
So the Germans will think they've captured Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, sir, and unless I'm much mistaken, he'll receive very short shrift at their hands.
Yes, they hate you.
There's your answer, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, don't be sorry, Holmes. It's better that way. Now his secret can die with him.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Maxwell, what is it?
Would it be in order for me to return to headquarters now, sir? It's very nearly time for the second performance, and I've still been unable to trace the whereabouts of your brother.
Well, my brother will not be acting tonight, I'm afraid. Holmes, I wonder if I might ask you to take his place once again.
If you want me to, General.
I do. Maitland had planned to do the St. Crispin speech from Henry V. He knew how much I loved it.
I realize that, sir. When I was told the password up here.
Well, can you remember the speech, Holmes?
Oh, I think so. At any rate, I can try.
Then do it for me, my dear fellow, will you? For me.
I'll be very proud to do it, General. Goodbye and good luck.
Thank you, Holmes. Captain Maxwell, take them back to headquarters, will you? The men will be waiting for the performance.
And Crispin shall ne'er go by from this day to the ending of the world, but we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers. For he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. Be he ne'er so vile, this day shall gentle his condition. And gentlemen in England now abed shall think themselves accursed they were not here, and hold their manhoods cheap, while any speaks that fought with us upon St. Crispin's Day.
Well, Doctor, that was a bit of an exciting adventure you showed.
No, I can still remember that awful feeling I had when I heard the shot in the tent and realized someone had tried to kill Holmes.
He did have a narrow escape, didn't he?
Well, Holmes always said there was no such thing as a narrow escape. He said you either escaped or you didn't. If you did, well, why worry? And if you didn't, you couldn't worry. So what?
Quite a philosophy. I'd like to discuss it with you further.
Over a bottle of wine?
How else?
What kind of wine?
Naturally.
Naturally.
You couldn't ask for a more delicious wine than Petri. That's because the Petri family knows how to make good wine. They ought to. They've been making fine wine ever since they started the Petri business way back in the 1800s. And because the business has always been family-owned and operated, well, they've been able to hand on from father to son, all they've ever learned about the art of turning luscious grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. That's why no matter what type Petri wine you buy for any occasion, you can be sure it's good wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, how's about giving us a clue to next week's Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Next week, Mr. Clatter, I'm going to tell you a most unusual adventure in which Holmes and I are trapped in an airtight metal chamber, our only companion being a murdered scientist.
Well, sounds like a story we don't want to miss, Doctor. See you next week.
Yes. Oh, just a second, Mr. Clatter. Before we go, I just want to tell our listeners that tonight we're broadcasting from the stage of the Paramount Theater here in Hollywood on behalf of the 7th War Loan Drive. The ticket of admission to the theater was a war bond. I'm mentioning this to remind you, our friends, that you have an important part to play in making the 7th War Loan a success. Buy more and buy bigger bonds than ever before. They're needed to pay for new super forts, new jet-propelled fighters, newer and bigger weapons to lick Japan. Remember, in spite of the magnificent achievements of our forces in the Pacific, the Japanese war has just begun. So let's go all out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventures of the Blanched Soldier. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series.
Petri Wine brings you Casebook of Gregory Hood. Tonight, the Petri family, the family that took time to bring you into the story of the Derringer Society. Another exciting story from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. And right now, I'd like to talk about those few minutes you have while you're waiting for dinner every evening. That's the perfect time for a glass of Petri California Sherry. It's the best beginning a good meal ever had. You really feel like you're enjoying the good things of life when you take time for a glass of Petri Sherry. Hold that glass of sherry to the light. Look at it. It's a beautiful dark amber. Yes, and Petri Sherry is clear and fragrant, the way a good wine should be. Now taste it. Ah, you've got something. That Petri sherry has a real heart-of-the-grape flavor. And look, if you like your sherry dry, not sweet, Petri makes a fine dry sherry. It's called Petri Pale Dry. And if you don't know yet which you prefer, the regular sherry or the dry, why not try both? Don't buy one, buy two. But just be sure you always buy Petri. Well, it's Monday night in San Francisco. We have a date with Gregory Hood and his friend and attorney, Sanderson Taylor. Tonight's rendezvous is at that delectable backwater, the Happy Valley Room at the famous Palace Hotel. Let's keep our date, shall we?
Harry Bartell, how are you?
Hello, Gregory. Evening, Mr. Taylor.
Good evening, Harry. We just ordered a glass of sherry. You'll join us, of course.
Thanks, Greg. Be very nice.
Make that 3 sherries, Carl.
Yes, Mr. Hood. Well, gentlemen, which stories have you selected from the casebook for tonight's episode?
A quite remarkable case that we filed under the heading of the Derringer Society.
Well, it sounds exciting, but what is the Derringer Society?
Well, surely you remember those wonderful early semi-scientific yarns about Dr. Derringer, don't you?
Yes, I do, Greg, now that you mention it.
Sort of Jules Verne stories, weren't they?
Yes, and if you reread them, Harry, you'll realize that they predict just about everything from rockets to the atomic bomb.
You're both members of the Derringer Society, I take it.
Oh, certainly. In fact, Gregory is the president.
Greg, I'm always learning something new about you.
Oh, I've been a Derringer fan for a great many years, Harry, so it was only natural that I rounded up a few old cronies here who were equally interested and formed a society.
We meet from time to time in a private room in Solaris, in Maiden Lane.
On the particular occasion I'm talking about, the evening started out very quietly with an excellent dinner, fine wine, and lots of good talk about the famous Dr. Derringer. And then I rose to introduce the guest of honor. Fellow members of the Derringer Society, you will already have noticed that we have violated our long-standing stag rule. We have a lady among us.
Oh, shame.
No, George. We've broken the precedent for a very particular reason. I don't have to remind any of you that the fabulous Dr. Derringer, that great spade-bearded scientific giant, was especially devoted to the tricks played by time. Well, our guest tonight is Miss Julia Hayes. She claims to perform exactly the sort of time-travel prophecy that the great Derringer foretold. Miss Hayes, gentlemen, claims to be able to predict future events. Dr. Barton, our psychiatrist member, has been examining Miss Hayes today, and I shall ask him to introduce her.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow members, I must preface my remarks by stating that if I appear to speak of our guest in a slightly clinical manner, I do so with her full permission. Am I right, Miss Hayes?
Yes, Dr. Barton, you may say anything you wish.
Thank you, Miss Hayes. Gentlemen, this afternoon I spent some 2 hours examining our guest. And by all known psychological tests, she is simply normal, perhaps a trifle below average mentality. But her record has already established the fact that she can often predict future events with surprising accuracy, quite above the laws of chance. And now, gentlemen, Miss Hayes will be quite willing to answer any question. Yes, Sandy Taylor, I think yours was the first hand.
Miss Hayes, may I ask you any outstanding events that you predicted in the past?
On May the 4th, 1937, I predicted that 2 days later the German airship Hindenburg would be destroyed. I predicted the death of both Mussolini and his son-in-law Canciano. I was right as to both date and time. I am seldom wrong.
Miss Hayes, how do you explain your unusual ability?
I cannot explain it. It is beyond my understanding. It is a gift. When I let my mind go blank, I can see into the future.
Miss Hayes, can you tell me what horse is going to win the second race at Arlington tomorrow?
Mr. Chester, Miss Hayes is our guest.
Oh, sorry, Hood. I beg your pardon, Miss Hayes. I was just being facetious. Now, let me ask you a serious question. Are you able to see into the future at will?
Yes. If I make my mind a blank, I can usually see into the immediate future.
Would you consider making a prediction for us now?
I will try. I can promise nothing, but I will try. Monday. It is Monday at 8:15. I see the future, but not far ahead. This same night, 3 hours from now, at 11:15 tonight, I see a small man, a bald man with glasses. His name is Chester.
Now, look, Miss Hayes, the joke's a joke.
Quiet, Mr. Chester. Don't spoil it. She's still talking.
Tonight, Mr. Chester, at exactly 11:15, you will be murdered.
I think that was one of the most emotional meetings we've ever had of the Derringer Society.
It certainly broke up in a hurry when she predicted the murder of Chester.
Yes.
What do you make of that woman, Gregory?
Well, it's hard to say. Time travel into the future is all very well in the Derringer stories. Otherwise, I don't care for it too much. Life's complicated enough in a straight line these days.
Mr. Hood, Sandy Taylor, wait for me.
It's Alfred Chester.
He's chasing us on the double. He really must be scared.
Oh, I'm glad I caught you fellas before you left.
What's wrong, Mr. Chester? Are you taking that prediction seriously?
Well, it sounded to me more like a threat than a prediction. My reason tells me it's foolish to take the thing seriously, and yet, well, after all, I did make that stupid remark about the horse races. She's a weird woman. She may have some odd powers that we know nothing about. What do you fellas think I ought to do? Get the police, perhaps?
Oh, I think it'd be a little hard to convince them that you were in danger.
Yes. It's 11:15 now. Would you like me to come home with you until after her 11:15 deadline has passed?
Oh, no, Hood. I won't bother you. I'm probably being extremely stupid. Well, thanks for this little talk. I feel a lot better. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Chester. Good night.
Really is frightened, isn't he, Gregory?
Badly. Ah, well, Sandy, I don't think we need take the business very seriously.
Of course not.
Just the same, I have a feeling that Mr. Alfred Chester may not sleep too easily tonight.
Yes, dear, it's me. Are you in bed?
Yes, I've been reading. How was the meeting?
I'll hang up my things and come and tell you about it. It was rather a peculiar evening. There was a woman there who claimed to be able to see into the future.
Oh, what rubbish.
I know, but the funny thing was she... Oh, well, but that's nonsense. What's the time, Alice?
It's exactly 11:15.
11:15, then I'm safe. I need...
Alfred, what happened?
The top of the morning to you, Stan.
Hello, Lieutenant Silvers.
Good morning. What brings you to my office this early in the morning, Stan? Could we interest you in a small Ming vase for Mrs. Silvers? Oh, we have a nice line in Inca headdresses. You'd look rather fetching in one.
Greg, I'm here on business. You saw Alfred Chester last night, didn't you?
Sure, we both did. Why?
Well, late last night, he was murdered.
He was... What time, Stan?
His wife says it was exactly 11:15. Great God. Then the prediction came true.
What prediction are you talking about, Mr. Taylor? Chester attended a meeting of the Derringer Society last night. A woman by the name of Julia Hayes went into a sort of trance. Predicted Chester would be murdered at exactly 11:15.
Then that's a woman I've got to talk to.
We'll all go and talk to her, Stan, but before we do, there's one thing I'd like to know. How was the murder committed?
Chester was stabbed from behind by a medium-sized right-handed person. No fingerprints, no clue. Who are you calling, Gregory?
Barton. He can tell us where Julia Hayes can be found. Get me Dr. Barton's office, please.
Yes, Mr. Hood.
Dr. Barton? I know him. He's a psychiatrist, isn't he?
That's the man. He brought Julia Hayes to our meeting last night.
Here's Dr. Barton, Mr. Hood.
Oh, thanks. Dr. Barton?
Yes?
This is Gregory Hood.
Oh, yes, Greg.
Can you tell me where I can get in touch with Julia Hayes?
Well, she's here in my office now. And I found out something very interesting about her, Gregory.
So have I, Barton. Please keep her there until we arrive. We're leaving right away.
I've been examining Miss Hayes again this morning, gentlemen, and I've uncovered a very interesting fact. Miss Hayes was left-handed in her childhood, but she's been forcibly trained into right-handedness since. It's a situation that has unpredictable psychological results. Though, I'll confess, never precisely like her.
She is extraordinary, isn't she, Barton? Lieutenant Silvers will tell you just how extraordinary.
Dr. Barton, Alfred Chester was murdered last night. Murdered by a right-handed person.
What? And her prediction came true to the exact minute. He died at 11:15.
He did? I don't know what to say. One thing I can assure you, gentlemen. Miss Hayes did not commit the crime herself.
How do you know?
Because I brought her back here after the meeting last night. I was working with her until 12:30.
Where's Miss Hayes now?
In the other room. You want to talk to her?
Yes, Dr. Barton, I certainly do.
I'll call her in. Come in, please, Miss Hayes.
Yes, Doctor.
These gentlemen want to ask you a few questions.
What questions?
I understand you predicted the murder of Mr. Alfred Chester last night.
Yes. It happened, of course.
Yes.
I knew it would.
How do you account for the fact that you predicted it 3 hours before it happened?
I cannot account for it. It is a gift that I cannot explain. I can see things in the immediate future. I can tell you what is to happen today before the day is out. I can tell you...
Her mind is blanking out again. What can you tell us, Miss Hayes?
I see a large man, a red-faced man. His name is Felton.
That's George Felton, another member of the Derringer Society. What do you see, Miss Hayes?
He will die tonight. He, too, will be murdered.
The heck he will. This is one murder that isn't going to take place.
George Felton speaking.
This is Lieutenant Silvers again, Mr. Felton.
Silvers, why don't you leave me alone? I don't want any police protection, and I won't have any.
But, Mr. Felton, I told you that Alfred Chester was murdered last night, right after he'd been threatened by this woman.
His death was a coincidence, Silvers. It was probably a prowler. But I'm not easily scared, and I don't believe in supernatural powers, even though I am a member of the Derringer Society.
I wish you'd let me come over, Mr. Felton. We don't like to take any chances.
Now, look here, Silvers. It's nearly midnight. My wife and I are going to bed. Don't you worry about us. If anyone murders me during the night, I'll get in touch with you first thing in the morning.
Who was that, darling?
Oh, Lieutenant Silvers again.
Still worrying about that threat on your life.
Yes, that's the 5th time he's called me today.
Darling, he must take it seriously, even if you don't. Don't you?
Oh, now, don't worry your pretty head about it, Cynthia. You run along to bed, dear. I'll lock up.
I suppose you know best, George. Don't be long.
Oh. What's that? I heard something.
Gregory, I blame myself for Mr. Felton's murder last night.
You did your best, Stan?
Yes, Lieutenant. After all, you tried to force him to take protection, but he wouldn't hear of it.
I know, but I do blame myself. Well, let's see what Julie Hayes has to say about this one. She's waiting outside. Come in, please, Miss Hayes.
Very well, Lieutenant.
Now, Miss Hayes, I want to know how you knew this latest murder was going to take place.
I cannot tell you how I knew. It is just that when my mind is a blank, I have the ability to see into the future.
Now, look, Miss Hayes, I'm a plain, straightforward police officer. One coincidence I can take, but not two. And I can't write on the police report that you knew about the murder because you can see into the future, you know. Why not tell me the truth?
I am telling the truth.
Oh, Gregory, see if you can get anything out of her.
Miss Hayes,
What is it?
I understand about your being able to travel into the future, but surely you must be able to remember more about what you saw when you had that vision. Try and think back, will you?
Think back. Back? No, I can only see forward. Forward.
Scott, my mind's blanking out again.
I see another death in the immediate future. Sudden death. The man is tall and dark. His name is Hood. Gregory Hood.
You'll hear the rest of Gregory Hood's story in just a second, so I'll tell you quickly about a wine I know you'll like. That wine is Petri California Muscatel. Petri Muscatel is really marvelous. In fact, I'm willing to bet you like everything about it. Petri Muscatel is good just to look at, the color of sheer gold. And say, if you've ever tasted plump, luscious Muscat grapes at their sun-ripened best, well, then you know what to expect when you taste Petri Muscatel. Petri Muscatel brings you that same wonderful Muscat flavor. And you'll like Petri Muscatel after dinner, by itself, or served with fruit, for instance, peaches, or with cake. Just be sure it's Petri. Petri Muscatel, because Petri wine is always good wine. Well, Gregory, so yours was the third murder to be predicted. Considering the first two had taken place according to schedule, you must have felt a little nervous.
For the first 24 hours, I was a trifle sensitive to sudden sounds, Harry. But when 48 hours had passed without anything happening, I began to feel rather let down.
Down? You should have thought you'd have been grateful.
Gregory has an ingrained sense of melodrama, Harry. I think he felt cheated because the spotlight was on him and he didn't have a scene to play.
Exactly, Sandy. As my old father used to say, if you're fortunate enough to hit the headlines, for heaven's sake, make the most of it. But how could I? The other two killings had followed right on the heels of the prophecies. Now, mine had been predicted, and nothing happened at all. It was rather humiliating.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. In any case, I'm sure you didn't just sit down and wait for someone to try to kill you.
Oh, no, Harry. As soon as Julia Hayes uttered her dire threat, Lieutenant Silvers and I went into action. We questioned everyone and checked alibis till we were as black in the face as a couple of end men. But after 3 days of this, we had progressed exactly nowhere. On the night of the fourth day, I remember, Sandy and I sat in my apartment discussing the whole business.
Gregory, while you and Lieutenant Silvers have been doing the legwork, I've been doing some serious thinking.
Splendid, Sandy. What conclusions did you arrive at?
I think there's only one answer to this case.
And that answer is?
Dr. Barton's a psychiatrist. Julia Hayes is slightly subnormal. I wouldn't mind giving you odds that he hypnotized her into performing the two murders. She'd be an easy hypnotic victim.
I thought of that possibility. Have you figured out his motive?
No, but I'll skip that for the moment. One thing we do know. He had the opportunity. He was the only person who was alone with the woman for any length of time between her arrival in San Francisco and her first prophecy at our meeting.
Very true. And I think I could provide your missing motive, Sandy. We've checked on Dr. Barton thoroughly. The wife of George Felton, the second man murdered, was a patient of Barton's. She was also a beautiful woman, no doubt is now a very rich one. I've gleaned rumors that her relationship with Barton was a little more cozy than that which usually exists between doctor and patient.
In that case, how would you account for the first murder, the stabbing of Alfred Chester?
Well, that could have been a blind, to establish a pattern and conceal the motive.
Well, if that were the case, your death would be necessary also.
True. Darn it, Sandy, this is all supposition. We haven't a real lead to follow. There's one thing I will settle, though.
Who are you calling?
Dr. Howell is staying at the Fairmont. He's probably the greatest psychiatrist in the country. Dr. Eustace Howell, please.
Well, what can he settle?
Whether Julia Hayes could have been hypnotized into committing murder. Excuse me. Dr. Howell, this is Gregory Hood. I'm fine, thanks. Yes, I'd like to. In the meanwhile, do you mind if I pick your brains? Yes. Here's my problem. Is it possible to hypnotize an individual to commit a criminal act against his will? Thanks. I thought so. I'm much obliged to you. I'll call you in a day or two. Goodbye.
Can't be done, huh?
No. He says the answer is an unqualified no. Well, I'm going to accelerate my own murder.
Tell me what flowers you like first.
I'm very fond of Transvaal daisies, Sandy, but don't worry about my funeral yet. Lieutenant Silvers, please. Who can play at this game, Sandy? Oh, Stan? This is Greg Hood. No more leads, but I have got a brainwave. Pick up Julia Hayes and bring her up to the apartment as soon as you can. Yes, we'll be waiting for you.
I cannot answer any more questions, Mr. Hood.
But, Miss Hayes, you predicted that I would be murdered in this apartment. Doesn't this setting ring a responsive chord in your memory?
No, it does not.
Your other prophecies came true. What happened to this one?
I do not know. I cannot explain it.
Perhaps you've lost your mysterious power, Miss Hayes.
Oh, perhaps you never had it. Perhaps you made the whole thing up. Why not admit you're a murderess who poses as a prophet?
I am no murderess. I can see the future, or I could. Something has happened to me.
You never could see the future, and you never will. But I'll tell you your future, Miss Hayes, if you don't tell us the truth. You'll end up in the gas chamber, and I don't have to be a clairvoyant to know that.
Stop talking like that. Leave me alone. I won't stay here.
Come back. No, Stan. Let her go.
I'll tail her, though, Greg.
Good idea. She's upset. She might show her hand.
I'll be back later.
Well,
There's still no Nero the solution, Gregory.
I don't know. I swear there's still hypnotism in it somewhere. I have a hunch that Julia Hayes isn't conscious of it. That alibi of hers for the first killing might be a true one at that. Hello?
Gregory, this is Dr. Barton.
Yes, Barton?
I have rather a serious confession to make to you. I lied to the police.
About what?
In saying that Julia Hayes was with me at the time of the first murder. She wasn't.
Why did you lie?
Well, the woman seemed such a unique psychiatric study, I wanted to complete my examination before the police nabbed her. Now I've finished my research with her. You can tell the police they can pick her up.
Tell them yourself, Barton, and I wish you the worst of luck in explaining it to them. There's a man that danced at his father's wedding.
What did he say, Gregory?
He dynamited Julia Hayes' alibi for the first murder. But in doing so, I'm pretty certain he's put the finger on himself. Dr. Howell, please. Sandy, I think we're on the right track at last.
I certainly hope so.
Dr. Howell, this is Greg Hood again. I want just one more piece of information, please. Can a post-hypnotic suggestion include persuading the patient that he was never hypnotized at all? It can? Thank you, Doctor. I'm immensely obliged to you. There's our answer, Sandy. When Barton demolished the woman's alibi, he also demolished his own.
Then he did hypnotize her?
Sure. Then he planted the apparent prophecies in her mind. After she'd made them public, he committed the murders himself.
I get it. And he thought that when he scuttled Julia Hayes' alibi, we'd think she'd tried to make her own predictions come true.
That's it, Sandy. Fortunately for us, he's outsmarted himself and walked into his own trap. We've got him. Who's that? Is that you, Stan?
What? Who turned off the light?
Oh, no, you don't.
Gregory! Gregory, where are you? What's happening?
Trying to get at the light switch. Look out, Sandy. He's got a knife. Strike him at.
Okay, Gregory.
Hey, Gregory. Why are the lights off? What's going on? Watch out, Stan. The killer's here. He's got a knife. She's got a knife. It's Julia Hayes. She got away from me, but I trailed her back here. But it can't be. Oh, here's the light switch.
It is Julia Hayes, Gregory.
You've got your cold, Miss Hayes. Knife's in your hand and all. Well, what have you got to say for yourself?
I'm sorry I did not kill you, Mr. Hood.
Well, that's very friendly of you, Miss Hayes, but I'm completely confused.
Well, so am I, Gregory. You just finished proving to me that she couldn't be the killer.
Well, I don't know what more evidence you want, Greg. The knife's in her hand, and she admits she wished she'd killed you.
Yes, I admit it. You all made fun of me. You did not believe in my gift. If you had died, then all my predictions would have come true. But I am no murderess.
Of course you aren't, Miss Hayes.
What are you talking about, Gregory?
But don't you see? She's holding the knife in her left hand. There's the answer. Come on, Lieutenant. Let's go over and see Dr. Barton as fast as the squad car can get us there.
Yeah, this is all very dramatic. A police inspector, an amateur detective, and his attorney stand in my home and accuse me of murder. Is this some form of practical joke?
If you think it is, you must have a very warped sense of humor.
I don't think the judge will find it funny, Dr. Barton.
And I know that your attorney won't.
But this is ridiculous. You're suggesting that I hypnotized Julia Hayes into making murder prophecies, and then that I carried out the murders myself?
To coin a phrase, yes.
But, my dear Hood, you've just admitted that she attacked you tonight.
Yes, you suggested the idea. And the three of us, by taunting her with her failure as a prophet earlier on, helped. Her never-too-stable mind snapped, and she attacked me to fulfill her record of prophecies.
But why couldn't she have committed the two murders?
You overlooked one thing, my friend. You didn't know that under strong emotion, she reverts to her childhood left-handedness. She attacked me tonight with her left hand. The murders were committed by a right-handed person. Want to argue any more?
I'd like to know what you think my motive was, Hood.
Oh, that's easy. Mrs. Felton, the widow of your second victim, broke down half an hour ago and spilled quite a few beans.
She did? I mean, yes, she did.
So, Cynthia's been talking.
Let her come with me, Doctor.
Very well, Lieutenant. I should prefer not to talk anymore till I've seen my attorney. Good night, gentlemen.
See you in court, Barton.
Gregory, you tell the most convincing lies. That story about Mrs. Felton talking, how can you do it?
Oh, it takes years of training. My old father always used to say that if you couldn't think of a really convincing truth when you wanted to make a good point, then tell a thumping great lie.
You're a chip off the old block.
Sandy, I'm worried.
Conscience bothering you?
Mm-mm. I'm thinking about the Derringer Society.
What about it, Gregory?
Well, Sandy, brood about it. With two of our society murdered and a third headed for the gas chamber,
we can certainly use some new members.
Greg, that was an exciting story. How do you get mixed up in these things?
Harry, I guess I'm just around when they happen.
But why is it I'm never around?
Well, Harry, maybe you're just the kind of person nothing ever happens to. Lucky you.
You mean poor me? I bet if I were a member of the Derringer Society, things would start happening to me.
Oh, I don't know. But before you can become a member, you must be able to contribute something to the society. Have you a scientific mind?
I'm a genius with a tinker toy.
Oh, no. Know anything about psychiatry?
No.
Hypnotism?
No.
Precognition?
Don't even know what it means.
Well, in that event, Harry, what in the world could you possibly contribute to the Derringer Society?
A case of Petri wine?
I should have known.
They'll love me, Greg, because Petri wine is such good wine. Well, it's just got to be. With the Petri family, the growing of perfect sun-ripened grapes and the art of turning those grapes into fragrant, delicious wine is a heritage. It's a heritage passed on down from father to son, from father to son. No wonder Petri wine is so good. Yes, the making of Petri wine is a family affair, and the Petri family has every intention of keeping it just that. So you know the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that Petri wine is and always will be good wine. Well, Gregory, which adventure out of the casebook are you planning to tell us next week?
Next Monday, Harry, I'm going to tell of a weird adventure that Sandy and I had in Mexico City some months ago. During the course of the story, I succeeded in getting myself kidnapped by a female sharpshooter and nearly ended up with an extremely beautiful wife. I'll see you next Monday, Harry.
Pat Novak, for hire.
Sure, I'm Pat Novak, for hire. That's what the sign out in front of my place says. Pat Novak for hire. It's the easy way because down here on the waterfront in San Francisco, you can't afford to wait your turn. If you're going to make a living down here, you got to do everything you can. And you got to be out of the hen house by sunup. Even then, it doesn't work out always because you get trouble tax-free. It's like leukemia. There's nothing you can do about it. There's no way to duck it. You might as well try to start a conga line in the cathedral. I found that out Monday night when I met an old friend. It was the night before elections, and I was sitting in the office scratching married women out of an old date book when Sam Tolliver showed up. I hadn't seen him for years, but it was a nice, easy meeting. What other way is there when you're good friends?
You look just the same, Patsy.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Sam. Sit down.
Sure. Doing well, I guess, huh?
Oh, you get different stories. Where have you been?
Oh, all the hard luck stops. Syracuse for a while and Joliet. That's where I come from now.
Yeah? That's where they got a big prison.
Uh-huh.
Well, you came too far, Sam. You should have stopped in Oakland.
Huh?
That's right. If you're out here to play small robbery, you better think it over. It's a tough town.
Don't ride me, Patsy.
I'm not, Sam. But once you start losing them, it's hard to win again. I just thought you might want to know about San Francisco.
Thanks. Thanks, but you don't have to worry, Patsy. I got a smart streak. I'm here mostly to ask a favor.
Yeah?
Can you spare me one for old time's sake?
Medium-sized. Go ahead.
I want to borrow one of your boats.
Did you come all the way from Joliet to borrow a boat, Sam?
If it's going to hurt that much, forget it.
I just asked. All right. When do you need it? Tonight?
It's to pick up a package in the bay about 9 o'clock.
Sure, I'll run you out.
No, it's a little different, Patsy. I can't make the trip. You'd have to do it for me.
The favor's getting bigger, Sam.
You'd have to pick up the package and bring it back here. I'll be waiting at 10 o'clock. I guess you won't buy, huh, Patsy?
I'm not impressed.
It'd mean a lot to me, Patsy. It really would. And you couldn't get hurt, honest.
Nobody gets hurt, honest. It's the other way I'm worried about.
Well, I wish I could tell you, Patsy, but I can't. You know how it is. Sometimes you can't, but... Well, it's that way now, but... You'd be doing me a real favor and you wouldn't get hurt.
That's what Henry used to tell his wives. All right, Sam. But you put out a bad story.
Well, Patsy, you have to go by the China Star. She's out in the stream. Just tell them you came for that package. They won't ask. Just tell them you want the package.
Yeah?
Talk to the captain. I'll be waiting here at your place about 10 o'clock. And, Patsy, it's important. Don't let anybody else have it.
All right. I'll see you here at 10.
Thanks, Patsy. It's a big favor.
We're old friends.
Yeah. We're old friends. Nothing wrong with them, huh?
No, there's nothing wrong with old friends, Sam, except sometimes they wear out on you. When Sam Tolliver walked out of there, I began to worry. I don't know why, because he was always a good guy. But if you leave good silk out in the ring, it'll shrink. Thought it was too late to change my mind now. I was going to get that package and say goodbye to Sam Tolliver. Only things didn't work out that way. You start with trouble and it never stops. It's like offering to buy aspirin for a two-headed boy. About 8:30, I took a boat and I started out into the bay. Halfway out into the stream, I had to give way to a tanker. After she throbbed by, I picked up the China Star, tied up at buoy 327. It was a broken-down old barge, so old I expected to find Noah hiding out in the bilges. Well, I went aboard, and they took me into the captain's cabin. It was going to be tougher than Sam thought. The old man had some questions, and he was about as smooth as a bag of fingernails. Right away, I got the idea.
What do you want?
I came out for a package.
Who are you?
What good'll a name do you?
Who are you?
What do you care, mister? This isn't our dance. Just give me the package and I'll leave.
Keep shouting, tough boy, and when you're all through, tell me your name.
Now, look, I'm not out here to haunt your boat. You got the right face for it. I'm just passing through.
If you're running a small boat, you got papers. Let's see 'em.
Yeah. You're too handy in your own cabin.
Novak, huh? You a Polak, Novak?
Yeah, and it feels fine. How's it being a pig these days?
Don't get jumpy. I just asked. Who sent you here, Novak?
I'll forget you asked. Just keep the package. I'm going home.
You walk home on the bottom, then. Now, look, Novak, somebody steered you wrong. Maybe it was no questions once, but it's not that way anymore. Just want to keep the book straight. Who sent you?
Sam Tolliver. You need a pencil?
No, that's enough questions. You see, Novak, all you had to do was answer. You can have the package now or talk some more.
I'll take it now. Where is it?
On the desk behind you there.
Yeah. Thanks.
You're welcome, Novak.
The captain didn't like company. When he hit me, I dropped down to the floor like a piece of hard-working lint. The last thing I remember was Sam Tolliver sending me out to this boat. I knew then I had no more business here than second trumpet in a string quartet. I could hear voices and people moving around, but it didn't help much. You can get that kind of service in a tomb. Somewhere along the line, they moved me, because when I woke up, I was lying in a cloud of platine on a couch in a different cabin. The class of people had improved. She was bending over me with a cold towel and a warm look. And from where I was, she had a figure like a shot of brandy on a winter night. When she said hello, you knew that all you had to do was send up a flare and relax.
Good evening. Welcome back.
Yeah,
How do you feel?
a little used up. I need recharging.
Here, put your head on my lap. There. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Forget the towel. I'll struggle along this way. By the way, whose lap is it?
I'm Ellen Morrow.
Where's your friend?
The captain?
I guess so, the brave guy, Axel Arm.
He's down getting your boat ready.
What's he doing, punching holes in the bottom?
He'll be back in a minute. The package will be ready and you can leave.
No, you keep the package. The last time I got a headache.
I'm sorry about that. It was a mistake.
That's what they told Marie Antoinette. By that time, her head was 40 feet down the street. What's in that package?
It wouldn't help if you knew.
You let me work that out, huh?
Work out the answer then.
How about Sam Tolliver?
Slow down, Betsy.
I'm not going that fast.
You're going the wrong way. I'll help you lick your wounds, darling, but I'm not going to get talky.
What do you got to lose?
What have I got to gain except your gratitude? I can get that any night with a couple of drinks.
How is he, Ellen?
How does he look?
Too comfortable. On your feet, Novak.
Yeah. You ought to rent that out, sweetheart. I'd sign a lease myself.
I'll finish the sweet talk, Novak. You get on your way. Here's the package.
You know, I changed my mind about the package. You keep it.
Your boat's ready. Unless you want to get tossed in like a mackerel, take the package and beat it.
What's in it, and where does Sam Tolliver fit?
You asked once already with your head in her lap. You want me to sit down?
Well, you got brains after all.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought they were all in your fists. Yeah, you're still smart.
Take this package. Show him the boat, Ellen.
I'm going to remember you, mister.
Ellen's going to lead you by the hand through the dark. Stop beefing and settle for the simple pleasures.
I will. I'll remember you.
Concentrate on Ellen. You'll get a better memory.
I went out on deck with the girl, and as I got to the starboard side, I noticed her hair for the first time. The way you're liable to suddenly notice a flower after a hard rain. Her hair was red, and as the orange lights of the bridge reflected against it, it seemed like a prairie fire, away down in the valley, flaring up quick and then burning low again. The rest of her would have made a good prairie fire, too. It was the only good thing I could think of on the way across the bay. The water was as quiet as a drowsy caterpillar, and I had a chance to think. Why had they changed their mind about giving me that package, and how wet were Sam Tolliver's feet? Well, it must have been about 11:30 when I pulled into the pier and started on the run for my office. The lights were on, and I burst right in because I had a lot to ask Sam. But it wasn't Sam.
What's your hurry, mister?
I came here to meet a friend.
That's the guy laying in the corner. You don't have to hurry.
No, this isn't my friend.
He doesn't look like one. I'm Sergeant Grimes from Homicide. If you're Novak, you're in trouble.
Why?
A guy lying under your desk, dripping like a broken inkwell, and you trot out a question like that?
Well, it's a bum caper somewhere. I was supposed to wait for a guy named Sam Tolliver.
It might as well have been a streetcar. I'm not going to press you, Novak. I don't care. I'm just going to take you downtown.
Well, this boy quit too late. I've been in the bay the last 2 hours. You can check. I went out there to pick up a package.
The one you got in your arm?
Yeah, it's for a guy named Sam Tolliver.
Let's see.
Okay.
It doesn't say that. It says Mr. John Reedy, 720 Post Street.
I wonder what that means.
Let's find out. We'll take it by Reedy's place.
I got it for Sam Tolliver.
You can buy him another. We're going by Reedy's before we get downtown.
What's the matter with you? Do you want it on an 18-foot screen? I didn't kill the guy. I don't even know him. I don't even know this John Reedy.
Wait a minute, Novak. I believe you. I believe every word you're saying. Except this is one time you'd be better off lying.
When we left my office, I felt as if somebody had walked through my stomach on stilts. Oh, there were loose ends bobbing up everywhere, and you couldn't get to any of them. It was like chasing a spider with a bowling ball. With all this new stuff, I forgot about the ship. Who's going to worry about blood poisoning if he's busy having hemorrhages? I began to wonder more about Sam. Where was he? And how was I going to palm off that dead stand-in? Grimes didn't seem worried. We got into his Nash and headed for 720 Post Street. It was an apartment hotel, and Reedy lived up on the 3rd floor. On the way in, Grimes picked up a key at the desk, and we rode up in the elevator with one of those shifty-eyed little guys who'd sell his mother if he didn't have to fatten her up. When we got to Reedy's door, Grimes took over.
Open up!
Maybe he can't hear you, Grimes.
Nobody home. Let's go in.
Why? We don't know him well enough to sneak in.
I rate a hunch, Novak.
Okay. The light's on your side.
Leave it out. Let's look around.
Okay. The stray bodies belong to you, Grimes.
You go look in that set of bedrooms. I'll check over here in the library. Give me a yell if you see any.
All right.
Two of them. I got one by the desk. The other started down the fire escape. I'm going down in front. Take this gun and stand by the fire escape. He may get trapped and start up, so keep your eyes open.
I walked into the library. The window was open and the curtains were blowing over the dead man's face. It was a good thing, because you can't split the difference with a service 45. I took him by the heels and dragged him away from the window. His eyes were rolled back as if he expected somebody to tap him on the shoulder and tell him it was all a mistake. His face was contorted and frightened, maybe a little embarrassed, like a deer caught in a traffic jam. Well, I stayed at the window about 10 minutes and watched the fire escape. There was no action there, and Grimes wasn't back, so I started for the door. I had company right away.
Hello, Novak. You move?
Oh, Hellman.
It's a big gun you got.
Well, ask Junior here on the floor. He thinks it's even bigger.
I'll check myself.
Sure, and it's going to be easy because it's right in the family.
Yeah?
Yeah. Belongs to one of your boys down in homicide.
Go ahead.
A sergeant by the name of Grimes steamed in here and knocked down Junior, and then he beat it down to get the other guy.
I don't believe it.
Well, talk to him.
That's why I don't believe it. There's nobody on the force named Grimes. On this one, you're all alone, Novak.
There's got to be a Grimes. The guy had on a uniform.
I don't care if he had on a playsuit, Novak. The guy's a phony. He's not from homicide. He's a killer.
That's what I meant, Hellman. I knew Hellman was right. If Grimes was on the level, he'd have booked me instead of coming up here. He came up to Reedy's with murder in mind. Even if they believed the story about Grimes, I was still on the spot. That made me accessory to murder. And I was going to look worse when Hellman found the guy down in my office. On that one, I had star billing. Oh, everywhere I turned, things were worse. I knew it was going to take a low-budget miracle to bail me out. It was like trying to give nose drops to a herd of elephants. Hellman seemed to like the idea. Hellman rolled the guy, and there was no identification. But he never works for nothing.
A few bucks in the guy. I'll put it in the safe.
The only safe you got has suspenders on it.
I don't like that, Novak.
Oh, you'd do anything for a buck, Hellman. If you got the right bid, you'd sell the tomb of the unknown soldier. Thanks, Hellman. I'm getting a big list tonight.
I can do all of that I want, Novak. Because you're in the corner pocket now. I get a tip-off from the Chronicle to come up here, and I find you holding last rights.
You got a bigger headache, Hellman. There's another stiff down at my place.
Huh?
That's right, Grimes again. He was sitting there when I walked in.
Where were you?
Out in the bay, picking up a package. It's right there on the desk.
What's in it?
I don't know. It was for a friend of mine named Sam Tolliver. He's disappeared, and Grimes brought the package up here.
I'll take it downtown.
You better tag by the China Star. That's where I picked up the package. It's out in the bay, so you'll need a boat. Even a guy with your complex needs a boat.
I'll touch all the bases, Novak. You just stay 10 cents away from headquarters. You can pay your own way into the can.
Yeah, well, that's what'll happen if I wait for you. I'll be standing out in the downpour.
That's right, Novak. If there's a chance, I want to see you get first prize.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be stuck unless I shop around myself because you got lockjaw of the brain, Hellman.
Yeah?
That wouldn't hurt you so much, but if it spreads, you're going to be in trouble. That's what I'm waiting for. Well, if something didn't happen soon, I was going to be about as embarrassed as a hostess with leaky plumbing. I was counting on Hellman to shake down the skipper of the China Star. If that didn't work, I could close shop. I didn't have any leads. There wasn't anything I could do but sit on my hands. It was like taking your niece to a nightclub. I had to stumble around until something showed. So I looked up the only honest guy I know, an ex-doctor and a boozer by the name of Jocko Madigan. Oh, he was all right until he found out sometimes you can feel as bad the next morning without a hangover. I toured the town and finally found him at Lupo's trying to put the vineyards out of business.
Ah, Patsy, you're just in time to start the day off right. Mama Lupo, some wine for Mr. Novak. You can only have a quart. We're running low.
Look, it's almost midnight, Jocko. I got to talk to you.
We're not going to turn into pumpkins. You need some wine.
No, I don't.
Patsy, when you die, the artwork is going to be simple. On your grave, they'll chisel a picture of a pair of slacks, a hamburger, and a double malt.
All right, Jocko.
The final symbols of a decayed civilization, because that's as close as you ever got to civilization, a remote connection at best. Like a bookie, they love horses, but they die on a stock farm. It's the same with you and civilization.
You all through, Jocko?
I won't fight against your sober babble. What's the matter?
There's a dead guy down in my office.
A friend of ours?
No.
Oh, that's too bad. We'll miss the wake.
I'm going to get half hung by homicide. The other half is dead up in a Post Street apartment. Hellman thinks I'm the boy.
Patsy, I wish you wouldn't hang around me when you've just killed somebody. You tarnish my declining years.
I went out to the bay to pick up a package. When I got back to my place, instead of a friend named Sam Tolliver, there was a dead guy there, and a phony cop called Grimes.
How do you make the distinction?
He grabbed the package, and we took it up to Post Street. After a quick hassle in the dark, I'm standing over a dead guy in John Reedy's apartment.
John Reedy?
Yeah. Do you know him?
Most people do. He's running for office tomorrow. Is he the dead man?
No, I don't think so. What about Reedy?
He's running for a board job.
Yeah? Would anybody have a reason to work a plant on him?
Maybe.
What's he like?
Oh, a sort of liberal by marriage. A reactionary with a rich wife. Supposed to be a good man.
Well, how about the opposition?
Oh, a lot of them are running. One is Simpson. He couldn't beat an asthmatic turtle across a tennis court.
Well, we're getting somewhere at least. If Reedy's good, the gambling dough would frame him to lose.
Yes, if politicians can ever lose. A murder in his apartment would look too phony, though.
Yeah, but maybe that package wouldn't. Jocko, you gotta help me. I want you to check on the registration of the China Star, and then nose around to find out what you can about tomorrow's election, will you?
If we lived in a monarchy, this wouldn't happen.
That fast double play has got something to do with this election. Now hurry up, Jocko, and when you're through, tag by my place. I'll call you there.
Have you a bottle in the house?
There's a tap in the kitchen. That'll have to do.
No, thanks. Outside of a child in pain, the most pathetic sound in the world is running water. Good night, lover.
I left Jocko and ducked into a phone booth. When I called Hellman, he poured out news like a rotary press. They broke open that package down at headquarters. It was full of dope. Plain garden variety, the kind a man uses to forget either his wife or secretary. I was sure then the package was a plant on Reedy. Hellman didn't see it that way. He said the two dead men were Gunsels, last addressed before San Francisco State Prison at Joliet. I needled him about that phony cop Grimes. Hellman said they just got a tip-off by telephone. Grimes was an ex-sergeant in homicide whose real name was Vic Rothery. I asked him who phoned in the tip-off, and Hellman said he didn't know the guy. His name was Sam Tolliver. I got out of the Chronicle morgue and looked up everything I could on John Reedy. All politicians' children sit on the floor. There was a picture of Reedy there with his family grouped around him on the floor. I pulled the clips on Vic Rothery. It was Grimes, all right. Well, that gave me something to work on, so I went on the prowl for Ellen Morrow. I found her running a dice game in a little after-hours joint on Eddy Street.
You want chips, Novak?
You don't want to play against yourself? Yeah, give me some.
All right. See how good you are.
Okay.
8's your point.
Yeah. You seen Sam Tolliver?
Make your point, Patsy.
That's it. Where's Sam Tolliver?
5. You're not even warm. You're not warm on Sam, either.
He left me hanging with a murder rap.
Your friend double-crossed you.
He double-crossed you, too.
Another 5. You're in a rut, Patsy.
He turned in Grimes. That's right, baby. They know he's Vic Rothery now. You still like Sam Tolliver?
No. Keep rolling, darling.
Is Grimes your boyfriend?
He used to be. I'm sentimental.
Where's Sam Tolliver?
The Herrick Hotel. When you see him, tell him I sent you.
I will if we talk that long.
There it is.
Hey, come on.
8.
That's right.
I guess I lose, Patsy.
I guess you do. Be seeing you, baby. She changed when I left. The first time out, she was alive and breezy like the Maine coast in July. But now she was broken up and lonely looking. And as I walked out, I thought of an old Dixie cup somebody had used up and thrown in the alley. Well, I got down to the Herrick Hotel, but Sam Tolliver wasn't there. Maybe it was better that way. I left a note for him, a short note that even a Mongolian idiot couldn't trip up on. If Sam was going to show his hand, he had to do it soon. When I got back to my apartment, Jocko was already there. He was giving a concert for the mice.
Oh, she pushed a baby carriage, she pushed a baby carriage in the merry, merry month of May.
All right, Jocko.
She pushed a baby carriage, she pushed a baby carriage, she pushed it for a Williams man who's far, far away.
Oh, stop it, will you?
Patsy, I wish you'd get rid of that radio and buy a good harpsichord.
What'd you find out, Jocko?
Nothing from the China Star. She weighed anchor and went to sea at 11:45.
How about Reedy?
Well, there's heavy gambling money against him. And there's talk about a last-minute scandal. All the newspapers had tip-offs.
Where was he tonight?
At a rally in the Mission District with his whole family.
Well, that'd leave time for a plant. They broke open that package. It was full of dope.
Oh, that makes sense. He was once under treatment for malaria. The drugs found in his apartment would make it look bad.
Yeah, I'll get it. Hello, Novak talking.
I hope so, because you got a lot to do.
What's on your mind, Hellman?
A girl named Ellen Morrow. Who killed her?
Did they?
About 20 minutes ago. Vic Rothery's picture was all over the place.
Yeah, they were chums. You better pick up Sam Tolliver. He's at the Herrick Hotel.
I'd rather have Vic Rothery.
Haven't you picked him up yet?
No, we're on our way out.
Well, you better hurry, Hellman. There won't be any voters left.
I thought Sam Tolliver was a friend of yours.
Well, that's the trouble with close friends. You give them the shirt off your back so they can see where to put in the knife. After Hellman's call, I knew we were coming up for the last hand. I met him, and we rode down to Vic Rothery's hotel. It was early morning, just about the time Dawn is too sleepy to get out of bed. In the pale light, Geary Street looked like a shabby old lady with a snootful, and Rothery's hotel was worse. Hellman flashed a badge on the night clerk, who reached over and handed us a key. It was a funny thing to notice then, but the guy's hands were short, and his fingers were peeled and stained yellow as if they'd been dipped in weak acid. Well, we rode up to Rothery's room. As we got out of the elevator and turned the corner, somebody ducked into Rothery's room. That was enough for Hellman. He started down the hall.
Open up in there.
You got another customer, Hellman.
Open up.
Come on in. You're going to wake everybody up.
Hello, Sam.
Come on in. Don't mind the gun. It's loaded.
You're a handy cop, Hellman.
That's it. I'll close the door. All right, over near the window.
Yeah.
Go on.
Sure. You got an answer for Rothery here?
You too, copper, over near the window.
I ask you, you got an answer for Rothery here?
You're looking at it, mister. You know, Patsy, I'm sorry you came. I could bounce a few off of this guy with no pain at all, but it's going to hurt on you.
Don't kid me, Sam.
I don't know why you came, Patsy. You could have left me alone. I didn't mean to put you in for this. Things went wrong and you were in, that's all, but I didn't mean to do it, Patsy.
Give the man your gun.
You were a good guy to me, Novak. I'm sorry you drew the deuce. I'm really sorry because, well, you were a good guy to me.
Well, I'm not anymore, Sam. You got 5 feet to make up your mind.
I got it made up, Patsy. Now stay back. Let me try it out on him first.
You've had practice.
Stay back, Patsy. I'm in a hole and I'll burn my way out. You know that. Patsy, I'm in a hole. I gotta get out.
Don't kid me, Sam. I was your last friend. All you got now is the road.
Stay back, Patsy, please. Patsy, stay back.
Let down, Sam.
I must have prayed wrong, Novak.
Yeah. Sorry, Sam. I'm a tough loser.
Yeah. You were right, Patsy. It's a bum down for a small robber.
For a while, you looked big.
Not for long, though.
No. You're a small-time bum, Sam, and you're better off dead.
I wouldn't argue it. I'm sorry, though.
I doubt it.
I guess that's right. I didn't try very hard.
How's your friend, Novak?
Let's go. The friendship's over. Well, Hellman finally pieced it all together. He got that skipper back and put him under the lights. The story was damp, but it fit together. They were all in on a deal to railroad John Reedy. Vic Rothery headed up a bunch to plant the dope in his apartment. But Sam Tolliver got anxious and decided to get the stuff for sale. He talked a couple of buddies into it and sent me out to the ship to pick it up. The captain smelled a switch and knocked me out long enough to get word to Rothery on the beach. Rothery got the guy in my office and the other guy that Sam posted in Reedy's place in case anything went wrong. That left only Sam on the other team. Rothery wore the uniform because it was an easy way to plant the stuff in Reedy's apartment. But the timetable went haywire, and he got tripped up by that tip-off call to the Chronicle. That's about the way it was. Well, Hellman asked only one question. How come Sam Tolliver headed for the girls' place and then Rothery's? I don't know. Except maybe that note I left Sam. How'd I know he'd believe a lie? Oh, it worked out for everybody except John Reedy. He lost the election anyway. Jocko forgot to mention the guy was a Republican.
I hope you're enjoying the show so far on Mystery Marathon number 2. Let's dive into the next few shows. The Big Story was a great crime drama. It looked at crimes from the perspective of a newspaper reporter. Each week's episode dramatized real-life stories and a different reporter every week. And at the end of each program, the real reporter was brought on the air and given $500 by the show's sponsor, Pall Mall. In The Lottery Racket, Keeler McCartney of the Atlantic Constitution newspaper finds out about a lottery racket, and he tries to expose it and clean it up during his investigating, but he almost gets killed in the process. As most of the stories in the show, this is a fascinating and exciting tale, made even more so due to it being true. It aired July 21st, 1948, and starred Mercedes McCambridge and James Monks. Sidney Greenstreet played the genius armchair detective Nero Wolfe. His right-hand man, Archie Goodwin, was played by many actors over the show's run, and Archie did all of the legwork, bringing the information back to Nero to solve the mysteries. The show is based on the books by Rex Stout, who is said to have approved of Greenstreet's portrayal of his character. Nero Wolfe is definitely one of the most unique detectives in radio, with all sorts of idiosyncrasies that are amusing and quite odd. In The Impolite Corpse, an unpopular advertising executive is found shot to death. Not long before, a former disgruntled employee had showed up in his office asking for him to reconsider firing him, and then threatened him when he declined to do so. Despite being the prime suspect, Wolfe is not convinced that he is the murderer. A great story with a lot of surprises. It aired December 8, 1950. Next, Police Headquarters was a 1932 crime drama on NBC Radio in 15-minute weekly episodes. The shows began with a citizen reporting a crime via telephone, and then the story was told from the perspective of the police on their radios as they investigated. Although real cases were used in each dramatization, every case was shown as solved in the end, even if they weren't really solved in real life. Most of the stories focused on apprehending the criminals rather than the mystery-solving identification of those criminals. A total of 39 episodes were broadcast. In Laundry Truck Kidnapping, the title pretty much says it all. The police attempt to foil a kidnapping using a laundry truck. I'm not really sure of the exact date of this, but it's a good example of early police procedural true crime dramatizations from the early 1930s, before those kind of shows really caught on. Then another episode from the same show, Phony Payroll, aka Forgery, where a criminal cashes a bogus check and the police are led to a forgery racket. Again, not sure of the air date, but it's an exciting story. Next up, another Richard Diamond story, Mr. Walker's Problem, which aired March 28, 1952. A plumber, Thomas Walker, hires Diamond for $300 to follow a man who he suspects is committing a crime, which he won't say specifically what it is, as he'd rather Diamond figure it out while watching him. But then Walker winds up dead. Now the mystery deepens, and Diamond has to find out if Walker was right, and his suspicions were what got him killed. Great story, but I have to mention that the plot is basically stolen from the Red-Headed League story from Sherlock Holmes. Then we have Rogue's Gallery, another Dick Powell show, where he starred as Richard Rogue, private detective. It ran from 1945 to 51, although Powell left after the second season, being replaced by several other actors after that. Rogue is famous in the show for being knocked out at least once per episode, with his alter ego, Igor, revealing clues to him that his conscious mind missed. In Lady with a Gun, a man tries to start a fight with Rogue, accusing him of being hired by his wife to spy on him. Rogue assures the man that he has not been hired by his wife, and he returns to his office, where he finds the man's wife waiting for him, wishing to hire him to spy on her husband. Rogue declines, but the very next day the man is found dead. This is a fantastic mystery story, and probably one of my favorite Rogues Gallery episodes, due to the surprises and the plot twists, and of course, the trademark Rogue humor. It aired June 30th, 1946. Okay, time for me to shut up again, and for you to enjoy these great mysteries. I'll be back in a bit.
And now, the story as it actually happened. Keeler McCartney's story as he lived it. Atlanta, Georgia.
You are Keeler McCartney, police reporter for the Atlanta Constitution. You're young, conscientious, and hot. You stand in your city editor's office, listening to his dry voice briefing you on new assignment. And you wish you could dive head first into a glass of beer. When the voice stops, you melt out of the office to your own desk, your half-hearted notes clinging damply to your fingers.
Hiya, Mac. Hot enough for you?
Pete, if one more guy asks if it's hot enough for me, I'm going to pop him one. Yeah, it's hot enough for me. It's hot enough for a tamale.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Editor toss you a lousy assignment?
Mac, he says, get this. Mac, I want you to see what you can do about cleaning up the lottery racket in town. $18 million a year those racketeers are making. Enough to buy plenty of Tommy guns to bump off any reporter who's dope enough to stick his nose into that setup.
How do they operate the thing?
You lay a bet on the third, fourth, and fifth digits of the daily bond total in the paper.
Uh-huh.
Pays off 450 to 1, but the odds are 1,000 to 1 against you. How do you find out about a lottery anyhow?
Place a bet. Fellow down the street from me, Joe Sampson, he gambles a lot on it. Ask him. He should be able to make contact for you.
Okay, what can I lose?
Nothing but a buck. Or, who knows, you might even make a killing.
Hey, is anybody home?
Oh, I'm outside in the garden.
Oh, didn't see you. You Mrs. Sampson?
That's right.
You picked a pretty rugged day for weeding, didn't you?
I sure did. Hot enough for you?
Yeah, it is. I'm looking for Mr. Sampson. Is he in?
Why, no.
I wanted to ask him about placing a lottery bet.
Get out of here.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You don't understand.
I understand enough. You're a writer, aren't you?
Well, sure, I'm a reporter, but...
A reporter?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were one of those lottery writers that comes to see Joe all the time.
What have you got against them?
I wish they were all dead.
Wait a minute. The lottery's against the law, sure, but what harm can it do?
You really want to know that?
Well, sure.
Come on up on the porch where it's cooler. I owe you a glass of buttermilk for biting your head off anyhow. And after that, I'd like to tell you a story. All right?
All right. It's a deal.
Maybe it's not much of a story, Mr. McCartney. It's the kind of thing that probably happens to a lot of people. The thing is, this time it happened to Joe and me. We were married about a year then when...
Mrs. Sampson, I gotta hand it to you. I married the best-looking gal in the state and the best cook in the world.
Oh, Joe.
Now that am good apple pie. Sour as a banker's disposition.
Oh, say, that reminds me. I put some money in our bank today.
Our bank?
Mm-hmm. The blue teapot on the kitchen counter. I call that our bank.
Oh, the First National Sampson, huh?
I put in another $3, Joe.
You're saving so you can be independently wealthy?
Joe, you haven't forgotten.
Forgotten what?
The house out on 5th Street. The white one with the blue shutters and the peach tree in the yard.
Oh, what about it?
Well, it's going to be ours someday. That's what about it. Just as soon as we can fill that teapot with enough $3 to buy it.
You sure think in slow motion, Jeannie. I'll figure out a way to make a pile of dough fast, and we'll move into that house next year.
Oh, no, Joe, no. If we just save a little bit each week, we'll have it soon enough. Oh, it's better that way, Joe. Honest.
Okay, honey, have it your way. You go ahead and save the pennies in the teapot, but I'm going to see if I can throw in the dollars. Hey, how about another piece of that apple pie?
Joe's always like that, Mr. McCartney. Fast. He can't wait for things. Well, like planting those flowers in the yard. Joe was swell about digging up the dirt for me, but he doesn't like the waiting for the flowers to come up. Anyhow, Joe brought me the $3 I asked for from his check every payday, and I'd go put it in the blue teapot. Got so's I'd wait for him on the porch steps every Friday.
Hi, baby.
Give it to me.
Give what to you?
The $3 for the teapot.
Look, honey, I haven't got it.
You haven't got it. Oh, but Joe...
Listen, Jeannie, did you ever hear of the bug, the lottery? You know, you bet on the numbers and the bond total each day, and if you win, they pay you $450 to 1. Well, all we need is to hit it right just once, and we've got a down payment on the house.
Oh, Joe, no. Please don't gamble. Just give me the money and let me put it away in the teapot.
Oh, come on, baby, be a sport. Just a few bucks, that's all. Well, what harm can it do? Jeannie, what are you doing in here?
What are you doing, Joe? What do you want with that teapot?
Look, honey, I got a especially lucky feeling today, see? I just want to borrow a couple of bucks from the teapot for the bug. I'll put it back tomorrow. Look, Jeannie, how about sparing me a few bucks, huh?
The teapot's empty, Joe.
Yeah, I mean from the housekeeping money.
Oh, Joe.
I got a hunch today on number 419. I figure all I have to do is lay $10 on that, and I can clean up and get back all my losings in one hit.
Joe, you've got to bring me a check home next week. I can't pay the bills. You've got to stop gambling.
How can I stop? I got to make up my losses, don't I? But there ain't no buts, I tell you. I got to make dough fast, and there ain't no faster way than the bug. Oh, look, Jeannie. Don't be mad at me. I got a feeling, honey. I'm going to be lucky tomorrow.
I heard of people that couldn't stop drinking, Mr. McCartney. Men who kept on drinking even when it made them sick. Well, that's how gambling is with Joe now. Something rotten, something he can't get away from, even though it's like poison and he's sick with it. Last night I sat across the table in the kitchen just looking at him. Watching him kind of sit there and fall away into little pieces. Just looking at him.
What the devil are you looking at?
You...
Well, quit it.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Do you always have to be sorry?
I'm sorry. Why don't you give it up, Joe?
What are you talking about?
The lottery. Give it up, Joe.
Why don't you give up picking on me?
I'm not picking on you.
Yes, you are. I don't bet because I want to. I bet because I'd be a dope to stop now. I've lost too much to quit now, and my number's going to come up.
You know it won't.
It's got to come up someday, doesn't it? And when it does, we'll be rich.
Rich? What do we want to be rich for? We just want to save enough to put in our bank.
Yeah, sure. Lousy nickels and pennies to put in the bank so we can buy a house when we're 80.
That's not true. You know it isn't. We had lots of money in the bank before.
Before what? Well, go ahead, say it. Before I robbed the bank to gamble, that's what you were going to say, right?
No, Joe.
Before Joe robbed the bank, before Joe swiped the money.
I'm not blaming you.
You just think I robbed your lousy bank, that's all?
No, I don't.
All right, I did. I robbed the lousy little broken-down teapot. I swiped the money and I left it empty. Lousy little teapot with a lousy little broken handle. It's all empty. Look at it. All empty, and I don't care. You hear me, Jeannie? I don't care. I don't care a hoot about your lousy little teapot. Oh, Jeannie. For the love of heaven, help. Every week when I get my check, I say, this time I'll bring it home to Jeannie. This time I'll give it all to Jeannie. And that guy comes along with his lottery, and I can't stop.
What are we going to do, honey?
I don't know.
Oh, Joe, I wish they were all dead.
So do I.
You, Keeler McCartney, feel a slow burning anger that starts deep in your guts and rips its way up to the lump in your throat. You're suddenly ashamed because you can still hear yourself saying carelessly,
The lottery? What harm can it do?
and now you know.
Can't anybody do anything to stop it, Mr. McCartney?
I don't know. I sure don't know what one guy with a typewriter can do against thousands of guys with lottery sheets and Tommy guns, but... Well, I'm going to try.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story.
This is Cy Harris, returning you to your narrator and the big story of Keeler McCartney as he lived it and wrote it.
You, Keeler McCartney, are mad. Hot and mad. Hot because the late summer Georgia sun has made a furnace of Atlanta's streets. Mad because a lottery called the Bug is wrecking the lives of Atlanta's people. The Bug. You've written stories about it, and you know it's an ugly, crawling thing that takes the dimes and the dollars of Atlanta's poor. So, you take your temper and your thirst into a bar where you know the workers for the Bug congregate. You walk out of the burning sun into the dimness and the coolness, and you say,
One beer.
And then you wait. You wait while the eyes along the bar study you, and the eyes from the table study you. You wait, and you drink your beer, and you feel the eyes upon you. And then...
Hi.
Hello.
Hot enough for you?
You bet.
You're new. I ain't seen you before.
I'm new.
None of the boys, they ain't seen you before.
Well, I'm new.
Writer?
Mm-hmm.
Work for Claude?
Uh-huh.
South Side?
That's right.
Claude don't operate on the South Side.
He does now.
What do you mean?
He started this morning.
You mean he's gonna muscle in on Daniels?
Figure it out yourself.
Well, that's good news. Glad to hear it. They call me Tiny. Have a beer?
Sure. I'm Red.
Pleased to meet you, Red. 2 beers, Freddie. Reason I cased you first off, we gotta be careful.
Sure.
The newspapers are getting after us.
Sure.
This guy McCartney on the Constitution. There is one prize louse.
Sure.
Yeah. He's gonna wake up some morning and find himself dead.
Have another beer, Tiny?
Sure, pal, sure.
How'd you make out this week?
Collected $2,784. You know something, pal. People are awful suckers.
Congratulations, Mac. Those stories of yours on the Bug are beginning to pay off. The cops picked up 3 lottery bosses again yesterday.
They're only the little guys, Pete. We have to get the big ones. The biggest one.
Well, go to it.
Sure. Trouble is, I don't know who he is.
Look, pal, suppose I do get picked up. What of it? This lawyer the boss hired can get a charge buried for years. Great guy, the boss.
I never met him.
Great guy.
Never comes around here, does he?
The boss? In a crumb joint like this? Don't be funny. Dan Hurlbut is a gentleman. The word is to take it slow, pal.
What's up?
Well, this lousy reporter, this McCartney on the Constitution, he's found out Dan Hurlbut's the boss. Dan says we got... Watch it, pal.
What?
A cop just come into the bar heading this way.
Hey, Mac! Mac! Listen, I just happened to catch sight of you through the window. Break for me. Look, drop off this accident report for me at the station, will you, Mac? Got to hurry. Wife's birthday, you know how it is. And I'm late, too. Thanks a lot, Mac.
Mac. Now, ain't that a coincidence? This Keeler McCartney over at the Constitution. I hear they call him Mac, too.
That's it. He knows. They all know. A sudden, ugly silence falls over the bar, and all those eyes turn toward you again. All those ugly, pig-like eyes. You stand up. You put a hand into your hip pocket. Your back towards the door. Slowly, slowly, keeping a steady watch on Tiny and his pals. And then you push open the bar door, and you're outside in the street, and you start to run. You take your hand out of your hip pocket because you didn't have a gun anyway. You just run.
Just how much do you think this McCartney person knows about us, Tiny?
Well, you know how it is, Mr. Hurlbut. Some of the boys ain't careful like me. Some of the boys get a little liquored up and they talk too much.
In other words, Tiny, it might be advisable to liquidate this reporter?
Like you say, Mr. Hurlbut, liquidate.
If we could figure out some way to entice him to the Yellow House. Do you think we could entice McCartney to the Yellow House, Tiny?
Sure, I'll have Blanche call him with a phony story. Just tell me when you want him, Mr. Hurlbut. Just tell me when. Hello, Samson.
Leave me alone, will you, Tiny?
How much you want to place on the bug tonight, Joe?
Cut it out, Tiny. Please cut it out. I'm taking my check home tonight. You hear me?
Sure. But how about that little house you and the wife was planning?
I thought you guys were going to be stopped. That guy on the paper, that Keeler McCartney. He'll get you guys, the whole bunch of you.
I'll tell you a secret, Joe. McCartney's through. The boys at the Yellow House are going to take care of him. Now, what'd you say, $15, Joe?
All right. $15 on number 419, and I hope I never see you again as long as I live.
Joe Sampson, $15 on number 419.
You sure everything is all right, Tiny?
Sure, I'm sure, Mr. Hurlbut. Blanche telephoned McCartney, told him there was some kind of a story here. Hey.
What is it?
Just turn in the corner there. That's McCartney.
Wait until he turns into the walk. You don't want to miss.
Miss? When I get through unloading this rod, that reporter's going to look like a Swiss cheese.
I sincerely hope so. Now, wait, Tiny. Wait until he turns into the walk. Just another few steps, Tiny. Just a couple more steps now.
Mr. McCartney!
Gene, what are you doing here?
I just called your office and they told me where you were going. And Joe just told me what the writer said to him.
What writer?
The one called Tiny.
Tiny?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He said, the boys in the Yellow House will take care of you.
In the Yellow House?
Yeah, do you know what he meant?
The Yellow House? Nope, rings no bells.
Oh.
Well, thanks anyway, Gene. I'll go in here now and cover this story. And maybe I'll check on the Yellow House business later.
All right. Oh, but take care of yourself.
Don't worry, I'll be... Gene.
Yeah?
Do you see the number on this house right here?
Says, 224 on the stoop.
I just got an anonymous phone call to cover a story at number 224.
But what's that got...
You see what I mean? Number 224 is a Yellow House.
Oh, can you tie that? He beat it.
Well, Tiny, that's the second time you've failed me.
Me, Mr. Hurlbut?
You, Tiny. I found out it was you who talked too much and started all this difficulty. And now you've bungled an opportunity to rectify your mistake. Tiny, much as I regret the necessity, you are through.
You, Keeler McCartney, know who's behind this plot to erase you? Dan Hurlbut. And you know that he'll get you, too. Unless you get him first. But how? That's the question. How?
How can you pin a guy down if nobody will squeal on him, Pete?
What's with this Dan Hurlbut character? He made a solid gold?
Just about. He treats his writers well, gives them big percentages of their take, protects them when they get in trouble. Uh-oh, more trouble.
If it's another anonymous tip, hang up, Mac. It's too hot to go to a funeral.
McCartney speaking.
This the McCartney that's been writing them stories on the lottery?
Yeah, who's this?
Nobody. Look, I used to be in the lottery business myself, see?
What business you in now?
Giving tips to reporters.
No, thanks.
You'll want to hear this, McCartney. A guy by the name of Dan Hurlbut has 70 cases of whiskey stored in a garage over on Melrose Avenue, see? And he ain't got no permit for 'em, see?
Yeah, I see.
Guys with no permits for storing whiskey can get arrested. Suppose you take it from there, Mac.
Hey, wait a minute. Now I get your voice. Tiny. Hello. Hello, Tiny. Hello, Nope. Hung up.
Another tip?
From Tiny, the writer I got mixed up with. Just recognized the voice. He must have had a falling out with Hurlbut. He just squealed on him.
Something hot?
Hurlburt's got 70 cases of whiskey in a garage on Melrose. To coin a phrase, is that hot enough for you?
It's hot enough for anyone, including the police. Dan Hurlbut is arrested for storing whiskey without a permit. Then the police begin their relentless questioning and finally secure the 3-page confession which wipes up what's left of the lottery racket in Atlanta. And then one afternoon, you take a stroll out to see your old friends, the Sampsons.
Hi, Jeannie. Still at the Weeding?
Yeah, place is a mess. Want some buttermilk?
I could be persuaded. Joe home?
Oh, not yet. He stopped by to get his paycheck. I bought a new teapot today.
Well, here's its chief depositor now. Hi, Joe.
Hi, Mac. Good to see you. Hello, baby. How about a kiss, huh?
Give it to me.
What?
For $3 for the bank.
You settle for 2?
Joe Sampson, you...
Now, take it easy, honey. I saw these flowers downtown, and I thought they'd, well, kind of brighten up the place while those ones you planted take their own sweet time blooming.
Oh, Joe, you big lug.
And then, well, I had to stop and get Mac here a couple of cigars to say thanks. Didn't I?
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Keeler McCartney of the Atlanta Constitution with the final outcome of tonight's big story. Now we read you that telegram from Keeler McCartney of the Atlanta Constitution.
Previously unable to get any evidence against lottery boss in tonight's big story, arresting him on a liquor charge was the only way to legally hold him. Once in custody, he was persuaded to confess that he employed 1,200 people in Atlanta's $7 million lottery ring. A 15-count indictment was secured against him, and he was sentenced to 6 years on the chain gang at Tatnall State Prison in Reidsville.
Ladies and gentlemen, that phone bell means adventure. Hello? Hello. The young man answering the phone is Archie Goodwin. And the mountain of a man engaged in deep thought in the oversized armchair is Nero Wolfe.
What was that? Somebody's going to be murdered who has no manners? Well, what do you want Nero Wolfe to do? Teach him manners? Oh. Hold on. Mr. Wolfe.
Yes, Archie?
We've got a prospective client. In case someone she knows gets murdered, she'd like you to do something about it.
Very well. However, advise her.
Yes?
Not to get murdered herself. I never take a corpse for a client.
Greatest detective in the world.
Yes, Archie is so right. He is the greatest detective in the world, and the fattest, and the least energetic. He's Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout, and brought to you over this NBC network in a new series of adventures by Mr. Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight, it's the case of the Impolite corpse. It began on a certain night at 8:40 when Walter Channing, an advertising executive, was dictating in his office to his charming secretary, Brenda Barkley.
Brenda, take a memo.
Yes, Mr. Channing.
This is to be mimeographed and sent to the entire staff.
The entire staff, yes, sir.
Notice, effective at once, 1 hour lunch periods will be strictly enforced. Employees will post time of departure and time of return. Yes, what is it?
Mr. Channing.
Bennett, I'm busy.
But I've got to see you, Mr. Channing. About this afternoon.
This afternoon was unfortunate, Bennett, but it happened.
I lost my temper. I'm sorry.
So am I.
Mr. Channing, I've been with the firm 14 years, and because a man blows up once in 14 years...
Mr. Channing's office.
Oh, you've got to reconsider. That's all, Mr. Channing.
I never reconsider, Bennett.
It's your wife.
But, Mr. Channing...
That will be all, Bennett.
It won't be all. You can't wipe out 14 years of a man's life. Even you can't do that, Channing.
It's Mrs. Channing on the phone.
Oh. Hello? You're where? That's in this building. Since when has Dr. Ellis kept evening office hours? I told you there's nothing wrong with you. No, I can't. I don't know when I'll be through. And I don't want you hanging around up here. Well, take a cab or walk. I don't care what you do. What? I can't understand you. What? Goodbye, Doris. Where was I?
Walter.
Yes?
You are going to reconsider about Tom Bennett, aren't you?
Bennett was insolent this afternoon. I won't tolerate insolence. Yes?
Shine, Mr. Channing?
Shine? No. What's he doing down here this time of night?
Half the staff's working overtime. Kelly's an enterprising shoeshine boy. Might have missed someone on his rounds this afternoon. Walter, about Tom Bennett.
Forget Bennett.
Look, you upset the inkwell. Oh.
Quick, blot the stuff.
Yes, of course. Did any spill on you?
Spot of my trouser cuff. Lucky it didn't get on the carpet.
Walter, about Tom Bennett.
I told you to forget Bennett.
All right, Walter, all right.
Oh, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you'd be better off to use him as a model.
A model?
If he knows he's not wanted around here, he'll have the self-respect to get out.
Meaning?
Well, you've known for a long time you're not wanted. And you're still here.
How you'd like to fire me.
Denying that would be silly.
I've been with this firm 15 years in January. Employees get a bonus of stock shares after 15 years' service. That's what I'm waiting for, and you know it.
Suppose we get back to that memorandum.
You'd like to get me out before I collect those shares, wouldn't you?
I said let's get on with the memo.
You'd be petty enough to do it, too, if you knew how.
There may be a way.
There isn't, and you know it. I'm too careful. You can't fire me without cause, and I've given you no cause, Walter. Nothing you can possibly dictate one of your vicious little memorandums about.
Don't try my patience too far, Brenda.
Walter, what? This can't be us talking like this, you and me hating each other.
I find it remarkable there ever was anything between us except hate.
Walter.
I mean it. Look at you. You were flashy when I met you. You're getting flashier. That means cheaper, Brenda.
Stop it.
Too much lipstick? Too much rouge? Hair too bright? Dress too tight? You're trying too hard, Brenda. You're labeling yourself like a sound wagon.
I wonder what it is that stops me from killing you.
Cowardice, of course. Now, when you've stopped sniveling, we'll get on with a memorandum. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Notice. In the interest of economy and efficiency, junior executives will confer in the conference room, not in private offices. Mid-afternoon coffee and personal phone calls and daily shoe shines will be eliminated.
Your name is Barkley, Brenda Barkley. Very well, Miss Barkley. What can I do for you?
Mr. Wolfe, I don't know how to begin.
Well, maybe I can make this easier all around by briefing Mr. Wolfe on the Walter Channing case. Hey, that's funny.
What?
Violet eyes. I always thought they were something the poets made up.
Archie.
Huh? Oh, the Channing case, yes.
One moment. Miss Barkley, look this way, please. To me, an eye is functional object found in mammals, birds, fish, potatoes, and horticulture. Thank you. Go on, Archie.
Walter Channing was the boy wonder of advertising. At 33, executive vice president of Winslow, Hart, and Straightmeyer. Just 24 hours ago, they found him at his desk, shot through the heart.
They? Who is they?
A night porter and a shoe shine boy, is that right?
Yes.
He'd been dead about an hour. The bullet went through Channing, his desk chair, and lodged in the windowsill behind him. Police thought at first it was suicide.
The gun?
38, found it on the floor 10 feet away. No fingerprints, anyhow, no clear ones.
Seldom are on a gun butt. You say suicide was suspected. Why? The gun was 10 feet from the body.
It was the smudges.
Smudges?
Powder burns. According to the papers, he was sitting at his desk. There were no signs of a struggle. The gun was held against his chest and fired.
But it wasn't suicide, Mr. Wolfe. Walter Channing would never have killed himself.
The police have already decided that, finally, according to the evening papers.
And I presume you, Miss Barkley, are the suspect.
No, not yet.
But you expect to be. That's why you came to me.
When the police talked to her,
Her?
Doris, his wife. I've been Walter Channing's secretary for 8 years. At one time, we thought we were in love.
Mrs. Channing was aware of this?
Yes. Oh, it was a long time ago. It was over. It was finished a long time ago, but she never believed that. Neither did Alan.
Alan who?
Alan Mielik, head of the media department at the agency. We were going to be married when Walter and I... Well,
Decided you were in love. Miss Barkley, who finally decided you were not? You or Mr. Channing?
He did.
I see. Mr. Mielik believes you did not share this change of heart.
Yes. Oh, he's such a fool.
I dare say you fear Mrs. Channing or Mr. Mielik or both will reveal the ill-fated romance.
You know what the papers will make of it, what the police will try to make of it.
Miss Barkley, did you kill Channing?
No. Oh, no, I swear I didn't. Oh, Mr. Wolfe, I didn't.
Please, for heaven's sake, no tears. Archie, put her in a cab.
Yes, sir.
Then come up to the plant room. There are some things I'll want you to execute for me.
Yes, sir.
Women. Bah!
Yes, Mr. Goodwin, I'm Abe Jackson, the night porter. I was working late that night. Mr. Channing, his secretary, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Mielik, and his secretary. About 10:30, I met the shoe shine, Kelly, on Mr. Channing's floor. There was a light burning in Channing's plate. We went in to turn it off, Kelly and me, and there he was, sitting at his desk, a hole this big in his chest.
Tell me, Mr. Bennett, did Channing have any enemies in the agency?
Channing was a slave driver, Mr. Goodwin. The girls hated him and men were afraid of him. He'd send out memos like this one around. Here, take a look at it. It's typical. No coffee, no shoe shines, no office conferences. If you want my opinion as one employee out of 150, whoever killed Walter Channing did the rest of us a favor.
You're Amy Long, secretary to Alan Mielik. Now, what can you
I
tell...
can tell you plenty. How she jilted Mr. Mielik, took up with Mr. Channing, got thrown over by him. I wouldn't go so far as to say Brenda Barkley would murder anyone. But if she did, Walter Channing would be 1A.
Channing get his shoes shined by you?
I called the agency man, sir. You know, it was Jackson and me found him. Everyone else had gone and left himself, poor soul, sitting at his desk, dead.
This specimen, the monogamous train orchid. Beautiful, isn't it, Mrs. Channing? Mr. Mielik?
I could never quite like orchids. They have no smell, you know.
It's pretty all right, but tulips are more in my line, Mr. Wolfe.
Tulips, Mr. Mielik?
I had a stand of emperors this spring.
Emperors, come in, Archie. Emperors, Mr. Mielik?
That's the name of a tulip, Mr. Wolfe.
A peasant flower. I've heard of it, of course. Archie, Mrs. Channing, Mr. Mielik, my assistant, Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Goodwin?
I didn't know you had company.
Mr. Wolfe asked us here to explain why Brenda Barkley is worried.
And you have both agreed to respect her position.
Brenda ought to know I'd never tell the police anything to get her into trouble.
Phooey.
Sir? He said phooey, Mr. Mielik, meaning he doubts what you say and does not admit your right to say it.
Archie, Mr. Mielik, you say you would never intentionally inform on Miss Barkley.
Certainly not.
The tongue slips, sir. We would expect you to guard yours.
What? Do you think
what
that...
I started to say. You asked us here because Brenda Barkley is your client. I despise Miss Barkley. Everyone knows that and why. But I wouldn't stoop to implicating her in murder.
You believe her innocent, then, Mrs. Channing?
I believe she lacks the gumption to pull a trigger. Poison, I wouldn't put past her at all. Mr. Mealy, would you be kind enough to see me home?
Of course, Mrs. Channing. Good day, Mr. Wolfe.
Good day.
And Mr. Goodwin.
You have, I suppose, an exhaustive report from me, Archie?
7 pages of notes.
Save them and get me a bottle of beer.
You're in a rosy mood. What happened?
I said I would like a bottle of beer.
No, you wouldn't.
Archie, you better...
Don't puff up about it. Those vest buttons won't stand the strain. I can't get you a bottle of beer.
Why not?
You ordered me to hold you to 4 a day.
I rescind the order.
You also ordered me not to let you rescind the order. What's the matter with you, anyhow?
I have had to entertain 2 very dull people too long.
Both those dull people are prime suspects. Mrs. Channing is a woman scorned. Mealy lost his girl to the guy who was killed.
I can't blame her for throwing him over. Archie, the man grows tulips.
What?
Tulips. Well, give me a report.
I checked the agency, everybody who was working down there the night of the murder. Also, I dropped in on Inspector Kramer at Homicide. Also, I visited the morgue.
Why the morgue?
Because if I hadn't, you'd have said, why not the morgue?
Go on.
I drew a blank there. Kramer let me look at the clothes Channing was wearing. There was an ink stain on the left trouser cuff.
An ink stain?
And a hole through his shirt front with plenty of powder smudge like the paper said. He was shot with a .38 at point-blank range, sitting down.
An impolite corpse.
What?
Discourteous. He didn't rise to meet his murderer. That is most significant, Archie.
I know. I've got a theory about this case.
No theories, facts, if you please.
But look, Channing owned a .38. That's a fact. It's disappeared. That's another fact. The murder gun was a .38 with the numbers filed off, and it could be Channing's own gun.
Thereby proving what, Archie?
That his wife had access to it.
Your theory involves Mrs. Channing, then?
And Mealy. She decides her husband is less trouble to her, dead than alive.
A regrettable tendency of wives. Have you noticed?
And she sells Mealy on the idea. Now, that wouldn't be hard. They figure to make it look like suicide, but Mealy loses his head and runs, drops the gun on his way out, and... Oh, you don't buy it.
Enough of theories. The facts, Archie. Out of your notebook.
1. 9 people were on the scene that night, working late for one reason or another.
Mrs. Channing tells me she was visiting a doctor's office in the same building, by the way.
2. Every one of those people hated Channing. 3. Here's a sample of why he wasn't popular.
Memorandum, huh?
Dictated the night he was killed. The staff got it the next morning.
A whip cracker, Mr. Channing.
Fact 4. The ink stain on his trouser cuff was partly rubbed out.
With what?
Cleaner of some kind. I didn't get the brand. Fact 5. There's a spot on the carpet near Channing's chair.
Spot of what? Ink? Blood?
Looks like ink.
It looks like ink.
Well, I didn't analyze it on the spur of the moment. My chemical set isn't working so good, boss.
Phooey. Archie, I want 2 things.
Yes, sir?
Get over to headquarters. The police have Channing's trousers. Suggest to Inspector Kramer that he have the stain analyzed. Suggest also that the spot on the carpet be analyzed at the same time. Be around him when the information arrives.
This is Be Kind to the Police Week?
Phooey. I never have sought to beat the police on matters of fact, only on interpretation, deduction. Get going. Oh, and Archie.
Yes?
When you return, I should discourse upon the sanctity of deskhood.
The sanctity of what hood?
Deskhood. Now be off with you, and please remember you're tracking a murderer. Don't stub your toe.
Good one. The thing on the carpet was a dye of some kind.
Dye, huh?
Mm-hmm.
How long will it take the lab to give you the analysis on it, Inspector?
Oh, not very long. I've got the report on what was used on the trouser cuff right now, though.
And?
They found traces of carbon tetrachloride.
Wait a minute. This goes in the notebook. Okay, carbon tetrachloride.
And something else. Goodwin, what's Wolfe after?
Interpretations was what he said, Inspector. You object?
No. Maybe I'll get an interpretation, too. The something else was perchlorethylene.
Perchloreth... Why, Inspector, such language.
Archie. The phone. Oh, not back yet. Hello.
Mr. Wolfe,
Yes?
this is Brenda Barkley. Oh, Mr. Wolfe.
What is it, Miss Barkley?
You've got to come to Mr. Channing's office right away, Mr. Wolfe.
Mr. Goodwin has been to your office. Everything I need to know.
You've got to come, Mr. Wolfe.
Nonsense. I don't go out. My digestion disapproves of it. I disapprove of it.
But Mr. Goodwin, he's in danger.
What's that?
Terrible danger. He needs you here at once.
Archie, in danger? Let me talk to him.
Please come. Hurry.
What's happened? Hello. Sparkley. Fritz, get out of the car. Bring me my wool muffler and worsted vest. See if you can find my galoshes. Confound it, I've got to go out.
Going up. Step to the rear of the car, please. Mister, will you please step back?
I'm back as far as I can go.
You are?
Elevators, contraptions for little men. Come, take me up, young man.
Hold it. Hold that car. I'm late for a date with a blonde. 16th floor, buddy.
Evening, Mr. Goodwin.
Good evening.
I was told you were in danger.
Danger? Mr. Wolfe, what are you doing out down here?
Sparkley's idea.
About me being in danger?
Obviously, she was lying. I suspected at the time. But I fell in with her suggestion. I'm anxious to end the case. My presence here is needed.
Don't understand why she'd do such a thing, and why is your presence needed?
16th floor.
It's a matter of, perspective.
Brenda's got a very nice perspective. She'll be around here someplace. The agency's got this whole floor.
Her office?
Down this corridor, next to Channing's. Well, Kramer came through on those reports from the lab. That smudge on the carpet wasn't ink. It was a dye. Powdered aniline. Brenda.
Oh, Mr. Wolfe, thank heavens you're here.
Hey, I'm here, too.
The police, they questioned me again this afternoon. I'm so frightened, Mr. Wolfe. You've got to find the murderer before they...
Baby, take it easy.
Well, hello, Archie.
Hello. What's the idea of trying to pull a fast one on Mr. Wolfe?
Well, I just had to see him. Please understand.
Is this Channing's office?
Yes.
You told him I was in danger.
At last, the place to sit down.
I had to tell him something to get him down here.
He's not happy. You comfortable there, sir?
Miss Barkley, come here.
Mr. Wolfe, I can explain. I thought if you were here, where it happened, if you could see for yourself, then you'd
Young woman, there are many things I'd like to say to you.
Oh, now, wait a minute. She was scared, boss.
However, I'm too short of breath to do them justice. Archie.
Yes?
Round up everyone concerned with this case.
Right now?
Including Mrs. Channing. Get them in here.
Yes, sir.
You help him, Miss Barkley, and close that window.
Yes, Mr. Wolfe.
Fresh air. I've had enough today, thanks to you, to last me a lifetime. If after all that exposure, I live a lifetime.
What's going on here, anyhow?
A tea party. Find yourself seats. Keep your knees steady. All right, Mr. Wolfe, everybody's here.
Mr. Shoeshine Kelly?
Here, sir, here.
It was you who found the body.
Him and me, Mr. Wolfe. I'm Abe Jackson, the night man.
You gentlemen can help us if you will.
Oh, to be sure, Mr. Wolfe.
I'd like to know the exact position of the body when you found it.
Well, he was sitting up.
That's it, sir. Sitting up straight as you please.
You'll oblige me if you'll demonstrate. Sit in the chair, please.
His chair, sir?
If you please.
Abe, you.
Yeah. Oh, no, not me. Not on your life.
There's no easy thing you ask, Mr. Wolfe. I'll oblige you. It was like this, I'd say.
You agree, Mr. Jackson?
A little more to the right, maybe. Yeah, that's the way it was.
Archie.
Yes, sir?
Help me with a brief recapitulation.
Well, so far as we know, Channing made no outcry.
Therefore, he could not have been startled by the appearance of the killer.
There were powder burns on the body.
Therefore, the gun was against Channing when it was fired. His own hand couldn't have held it closer.
Nobody heard the shot, probably because this office is soundproofed. The gun that killed him was lying on the floor 10 feet from the desk.
In the direction of flight through that door. Go on, Archie.
The killer was almost certainly well known to Channing, or Channing wouldn't have let him come that close without a struggle or an alarm. Also, the killer had access to this office. Another proof that he's not a stranger.
One more point, if I may, Archie. The killer, he or she, is present here now.
Here in the room. Quiet, everyone.
We come now to the point I mentioned to you last night, Archie. The point I call the sanctity of deskhood.
Sanctity of what?
Deskhood, Mrs. Channing. Explain, Archie.
Still figure it's so important?
Absolutely essential.
Well, I wrote it here somewhere. Oh. Deskhood refers to that area behind a desk where a man earns his livelihood, makes his career, builds his reputation.
You mean here? Where I'm sitting?
So long as a man sits at his desk, he enjoys a curious area of privacy. He is remarkably safe from intrusion. That's it, Mr. Wolfe.
The sanctity of deskhood. Think about it a moment. You'll see what I mean.
Nonsense. I've gone around that desk hundreds of times. I'm sure she has. Many more hundreds.
If you mean what I think you mean, Mrs. Channing, you...
Please, ladies. Mrs. Channing, when you approached your husband at his desk, what did he do?
What did he... Why, he stood up and...
He stood up. Sparkley, you agree?
Well, yes, he'd have to stand up. At least he always did.
But for his murderer, he did not. Archie, resume from your notes, please.
Well, whoever killed Walter Channing went around the desk without Channing rising, held a gun to his chest, and pulled the trigger.
Excuse me. If you will go behind the desk and stand facing Mr. Kelly, Archie.
Here. This the way you mean?
You know the angle of the body wound to the hole in the chair?
There wasn't any angle. One was in a straight line with the other.
From where you stand now in front of Mr. Kelly, if you wish to inflict an identical wound upon him, could you do it?
Not from where I stand. I'd have to kneel.
You'd have to kneel. Do so. Note, please, the murder tableau.
You mean that's what we...
Question now, who could kneel before Channing, get close enough to kill him from that position without alarming him in the least?
Kelly.
The shoeshine man.
Hey, wait a minute now.
Shut up, you, and sit there.
His motive is crystal clear.
The memorandum.
Memorandum. You have a copy, Archie?
In my notebook.
Ah, yes. Miss Barclay, read the part which could explain Mr. Kelly's action.
No,
Why, the memo was all over the office. Kelly must have seen it.
Oh, wait a minute now. Notice effective at once. Yes, here it is. In the interest of economy, daily shoe shines will be eliminated.
That'd cut off Kelly's bread and butter.
Kelly, I can't believe it.
Nor can I.
What?
It's obvious Kelly murdered Walter Channing.
Mr. Wolfe, now listen, I did nothing of the
But
kind.
the obvious can be too obvious.
Meaning what exactly?
Archie?
Yes, sir?
Brief these people on the ink-stained trousers.
Channing spilled ink on his trouser cuff the night he was murdered. Somebody tried to clean the spot off.
With what?
According to the police analysis, carbon tetrachloride and perchloroethylene showed up.
Both non-inflammable ingredients used in many commercial cleaners.
Exactly what are you getting at, Mr. Wolfe?
One moment, Mrs. Channing. Mr. Goodwin also has an analysis of the spot on the carpet behind the desk. Archie?
A powder form of dye, aniline dye.
Used in what, perhaps?
Well, the lab suggested a shoe dressing.
I got no powder dye. I swear I ain't, Mr. Wolfe.
I'm sure you haven't, Mr. Kelly. You'll find this particular type of dressing is used on women's shoes, suede shoes, usually.
I don't understand.
Wait a minute.
Yes, Archie?
If a woman... Now, suppose a woman knelt in front of Channing to clean that ink spot off his trouser cuff. That smudge could have rubbed off the tip of her shoe onto the carpet.
Exactly. I believe you'll find a typewriter cleaner contains tetrachloride and perchloroethylene.
Something else just occurred to me. That memo was sent around the morning after Channing was killed.
I never thought of that.
True, Archie. And for only one purpose, to point suspicion at Kelly.
But when the police didn't take the hint...
Go on, Archie. What then?
Somebody else was brought down here who would. Comes around to 3 questions, doesn't it? Who knew about the memo? Who had access to Channing's file where he kept his gun? And who made sure Nero Wolfe would see the evidence against Kelly?
3 questions, Archie, with one answer that spells the name of the murderess. Our own client, Brenda Barkley. Steak, Archie, marinated. You like it?
I'm not hungry.
Indeed, I suggest a tonic.
That reminds me. I had a call.
You had?
Doris Channing. She had some idea about my explaining things to her.
She found my explanation insufficient?
No, but she felt it lacked the personal touch.
Phooey. Hand me a can of beer. However, you do have the evening off.
Yes, sir.
Keep out of trouble. Doris Channing is a blonde. Let us try to keep out of trouble.
In the company of a blonde who wants to. Good night, sir.
Good night, Archie. Good night.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet.
Police headquarters. Just a minute, I'll connect you to the Detective Bureau.
Detective Bureau, Captain Clark.
This is Stephen F. Day, 127 Palm Avenue. I want someone out here right away.
127 Palm Avenue. What's wrong, Mr. Day?
Plenty. My son Stephen has just been kidnapped.
Kidnapped? How long ago?
I don't know. We just discovered it. Oh, don't stand there talking. Get out and do something.
Radio patrol will be there in 2 minutes. Have them search the grounds and I'll be right out.
Radio.
Get a couple of cars to 127 Palm Avenue on a kidnapping.
Right. Yes, sir.
Now get Captain DeWitt from identification. Tell him to meet me out in front on a short call car.
Right.
It's a good thing you got here, Captain. Your men have been trampling all over the yard and hedges, but they haven't found anything.
All right. Keep your shirt on. This is Captain DeWitt of the Identification Bureau.
How do you know?
Who discovered that your son was missing?
I did.
How long ago?
About 5 minutes before I called you.
That was 15 minutes ago, about 2:30 this morning, right?
Oh, I suppose so. I was asleep at the time.
What woke you up?
The telephone. It kept ringing and ringing until I had to get up and answer it.
Don't you keep a butler?
Yes, but this was Jarvis's night off.
Okay. Who was on the phone?
Some man. He said he wanted to speak to Steve.
Your son?
Yes. I told him to call back in the morning, but he was insistent. I went up to Steve's room, but he wasn't in. I noticed that the bed had been slept in, but I was too sleepy to look around. I went to the extension in the hall and told the man that Steve wasn't in.
What did he say?
He said he knew darn well that Steve wasn't in because he'd just been kidnapped. He said for me to sit tight and not say anything and wait for a phone call. And then he hung up.
Well, can I see the room?
Surely. Right this way. Oh, don't make too much noise, please. Steve's mother is asleep, and I don't want to frighten her.
That's all right, Mr. Day. We won't make any more noise than we have to.
Yes, thank you. Right up these stairs, Captain.
By the way, did you recognize the voice on the other end of the wire?
No, but come to think of it, it did sound a bit familiar. Oh, but then I can't be sure. Here, this is the room.
Where's the light switch?
Right here.
That's better. Look at the window, Frenchie.
Right.
Well, he slept in his bed, all right. Wasn't much of a struggle. Must have been 2 of them. No violence. There's no blood. Oh. What's this? Chloroform. Probably held him in bed till it got him down.
Do you think you'll find him, Captain? I'll pay anything to get him back. His mother, she's not well. This shock is liable.
Yeah, well, we'll do all we can. The thing for you to do is to play ball with us instead of the kidnappers. Stall them along and make them think you've got to have time to get the ransom dough. Oh, by the way, how much did they want?
Well, they didn't say. The man who called up said to wait for a phone call.
Oh, that's good. They'll probably call back. DeWitt, find any prints?
Yeah, not many. They jimmied this window and took the boy down this trellis.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Day, how old was your son?
He was 20.
All right, let's work fast now. I want some pictures of him. Recent ones, good ones that look like him.
Yes, all
I want
right.
a list of his friends, a list of your friends, and a list of your servants.
I'll get them right away.
Oh, by the way,
What's the name of your butler? How long have you had him?
He's been with us about 2 months. His name is Jarvis.
This his regular day off?
Yes, he usually visits his sister. She lives somewhere down on East 4th, I believe.
All right, get me those pictures. This phone okay?
Yes, it's the extension from the one downstairs.
Okay. Give me the test board. Hello, this is Captain Clark, Police Department. Yeah. I want a phantom circuit set up on this number and run into headquarters right away. Speed's important. It's a kidnapping.
Well, here are a couple of pictures, and here's a list of friends whom Steve invited to a party last month.
Good. When will this butler of yours be back?
Tomorrow morning. Or rather, this morning.
Well, I want to talk to him when he comes in. Where did he work before he started working for you?
Well, he'd been out of work for several months. He was driving for a laundry company.
So you gave him a job as a butler, huh? Well, maybe someday you guys will learn to look into a man's past before you take him on. All finished, Frenchie?
Yeah. You don't think that the
It
job
doesn't pay to think in my business. When I don't know, I find out. Come on, Frenchie, that's all we can do. Let's go downstairs.
But Captain, is that all you're going to do?
That's all right now. I've ordered your phone tapped. Whenever it rings, the drop will fall in headquarters, and we'll listen in. You stay by the phone and stall the guy. Tell him you want assurance that they've got the boy or something. That'll give us time to trace the call and get a radio car down on him.
Yes, all right.
And remember, you're going to play ball with us. If you get a note or a telegram, notify me right away.
Oh, of course, by all means.
That's all. Just take it easy and don't worry. We'll keep in touch with you. So long. Find anything, Frenchie?
Oh, a couple of prints and a couple of buttons. Buttons look like they'd been torn off in a struggle.
Good. Anything else?
Well, I'll send a couple of boys out in the morning for footprints. They should find some dandies at the foot of that trellis. Want me to drive?
Yeah. Radio on?
Yeah.
We better keep this thing under cover for a few hours. I think we can work better if the snatchers don't get all excited.
Yeah.
Calling car 136, 136. Go to 327 Fremont for disturbance. Calling 55, 55. On the vacant lot at Martin Turner Streets. A drunk.
Got the boys pretty busy tonight.
Yeah.
Attention all cars. Broadcast number 21 regarding a stolen car. This is a hot one, boys. 2 Yanks stole a laundry truck about 10:30 tonight. License 239176.
A laundry truck. Well, that's a good one. Yeah, that boy won't get far.
Hey, DeWitt, turn in here.
What for?
This all-night filling station is just a block from the day residence. Travel isn't very heavy tonight, especially about this hour. We'll see if the attendant saw any cars coming down this way from the day house.
Yes, sir. Fill it up?
No. How long have you been on duty, buddy?
Since 11.
Many cars come past here after 2, say between 2 and 3?
Only 3.
That's service for you. What they look like?
2 small sedans and a laundry truck.
A laundry truck, huh? Notice what company?
No, sir, but I thought it was kind of funny for a laundry truck to be running around at 2:30 in the morning.
You're right, buddy. It is funny.
Calling Captain Clark in 43.
Uh-oh, there you are, Clark.
Captain Clark. Just had a call to the day house. Came from a pay station at 430 Williams. 430 Williams. It's a drugstore. Pick it up 91 and 92. Kidnapping suspect.
There you are. Our friends have called, and 430 Williams is near 4th Street, and Day's butler has a sister who lives on 4th. And Day's butler used to drive a truck for a laundry, and a laundry truck is stolen, and one was seen... Come on, let's get going. Come on, there's the drugstore.
The radio boys are over on the curb. I'll talk to them.
Good, I'll see the druggist.
Well, what's going on around here, Captain?
After a kidnapping suspect. Did you see the guy who used the phone a little while ago?
Yeah.
What did he look like?
Oh, he was about medium build, dark complected, rather swarthy. Had a mustache, I believe.
Good. Maybe I'll bring him in and let you identify him. Frenchie?
Yeah, coming right in.
What did the boys have to say?
Both cars came down on this place from different directions, but they didn't see anyone.
How long were they making the call?
1 minute flat.
And the guy couldn't have gotten far away. Maybe he lives around here close. Hey, Doc, did you ever see this fellow before?
Oh, he was in about 2:35 and used the phone. Why?
So he used it twice, huh? That proves he does live around here somewhere. Outside, Frenchie. Give the 2 patrol cars position at each end of the street. We'll park our car on the 4th Street side and wait for something to happen. Have I been asleep long?
Oh, a couple hours. I'll let you sleep. You needed it.
What time is it?
About noon.
Did you have any breakfast?
Not since that bite around 6 this morning. I've been keeping an eye on the street. I don't think... The clock. There it is. That's it as sure as shooting. The laundry truck.
239176. That's it. Stopping right in front of that hotel. All right, you beat it around to the back of the place. I'll take care of the
Hey,
front.
one of them staying in the car.
Yeah, I'll take care of him. You got the other one.
Right.
Well, how's the laundry business? No, you don't. Put him up.
Hey, say what?
Reach
The
him.
big guy.
That's it. Reach him. Not a yap out of you now.
Say, but
Rest
now
of that
listen.
partner of yours, too. All right, back in the truck, you. Here, put him on.
Oh, well, this is an outfit.
Say, so you thought you could pull a snatch and get away with it, huh?
Why, you're
Not
crazy.
anymore, you can't. We're on to you guys like a bill collector.
Why, you're
Quiet
crazy,
down.
Dad.
Here comes your buddy. Not one yap out of you now. He's dragging a laundry bag, is he? So you got young Day in that bag, huh? All right, up with him, you dirty kidnapper. I got you dead to rights.
Not me, officer.
Now, what do you mean?
I'm Stephen Day, Jr., the guy that was kidnapped.
Well, where's Jarvis?
Upstairs. Your fellow officer collared him trying to beat it down the fire escape. He's bringing him down.
Oh.
There was another one, too. Jarvis' sister. She engineered the whole deal. Captain DeWitt just knocked her cold in the herring.
Yeah? Well, I'll go up and get that dame.
You don't have to, Captain.
No?
No. She's in the bag.
Police headquarters. Okay, Captain. Hello, Tim. Cancel that pickup on the laundry truck and the kidnappers of young Day. Captain Clark's bringing them in. Yeah, in a laundry truck. Police headquarters.
Police headquarters. Hold the wire, please.
Detective Bureau. Captain MacArthur.
This is Harris Withers, president of the Merchants Bank.
Yes? What can we do for you, Mr.
There's a
Withers?
man here trying to cash a bogus check for $10,000.
He's there now, you say?
Yes.
Well, stall him. I'll get a man right over.
Very well, Captain.
Hey, Captain. Grab a short call of ours and beat it over to the Merchants Bank. There's a man over there right now trying to cash a hot check for $10,000.
Wow, 10,000.
Get going.
All right. All right, Joe, pull up here. Stick out here in front of the bank in case the guy makes a break for it.
Okay, Frank.
I'll be right out with a customer. Trying to cash a hot check for 10 grand. That's a good one.
You're the man from headquarters?
Yeah. Where's this check passer?
Right over there at the window. A man leaning against the counter with a small bag in his hand.
I see him. Come on. All right, buddy. You're under arrest.
Arrest? For what?
You know for what.
But I haven't done anything.
No? I suppose it's all right to try passing hot checks if you're too lazy to make an honest living.
But I'm not passing hot checks. There must be some mistake.
Oh, there's a mistake, all right, and you made it trying to slip the bank a bad check. Come on, come on.
Wait a minute. I work for the Davis Construction Company. This is a regular payroll check. It's cashed here every week.
Oh, what about this, Mr. Withers?
The man's wrong, officer. The Davis payroll check was cashed about 30 minutes ago. When the feller had the other check presented to him, he called me, and I called you. What? Why, I just left the office. I'm sure there was no other check made out.
Say, wait a minute. There's something screwy here. Got an office we can use for a minute, Mr. Withers?
Why, certainly. You can use mine. Right over here.
All right. Come along, buddy. If you can prove that you're an employee of the Davis Construction Company, somebody has pulled a fast one. right, Mr. Davis. We're still at the bank. Yeah. All right, I'll see what I can do about it.
Well, are you satisfied?
Yes. You're the authorized bearer, all right, but who was this other man who beat you here?
You got me there, officer.
Mr. Withers.
Yes?
I'd like to see the check that your teller cashed and ask him to write out a detailed description of the man who brought it in.
All right. I'll get it for you.
This an outside phone?
Yes. Dial O.
All right. Give me police headquarters. Better sit down, buddy, until I report this thing. Hello, give me Captain MacArthur. Hello, Captain. Powers. Now, the fellow I came over to pinch was the real McCoy. I don't know yet. I'll phone the description as soon as I get it, but you might get the radio going for a guy with 10 grand in a little black bag. Okay, Captain.
Here's the check.
Good. Let me see the real one.
Here it is.
Neat work. Yeah. Take an expert to tell them apart. What's this paper?
Why, that's the money requisite which came with the check. Tells how they want the money.
Is this requisite the same as the one your company made out, fella?
Let's see. Yes, it's identical.
Well, this job was done by an expert. Somebody who planned it for weeks, who had all the information he needed. Yes, sir, we've got a tough job on our hands. Well, we'll do our best.
Well, it looks like you'll have to give it up, Powers. Been working on it for 3 weeks now.
I'm making one last stab, Captain.
What's that?
You know, I've maintained all along that this hot check was the work of an expert.
Yeah?
A man who's passed plenty of them in his time.
That's right.
I've got it figured out that this fellow wouldn't risk cashing the check himself, so he probably got a dupe to do it for him. A guy who wouldn't know the check was hot.
Well, it sounds reasonable. How would he get in touch with a man like that?
Well, that's just it. He'd advertise.
Yeah?
See these clippings?
Yes.
I've cut every advertisement that might be hot from all papers for a month before the forgery. I've got a hunch that one of these ads will lead us to the man who forged that check.
You mean you intend to follow up all those leads?
Yeah.
Lord, man, that'll take you months.
Nevertheless, it's all we have to go on.
Well, if you want to wear your shoes out, it's up to you. Go to it, but I think you're wasting your time.
Now, Mr. Martin, did you ever have a man living here who put this ad in the paper?
That ad?
Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah, there was a man living here who put that ad in the paper. A kind of a German-looking fella.
Oh, well, what was his name?
Well, let me see. Yeah, his name was, Schaefer.
Schaefer, huh? Is he in now?
No. He left here, I'd say about a month ago. Yeah.
The newspaper clipping advertises for a clerk. Do you know if this Schaefer ever hired his man?
Well, yeah, he did. Nice young fella, too. Only thing I didn't like about him was that he spent his spare time at the pool parlor around the corner.
Do you remember his name?
No, but I see him going down to the pool parlor occasionally.
You do, huh?
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Martin, could you tell me what this young man looks like? I'd like to have a nice little talk with him.
Too bad you don't make it.
You're on.
Okay.
There you are. 8 ball in the side pocket.
Yeah. Pretty good shot, aren't you, young fella?
Oh, fair. Better on Saturdays.
Uh-huh. I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
Sorry, buddy. This is a big game.
So's my game. Here, take a squint at this. I'm an officer.
Oh, that's different. Take my cue, will you, Red?
Sure.
Suppose we step outside.
All right. What's wrong?
Now, what's your name?
Anderson. Wilbur Anderson.
Ever worked for a fellow named Schaefer?
Yeah.
What did you do for him?
Handled his correspondence, ran errands.
Ever cash any checks for him?
Yes, several.
Big checks?
Yes. Why?
Did you cash one for $10,000 at the Merchant's Bank about a month ago?
Yeah. Say, wish you'd let me in on this.
I will. You know where Schaefer is now?
No. He gave me 2 weeks advance pay and let me go.
When was this?
About a month ago.
Right after you cashed the check for $10,000, huh?
Yes. Why?
Well, looks like you'll miss your game on Saturday, Anderson. You'd better come down to headquarters with me. That check you cashed was forged. I'm convinced the kid didn't know anything about this, Captain. He thought Schaefer was on the up and up. What did you get on Schaefer?
Nothing. We've no one in our records who answers to his description.
Anderson says that Schaefer received some letters addressed to a Count von Braun. The name is probably a phony, too, but might be worth checking up.
Von Braun?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. There was a Count von Braun reported in the papers as sailing for Germany tomorrow.
Oh, yeah? Well, maybe I'd better look into this, Count.
All right, but go easy. Remember, if he's a real Count, we wouldn't dare throw him in the jug.
Oh, I don't know. A Count's no better than anybody else these days. Where's that camera the homicide man left in here?
Over there in the cabinet. Why?
Well, I'm making an investigation of all the hotels. I figure I might need it. Well, so long, Captain. I'm going big game hunting with a camera.
Count von Braun? Yes, he's registered here. That's him right over there with the lady in furs.
Thanks. Count von Braun?
Yes?
I'm Powers with the Chronicle. I'd like a picture of you and the Countess.
Oh, no, my man. Sorry. No pictures.
Sorry, Count. Too late now. Thanks. Hope you have a nice journey.
Oh, he's American newspaper, man. He drive on crazy.
What did he say?
It's all finished, Captain. Anderson identified this picture of Count von Braun as that of Schaefer, for whom he worked.
He did?
Yeah. That means that this Count von Braun is a fake, and that he's the same guy who slipped the hot check over on Merchant's Bank. I told you we'd get him.
Well, I'm not so sure of that. I see where the Columbia's sailing 4 hours early. I doubt if you can make it.
Oh, don't worry about me, Captain. I'm on my way.
Hold that gangplank. Hold it. Here, throw me a rope. That's good.
Here we are.
What's up?
Don't stop me now. Where's the purser?
This way.
Wait a minute. It won't be necessary after all. Here's the man I'm looking for. Hello, Count.
What?
I'm Powers from headquarters. I'm sorry, but you're under arrest for forgery.
What? That's a lie.
Maybe it is, but just a... Hey, wait a minute. Oh, no, you don't. Come back here. Hey, stop him. Don't let that man jump. Stop him. And overboard! You're wrong, buddy. Make it 2 men overboard.
Police headquarters. Okay, Powers. Hello, Tim. Send a car to pick Officer Powers and a prisoner up at Pier 47. And take some blankets. They've been in swimming. Police headquarters.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Now we bring you another transcribed adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, Mr. Diamond speaking.
Excuse me, I must have the wrong number.
Oh, is that you, Helen?
This is me, Helen.
Oh, well, I thought maybe you might be a client. How are you, dear?
Well, I'm fine, but what's wrong with you?
Wrong?
Yes, what means at Diamond Detective Agency, Mr. Diamond speaking? You usually come on the phone like Roy Rogers and his horse Trigger. How come no slogans?
Well, to tell you the truth, dear, I couldn't think of one this week. Anyway, aren't you the gal who's always after me to get some culture?
This is culture?
Ain't nothing else but. You just want a jaw if you got something important to talk about,
This is Friday, you know.
Happens every week.
Yes, but this is the Friday when if you haven't got a client by noon, we're going for a drive, remember?
By Jove, that's right.
Well, by Jove, it is now 11:43 and 15 seconds, approximately.
Sounds like someone gave you a new...
What does that broken sentence mean? Client walk in?
Shh, quiet. Don't talk so loud, dear. This one looks like he might scare easily. Good morning.
Good morning. Are you Mr. Diamond?
I am Mr. Diamond. Won't you come in?
Said the spider to the fly. I'll hang up, Rick. Call me back if you have time.
All right, dear. Bye.
Bye.
Well, come in, Mr.
Walker. Thomas Walker. I do hope I didn't interrupt your conversation, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, it wasn't important. Just my broker calling to tell me I've been wiped out. But enough of me, Mr. Walker. Let's talk about you.
Would it be all right if I sat down? I'm a little nervous this morning.
Well, you do seem a little worked up over something. Sure. Sit down, Mr. Walker. Sit down anywhere at all.
Thank you. Are you engaged, Mr. Diamond?
Well, not yet, but she's working at it. Just between the two of us, I think if I can hold off through the month of June...
Oh, no, Mr. Diamond. I meant, are you working for anyone on a caper, I believe you call them?
Oh. No. We honest and true private detectives just call them cases. As a matter of fact, you're in luck. I am at liberty to listen to your proposal. That is, if you wish to engage me.
Good. It's taken me some time to work up enough courage to come to a private detective. I don't think I could do it again.
I don't think you could either. All right, Mr. Walker, just what is it that's troubling you?
Well, I hope, Mr. Diamond, that it's nothing more than my suspicious mind. Oh, don't misunderstand me. I'm not by nature a suspicious person, but I have stumbled across something that I think should be brought to the attention of the local authorities.
Then why not bring it to the attention of the local authorities?
Well, because I'm afraid they'll laugh at me.
So you want me to go down and let them laugh at me, huh?
No. At least not right away. Not until after you've confirmed my suspicions or proved them ridiculous. In either event, you will know then what to do.
Well, before you lose me entirely, Mr. Walker, maybe you'd better tell me just what it is you want me to do.
I think the best thing to do is... Yes, I think that would be the best. That way they wouldn't
Remember me, Mr. Walker?
Mr. Diamond, I want you to follow someone. Shadow him is the word I believe you use.
Shadow?
Yes. You do that type of work, don't you?
Oh, well, occasionally. Just who is it you want me to shadow, Mr. Walker?
Carter, I believe his name is. Joseph Carter. He must be the ringleader.
Oh, this Joseph Carter leads a ring?
Well, as I said, Mr. Diamond, these are only my suspicions. If you're going to laugh at me,
Now, take it easy, Mr. Walker. I'm just trying to get as much information from you as I can. Who is this Carter fellow, and where can I get in touch with him?
He's a chemist. At least he's supposed to be. And I don't want you to get in touch with him, Mr. Diamond. I just want you to follow him. Oh, it could be disastrous if you spoke to him about my suspicions.
Mr. Walker, you may not believe this, but I don't even know yet what your suspicions are.
And I think it would be best if I didn't tell you.
Oh.
That way you can form your own opinions about what is going on.
Mr. Walker, this is getting tougher as you go along. I don't even know where to find this Joseph Carter.
I have that all arranged, Mr. Diamond. Rather clever plan, too, if I do say so myself. Oh? You see, I'm meeting him for lunch, and he thinks we're going to talk about his wife.
By Jove, that is clever.
Yes, isn't it? Now, after lunch, that will be around 1 o'clock, I'll drop him off on the corner of First and Elm. Do you know where that is?
Uh-huh.
Good. Now, my car is a blue Essex sedan. When you see it pull around the corner, you be prepared to follow whoever steps out.
Oh, gosh, I haven't done this since the correspondence school sent me my diploma. All right, Mr. Walker, what happens then?
Then, Mr. Diamond, you stay with him night and day. You do have operators who work in shifts, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, good. Now, the important thing is to impress upon your men the seriousness of what they're doing. Under no condition are they to let him out of their sight.
Oh, that's a cinch. Couldn't you give us something a little harder, like following 4 people at the same time?
Well, no. One of them might get suspicious, Mr. Diamond, and that wouldn't do.
Oh.
Now, about your money.
Oh, yes, by all means. My fee is $100 a day in expenses, Mr. Walker. And believe me, you're going to have some...
100? Isn't that a little steep?
It's too much, Mr. Walker?
Well, no, I suppose not. I'll have to write you out a check. Will 300 be enough? That'll pay you up to Monday.
Well, yes.
By then, you will have cracked this thing. Or written me off as a suspicious old fool.
Now, Mr. Walker, think how few private detectives there would be if no one listened to their clients' suspicions.
There you are, Mr. Diamond.
Yes.
And here is my card. Both my business and home phone numbers are on it.
Oh, fine. All right, thank you. Walker Plumbing Company? You, Mr. Walker, are a plumber?
Yes. It is surprising, isn't it?
I smiled at him as he went out and then called Helen and broke the sad news. She pouted a little, I cooed a little, then we both hung up feeling very good inside. I had an hour to kill, so I decided to get a little fresh air. I was half a block from my office building when a whole ounce of imported perfume floated out of a doorway. It circled around a while and finally settled over my eyes. What I could see through the haze would have caused any airline pilot to come in for an emergency landing. And even though I don't fly myself, I put the flaps down and kind of slowed up a little.
Why, Mr. Diamond, I do believe you're staring.
Oh, sorry. Do I know you, please?
No, Mr. Diamond, it isn't that good. And of course you know me.
Oh, I do, huh? Oh, sure, I remember now. Monte Carlo, wasn't it? Only you were a blonde then, with the moonlight behind you, making a halo for your lovely head, and I'm just ad-libbing, so get me out of this. Who are you, lady?
Sandra Browning. And it wasn't Monte Carlo. Come on, I'll buy you a drink and refresh your memory.
All right. But I hope we can cover everything in an hour. There's quite a bit of you to cover, isn't there?
Heaps. Much too much to run through in an hour. You're working on a case, then?
The luck of Ricky Diamond. Yes, Miss Browning, I am in the midst of what my client calls a caper. Go on the payroll at 1 o'clock.
I see. And, just who is your client, Ricky?
We were going to talk about you, remember?
Oh, but I'm so dull, Mr. Diamond, and you're so fascinating.
True, yes.
This place look all right?
Fine.
Intimate, isn't it, Mr. Diamond?
Oh. Say, just how well do we know each other?
Can't you tell?
Honey, right now I probably could even tell you my name. And, I'm beginning to need that drink more and more. Shall we go mingle with those strangers? Stranger? As we walked over to a table, I shook my head a few times to clear it and get out of the danger zone of the perfume. I knew I'd never seen Miss Browning before. No, not that I've led a sheltered life, but something like her only happens once, and it usually costs an awful lot of money. Money I've never had. So, naturally, the same applied to Miss Browning. So, with renewed vigor and a firm grip on my wallet, I sat down beside her.
Cozy?
Too cozy. I'm a sort of a wide-open spaces man myself, and a couple of martinis. George?
George.
Now, about you, Miss B. Where was it our paths first crossed?
No, Mr. D, I've changed my mind. I'm going to make you guess. It'll be more fun that way.
Oh, and it will also be a long winter. Now, if we're going to get anything accomplished, maybe you better start talking. An hour goes pretty fast.
What happens in an hour that's so terribly important, Mr. Diamond?
A guess.
I don't want to guess. I want you to tell me.
You know, we may run out of things to talk about in a minute now.
Not if you tell me what I want to know. All right, I'll take a guess. Does this case have anything to do with, say, a bank?
Well, you tell me. Does it have something to do with, say, a bank?
You're fighting me, Mr. Diamond.
Who's fighting who? All I'm trying to find out is whether...
You're going to wish, Mr. Diamond, that you had talked to me.
Well. Conversation seems to have picked up a little. But we might as well save your breath, Sandra. I ain't talking and you ain't talking.
So, if you'll excuse me, I have to make a telephone call.
All of which left me with still a half hour to kill. I paid the check and then dropped by the 5th Precinct to say hello to Walt Levinson. He was sleeping, so I tiptoed back out and headed for the corner of 1st and Elm. I'd been there about 5 minutes when a guy whose face looked vaguely familiar came up and said,
Excuse me, is this a bus stop?
No, but there's a cab stand a block down the street.
Oh, thanks. I might have stood here for 3 days.
How's that?
I saw you waiting around, so I figured it was a bus stop. Guess I'll have to take a cab now. Say, if you're waiting for one, maybe we can split the fare?
Oh, no, thanks. Funny. I'd swear you were hanging around the 5th Precinct when I came out.
Oh? How long ago?
About 15 minutes.
Well, come to think of it, it's possible that you did. I went in to pay a traffic fine. Yeah.
Is that right? Speeding, was it?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it was. Those things do happen, you know.
Oh, yes. Of course, the really interesting part about all this is that the 5th Precinct doesn't accept traffic fines.
Huh?
You have to go all the way downtown to pay them.
You're kind of a smart aleck, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Life of the party. Just give me a lampshade and a bustle, and I'm a...
Hey, what's the idea?
A car spun around the corner just as the guy shoved me. I landed in the street, but rolled over in time to see the front door open and a body come spilling out, sliding to a stop against the curb. The guy with the phony ticket hopped on the running board, and the blue Essex sedan lost itself in the uptown traffic. Now, all I could do was sit there and look at the crumbled form lying in the gutter. Mr. Thomas Walker had given me a check for $300. That was to last until Monday. For Mr. Walker, Monday was just 2 days too many.
And now, back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
They abandoned the car about 4 blocks down the street, Rick. Too bad you didn't get a look at the guy behind the wheel.
Everything happened too fast, Walt.
Yeah. You feel all right now?
Yeah, just swell.
I guess the idea of all this is that somebody figured you and Walker knew too much.
Yep.
That doesn't make sense either, Rick. You said Walker wouldn't tell you a thing.
No, but he gave me $300. Between now and Monday, I'm going to try to earn it.
I could use the help. You got any idea who was gunning for him?
No, not exactly. But whoever it was kept pretty close tabs. He was followed to my office.
He tell you that? Then how do you know?
Well, indirectly, a girl named Sandra Browning did. She said something else that's kind of kicking around in the back of my head, too.
Sandra Browning. Oh, that's the brunette you told me about?
Yeah, she seemed to think Walker said something to me about a bank.
But he didn't.
No, but that's what makes it so interesting. Oh, drop me off at that drugstore, will you, Walt? I want to look up a phone number.
Sandra?
A fellow named Joseph Carter.
Who's he?
Supposed to be a chemist. Walker told me about him. Well, thanks for the lift, Fatty. If anything happens, I'll get in touch with you. Mr. Carter?
Oh, yes, that's right.
Well, I'm a private detective. May I come in? I'd like to talk to you.
You, mean about my wife, Mr.
Diamond.
Oh.
Richard Diamond. What about your wife, Mr. Carter?
Well, nothing. I merely supposed. I mean, after all, you said you were a private detective.
Oh, yes, but I don't handle divorce cases, Mr. Carter.
Oh, I see. Then what...
I just want to ask you a couple of questions about a plumber named Walker. Thomas Walker. Do you know him?
A plumber? Now, that's strange. Mr. Walker called me on the phone this morning and asked me to meet him for lunch. He said it was important to me that I be there.
Were you?
Well, yes, I was. That is, I was at the appointed place at the proper hour, but this Mr. Walker never did make an appearance.
Oh, I see. You said, this Mr. Walker. Does that mean you didn't know him?
Not to my knowledge. The voice didn't register, and the name wasn't familiar. This is very interesting, Mr. Diamond. Would you like some coffee? I'll ring for the house.
No, thanks. If you didn't know Walker, Mr. Carter, why did you agree to have lunch with him?
Well, for several reasons. As I told you, he said it was important to me, and since I was going to be downtown anyway...
That isn't good enough, Mr. Carter.
Well, I'm afraid I don't understand.
Thomas Walker was killed less than an hour ago. You say you were supposed to have lunch with him. That puts you in a suspicious position.
Yes, I see. So that's what this is about. How did you get my name, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, that isn't important. What I want to know is why you agreed to have lunch with someone you didn't even know.
Well, this Walker fellow, he said some things over the phone.
What kind of things?
About my wife. He said it would be to my advantage to meet him and discuss it. Under these circumstances, I had nothing to lose, so I agreed.
Under what circumstances?
Well, you see, Mr. Diamond, my wife and I are, well, we're drifting apart.
Mm-hmm.
She's been seen with another man, a fellow named Dave Johnson.
Dave Johnson? Who's he?
Chap I sold my shop to when I retired last month. He and...
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know you had company. Oh.
Well, come in. Come in, Sandra. We were just...
No, I won't disturb you. Go right ahead.
Oh, yes. Come in.
This is my wife, Sandra. Come in, dear. Come in.
I'd rather not.
Oh, it's all right. I was leaving anyway. Come right in, Mrs. Carter, isn't it?
Lieutenant Levinson.
Anything break, Fatty?
No, nothing but my head. I've been doing some thinking, Rick.
Well, since you've already pulled the punchline, go ahead.
What? Oh, look, Rick, you said this Sandra Browning.
Carter. Browning's a phony.
You know, someday you're going to meet a girl that gives you a right name and you won't know how to react. That's the trouble with guys.
As soon as you have finished the discourse, Fatty, we get back to the plot. What have you been thinking?
Well, you said that this Miss Carter...
It's Mrs. Carter, Walt.
Will you stop that? I don't care if it's Mrs. Whipperteffel. I want to know what she said. She did say something about a bank, didn't she?
She did?
Yeah, and you said something about a guy named Joseph Carter who was a chemist.
Walt, so help me. If you tell me they're married, I'll throw this phone from here to the 5th precinct.
You do, and you'll never find out the startling news I'm about to unfold.
All right, unfold.
It's better. On the corner of 1st and Elm, on the very corner where you nearly met your demise, there is a bank.
That's very interesting.
You're darn tootin'. Right next door to this bank is a small shop with a sign painted on the window. Pretty good sign, too. Somebody took a lot of pains with it.
Walt,
All right. Maybe it doesn't mean anything, but the sign says Carter Chemistry Corporation.
Oh, that's what you've been thinking about.
Yeah. Only now it's even more interesting because of this Sandra Browning Carter girl. It's a definite connection.
Uh-huh. With Walker, the plumber, making the connection. Well, thanks, Walt, and, bye.
Oh, hello.
Hello? I'm looking for Mr. Carter. Is he in?
Ain't nobody here but me, and I'm getting ready to leave.
Closing up a little early, aren't you? It's only 4 o'clock. Oh, I see you're doing a little repair work in the back of the shop there.
Yeah, I had a little explosion in here a couple of days ago.
Oh, must have ripped up a little plumbing down that close to the floor.
Yeah, we're getting it fixed up. Sorry to rush out like this, buddy, but you know how it is. Friday afternoon, weekend coming up, you know.
Oh, yes. Well, when you see Mr. Carter, just tell him Horace Crutchmeyer was in to see him. He'll understand.
Horace... Well, tell you the truth, Horace, Mr. Carter don't come around here no more. He's retired. Sold out everything, lock, stock, and test tube.
Oh, is that so? Well, I'll get in touch with him at home. See you.
Yeah, see ya, Horace.
You know, this could turn out kind of silly, Rick. What if they don't show up?
Oh, they'll show, Fatty. I checked the floor plan of both buildings. Got it figured they'll break through about here.
How many of them do you think there'll be?
Just 3. If they knocked off Walker because he got suspicious, they won't cut anybody else in.
Is Carter in on this, Rick? It's his chemistry shop, isn't it?
No, not anymore. He sold out to a guy named Dave Johnson. You'll meet him as soon as they blast the wall out.
And the one I'm anxious to meet is this Sandra Browning Carter. Sounds like quite a dish.
Not my type, Walt. I like him a little more tender.
What's the other guy's name, the one who shoved Walker out of the car?
Don't know yet. I met him in the shop this afternoon. Well, you'll like him, too. He's got sort of an ingrown face.
You know, you gotta hand it to him, Rick. It's a pretty slick stunt they're pulling. Buying the shop next door to a bank, digging through the wall, and...
Shit. There they are, Walt. Maybe we'd better get over here.
Right.
What'd I tell you? Ever see anything so easy in your life?
Dave, does he have to keep talking? Can't you make him
Look,
keep
both of you
quiet?
knock it off and let's get busy, huh? We've only got till tomorrow morning.
Hit the lights, Rick.
Okay.
Hey, who's that? Well.
Why, you...
Now, play it smart. We don't want to carry anyone out of here.
Oh, is this the bank you were talking about, Sandra? Still not talking, huh?
She doesn't look like much to me, Rick.
Now, Walt, don't be catty. Remember, she's been a very busy girl.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that they're broken into this kind of work, I guess they won't mind it so much for the next few years.
Mm-hmm.
But, Rick,
Hmm?
why did Walker want you to follow Joseph Carter? He didn't have anything to do with this, did he?
No, but Walker thought he did. He tumbled to what was going on when he went in to repair the plumbing. Naturally, he figured Carter was behind it. Ain't I getting smarter as the months go by?
Uh-huh. And speaking of months going by,
Yes, dear.
it will soon be June, you know.
June. Oh, now there's a month to conjure with.
Oh, do you mean it, Rick?
Well, sure, June must be about my favorite. Let's see now. Don't I know a song with June in it?
Oh, Rick.
Let's see. June. Kind of a strange name to me, but, well, this might do it.
Faker, you. There wasn't a single June anywhere in that song.
Come to think of it, there wasn't.
You want to try again?
I guess not.
Something else you'd rather do?
Honey, what an opening that is. Come here.
Now, that's what I've been waiting for. More.
More? Honey, stop. If this keeps up, I won't be able to hold off till June.
The F.W. Fitch Company presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style. Use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair. Use Fitch shampoo.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo and Ideal Hair Tonic, presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. There is something about being happy that I like. And I couldn't have been any happier than I was that night if somebody had been tickling me with a feather. I had a date with Betty Callahan, and the way I feel about Betty hasn't been covered by a word yet. But it's a very dandy way to feel, and I was reveling in it as we sat there in the Club Cuba, drinking our after-dinner coffee and grinning at each other. I was quite annoyed when a gentleman with outraged dignity lurched over, drew up a chair, and made himself unwelcome at our table.
Told that you are Richard Rogue, the investigator.
Oh, that's right. Why don't you go back to your own table?
I just want to tell you, Rogue, that I consider your way of making a living despicable.
Well, thank you very much.
Now, Richard, don't start a scene.
Look, mister, why don't you go away? You wouldn't like to have me call the captain and have you dragged away, would you?
Oh, no. I have a few things to say before I leave, Rogue. I understand that my wife has retained your services to spy on me and sneak around after me.
Sit down, Richard. He's been drinking.
Yeah, okay, honey. Look, mister, will you please go away? We don't like you. Go away, scat.
Now,
Go away.
Rogue, look. You know me, and I know what you're doing here. I just want to tell you, Rogue, that my wife means a great deal to me.
I don't even know your wife. I don't care anything about your private life as long as you lead it someplace away from this table.
Going to lie about it, huh? Haven't even got nerve enough to admit that you're sneaking around watching me.
Okay. Manuel. Oh, Manuel.
Yes, Mr. Rowe.
Will you take this creep away before I see whether those vitamin pills I've been taking really work? Take him away, will you?
Of course.
Yelling for help, huh, Rogue? Yellow, huh? Well, I'll show you.
Here, Mr. Webb. Mr. Webb.
Let go of me. I'll kill him, the sneaking rat.
Come on, Betty. Let's get out of here before I lose my temper and nail that guy. I'd never seen him before. He looked like a nice little man, but he didn't look like he could poke his way out of a mosquito net. As we got a cab, I looked at Betty. She was blushing like a June groom, and her little lower lip was pushed out in that cute way, which indicated that she was going to tell me just what she thought of me and my profession as soon as she could control herself. Well, she did. It was early, but Betty wanted to go home, so I took her there. Then I went to my apartment. In the hall, I met a woman waiting for me, a beautifully turned-out woman, well-kept 35, with a baby face, and a full mouth drooped at the corners.
Mr. Rogue?
Yes, yes, you waiting for me?
Yes.
Well, how nice. Just a moment. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Have a chair. Have we met before?
No, I don't believe we have, Mr. Rogue. I've always admired you, though. I've always admired your work.
Well, thank you. And now, just what is it you wanted to see me about?
About my husband.
Oh.
He's...
he's found a new interest.
Yes.
Well, suppose you tell me. What's your name, by the way?
I'm Mrs. Webb. Mrs. Matt Webb.
Webb? Oh, Webb. Oh, well, I'm beginning to see the light. Tell me, has your husband a bad disposition and delusions of grandeur?
My husband... Well, he...
I just met him. He said that you'd retained me for some reason which he didn't explain. Why did you tell him that?
I want to retain you, Mr. Rogue. Look at this.
Uh-huh. Oh, come on over here under the light. Bill for a fur coat, $5,000.
I want to know who my husband bought that coat for, Mr. Rogue. I'll pay you well for finding out.
Oh, I'm really sorry, Mrs. Webb, but I don't get mixed up in domestic difficulties. There are plenty of detectives, though, who will take your case.
You won't take it?
No, I really won't. I'm much too busy. Good night, Mrs. Webb.
Mr. Rogue,
I'm sorry, Mrs. Webb. I'm tired. I don't take domestic cases. Thanks for dropping in, but now good night. I have to get some sleep.
Good night, Mr. Rogue.
Now, what's the idea of calling me?
It's I, Richard. Betty. And it's 10 o'clock.
Oh, well, hello, Angel. I wasn't quite awake, you know.
Never mind. I have news for you.
Yeah?
Your friend, Matt Webb. Remember him at the club last night?
Well, sure. What about him?
Well, he was found dead in his car this morning, parked in the Hollywood Hills. Shot.
No kidding, huh?
I just left Lieutenant Urban. He's in charge of the case for homicide. He knows about your argument with Matt Webb last night.
Well, he doesn't think I did it, does he?
Well, no, but...
Oh, there's somebody at the door. How about lunch?
Oh, all right. Noon at the Derby?
Suits me. So long, honey. Keep your shirt on. I'm coming. Oh, hello, Urban. Come in.
Thanks, Rogie.
I don't know anything about it. Don't even know the guy.
You're talking about Matt Webb, I suppose.
Sure, who else? Don't tell me you just dropped in here for a cup of coffee.
How did you know Webb was dead?
Did I say he was dead? Pull up a chair. Cigarette?
No. What do you know about Webb, Rogue?
Nothing. I met him at the Club Cuba last night. He wanted to beat my brains out because I was an investigator. Seems he had a strange idea that his wife had retained me to follow him.
Okay, Rogue, talk your brains out, but you can't talk away the fact that Webb is dead and you had a beef with him.
Sure, but I don't know anything about this case, Urban. And it's early in the morning, and well,
you have a genius for getting all mixed up in things you don't know anything about, haven't you, Rogie? Now, don't get sore.
Okay, I'm not sore. Just because I meet a guy who doesn't like investigators and his wife tries to hire me to find out who he bought a fur coat for and he turns up dead.
That wife angle is interesting, Rogie. Get dressed.
Why?
Mrs. Webb didn't mention any fur coat when I went out to see her this morning.
She didn't.
Maybe she's got some more little secrets. Come on, Rogie. We're going to call on her.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. First, when you want to drive a nail, you can use the heel of your shoe or some other object, but you get better results with a hammer. So, when you want to remove dandruff, you get the best results by using a product made especially for that purpose. Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Fitch is the only shampoo made whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms. It removes dandruff effectively and quickly because its special solvent action dissolves the dandruff, both the loose dandruff and the dandruff clinging to the scalp. To get the full benefit of this solvent action, you should always apply Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo to the hair and scalp before adding water. Then apply water only after the shampoo has been massaged thoroughly into the hair and scalp. When you do add water, a fluffy lather forms to cleanse the hair of the dissolved dandruff. Try this method of attaining shining, clean, dandruff-free hair. Use Fitch, F-I-T-C-H, Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo regularly. Now back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
It isn't very often that I get tangled up in a case with no more money in it than a busted piggy bank. I operate on the theory that a boy's best friend is $1. I didn't know the recently dead Matt Webb from Gunga Den, but there I was in Urban's homicide sedan on my way out to play quiz with Mrs. Webb. During the ride, Urban gave me a quick rundown on the events surrounding Matt Webb's murder.
Webb was a very wealthy man, you know, Rogie. Big manufacturer, farm machinery.
Well, he couldn't have been very smart, or else he wouldn't have been parked up in the Hollywood Hills. That's volunteering for a stick-up.
Yeah. What's the widow look like?
His daughter? No, I guess she's not quite that young, but, what the beauty parlor and the foundation can do to keep her young has been done. Very pretty woman. She looks about 30, probably 35.
By the time we get back down to headquarters, we'll know more about her and everything else in the case. Oh, I'd like to get it over with. I want to go on my vacation. I'm sick of murders.
Hey, so this is the way the other half lives, huh? Must have taken a lot of farm machinery to plow up enough dough for this monstrosity.
Well, Webb had $1 million or $2.
It ain't hay.
Now, I'll do the questioning, Rogue. I'm in charge of the case, you know.
Oh, sure. I'm just a silent partner. Ring the bell.
Thank you, I will.
Yes?
Police. I want to see Mrs. Webb.
Oh, come in.
Thank you.
Well, go ahead, Irvin. Go ahead.
She's in here. My name is Fred Gale. I was sales manager for Matt. Mr. Webb.
Lieutenant Urban, homicide. This is Richard Rogue.
Oh, I'm glad to know you, Gale. Would you mind telling me why...
Shut up, Rogue.
Huh? Well,
Shut up!
Oh, all right.
Right in here, please. Well, Mrs. Webb, these gentlemen from homicide want to talk with you.
Must you talk to me right now? I have nothing more to say.
Mrs. Webb, Richard Rogue here tells me that you called on him last night, attempted to hire him to check on the disposition which your husband made of a fur coat.
Yes, I did. I didn't tell you about it this morning because I didn't consider it important.
Well, Miss Webb...
Rogue. Now, Mrs. Webb, every detail is important in the investigation of a homicide. Whom do you suspect of receiving the coat?
Look, Lieutenant, I hate to get into this.
Mr. Gale, if you please, this is my affair.
Matt Webb was my best friend. If you, Mrs. Webb, had been a little more understanding...
This is no time to fight with me.
Maybe we could organize this conversation a little bit.
You stay out of it, Rogue. This is a murder investigation. Now listen, all of you.
Oh, just a minute, Irvin. Look, Mrs. Webb, how about telling us a little more about the home life of you and your husband?
Rogue, if you don't shut up, I'm going to throw you out of this investigation.
Oh, just a minute. Gale, weren't you with Matt Webb at the Club Cuba last night?
Yes, I had dinner with him there.
Then you must have known who he was with and what he did later.
I have no idea what he did later in the evening. I left him a little after 8. At that time, his plans were to go home. At least that was my understanding.
Well, maybe you'll feel more like talking a little later, Gale. You can go now.
You can get me at the office anytime you want me.
Okay.
You better fix that cold.
Now, Mrs. Webb, You seem to think that your husband was involved with some woman.
Of course he was. That's how he got killed.
To whom do you think he gave the fur coat?
To his secretary, Helen Damon. He's been in love with her for the last year. She's been making a perfect fool of him.
Helen Damon. We'll have a talk with her.
Lieutenant Urban dropped me by my office, and I took pen and racing form in hand and managed to forget all about killings not made at Hollywood Park until noon, when I left and met Betty Callahan at the Brown Derby. She was as full of information as a Chamber of Commerce brochure.
Richard, I want you to come with me to the jail. I want you to talk with Helen Damon.
Webb secretary, why?
I feel so sorry for her. Those homicide detectives have been grilling her all morning, and she's so tired and discouraged.
Well, wait a minute, Helen. Does it look like Helen did the job?
Well, yes. A man showed up at the police station this morning, and he said he saw a girl in a tweed coat with a tuxedo collar run down out of the hills last night and drive away in a Chrysler coupe, a blue one, just about the time of Webb's murder, and in the same locality.
And Helen Damon has a coat like that and drives a blue Chrysler coupe, right?
Yes. But, Richard, I don't think she did it.
Oh, just because she has big brown eyes, I suppose. Look, baby, cops don't make many mistakes. What did they find out about the gun?
Well, it was a .38 revolver that Mr. Webb kept in his desk at the office. There were no fingerprints on it. It was found in the weeds a little way from where the car was parked.
Look, Betty, honey, you're a newspaper reporter, not an investigator. So why don't you let the police take care of finding the killers? If Helen Damon did it, she'll get the book. If she didn't, she'll be okay. Hasn't she got any alibi for the time of the crime?
No, she hasn't. Oh, you have to go down there and talk to her. I promised her you would.
Oh, now, what business have you promising anybody that I'll take their case? Looks to me like this Helen Damon is as guilty as Engelbach. I don't want to get mixed up in a case like that.
I should have known that's the way you'd look at it. Just because she doesn't have much money to pay you.
But, baby, that's got nothing to do with it.
I have a couple of $100. I can pay you. I want to see that Helen Damon gets a fair deal.
Now, look, Betty, I'm not going to get mixed up in this case. That's final. You understand?
Rogue to see Helen Damon. I'll give you 10 minutes, Rogie.
Thanks, Olson. Hello there, Miss Damon. Betty Callahan, the reporter, told me you were expecting me.
I don't see how you can do me any good, Mr. Rogue. They've already decided that I did it. There's nothing I can do to convince
Well,
them.
I know about the partial identification. Now, suppose you tell me where you were at the time the crime was committed.
All right. Last night at 9 o'clock, within a few minutes of 9 anyway, I got a call from Mr. Webb. I don't think it was Mr. Webb now, but I thought it was then. He asked me to meet him at his office. Said he had some important letters he had to get out at once.
Was he in the habit of having you work at night?
No, but it didn't seem unreasonable to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I put on my coat and went down to get in my car, which was parked in the parking lot next to my apartment building.
Mm-hmm.
Just as I got into the car, somebody grabbed me from behind and held a cloth over my face. It was chloroform. When I came to, about 3 hours later, I was in my car, my coat was thrown over me, the car was back in the parking lot, and it had been driven about 15 miles. I know because I had it serviced yesterday, and the service record is on the dash.
You live at Hollywood?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's just about right for a drive to the Hollywood Hills. You would have trouble convincing a jury with a story like that. Now, look, Helen, I'm your friend. Is that story the truth?
Yes, it is, Mr. Rogue. I know you don't believe me. Nobody does.
You haven't the slightest idea what happened between 9 o'clock last night and midnight, right?
Yes, that's right. There's no way in the world I can prove I'm telling the truth. I couldn't figure out why anybody would do anything like that to me. I got up this morning and went to work. I didn't say anything to anybody because I...
You, live alone?
Yes.
Now, Helen, I want you to be frank with me. Were you, overly friendly with Matt Webb?
I liked him and admired him, that's all.
Mrs. Webb seems to think it went a little further than that.
Oh, no. I hardly knew him at all socially. He's taken me to dinner a few times, that's all. Oh, Mr. Rogue, do you think you can do anything to help me? I'm not a murderess.
Tell me, do you know anything about a fur coat? A coat that Matt Webb bought for somebody, not his wife.
No, I don't know anything about it. I haven't done anything wrong. Can you get me out of here, Mr. Rogue?
I don't know. You haven't got much of a case.
I'll pay you. I have a little money saved.
Skip that. I'm doing this as a favor to a friend. Now, you sure you're on the level with me?
I've told you everything I know. I didn't kill him. He was a fine man.
When I left Helen Damon, I had a great inquisitiveness about a fur coat. I got in my car, fought all the other crazy California drivers to a standstill trying to park in front of Helen's apartment house. I got her apartment number off the register in the foyer and walked up one flight. The lock was easy pickings. I walked in, closed the door, and... Oh, I caught it right at the base of the skull. Like a turkey on the first Thanksgiving. My astral body left this world and floated up through eternity like a wisp of smoke, only paler. I was so glad to see Cloud 8, my home away from home, and gladder to see Ugor, my alter ego. Ugor was sitting there on a used Thunderbolt, his raisin-looking eyes sparkling with glee.
Hello, Rogie. Welcome home. You forgot the duck again, huh?
Oh, let me sleep. I'm tired.
Oh, you better snap out of it, Chiefy. You've got plenty of work to do.
Yeah, I know it, but I'll take care of it later. Go away.
No, can't, Rogie. You need a talking to. You can't lay down on a job now. Come on, snap out of it.
Oh, my head. Betty Callahan got me into this. Her and her hunches.
You've got the same hunch, and you know it, Rogie.
Oh, now you're reading my mind. Look, midget.
Reading your mind. Look, Chiefy, I am your mind, and I'm telling you to get downstairs. You've got work to do.
Later.
Now, over you go, Rogie.
Oh, stop pushing, Ugor. I'm not well.
Over you go. Back to work. So long, Rogie.
Rogie. Snap out of it, Rogie. Hello, Urban. What happened to you?
I got hit on the head. Can't you see? What kind of a detective are you, anyway?
Now, take it easy. What were you doing here in Helen Damon's apartment?
I wasn't doing anything. I just opened the door and somebody let me have it.
What were you looking for up here?
Oh, I got a little bit inquisitive.
Oh, why?
Well, I'd had a talk with Helen Damon, and she didn't know anything about a fur coat.
That's funny.
Well, what's funny about it?
We just got a murder indictment against Helen Damon.
Oh, well, that's a long way from conviction.
Mm-hmm. And when I was up here this morning, there was no fur coat in that closet.
Yeah?
There's a fur coat in that closet now, Rogie. Peculiar, isn't it?
We'll return to our story in just a moment. First, every woman can have beautiful hair. So it's a shame for any woman to put up with dull, dandruff-flecked hair when she could bring it back to its glorious natural beauty with regular use of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. There are several reasons why Fitch makes an ideal beauty treatment for all colors and textures of hair. For this clear amber liquid shampoo foams into mountains of rich, cleansing lather. And while it's cleansing, Fitch shampoo is also reconditioning your hair, giving the hair strands more vigor and elasticity, and leaving them with a lovely, silky sheen. Then, Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is completely soluble in water and rinses out easily, leaving no dull film to mar the luster and dancing highlights of your hair. Next time, ask for an economical bottle of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, or have a professional application at your barber or beauty shop. Now back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Assorted and unrelated facts were whirling around in my massive intellect like neutrons around an atom. And they were just as much explosive in them as I could get if I could get them properly under control. Holy Christ. I got away from Urban and decided to drive out for a visit with Mrs. Matt Webb. As I pulled up in the same block with the Webb house, I saw Mrs. Webb get into her car and drive away. I followed her over Coldwater Canyon and out into the valley. When she pulled into the driveway of an early suburban white ranch house, I parked up the street. She went in. I took a look at the mailbox in front of the house. The name on that mailbox was F.R. Gale. I got that old familiar chill in the region of my solar plexus. I'd lucked into something and I knew it. I worked my way around to the rear of the house, as quiet as fallen snow. The back door was unlocked. I pussyfooted in, flowed up to the doors between the dining room where I was and the living room where Fred Gale stood talking with Mrs. Matt Webb.
Well, Marcia, may I be the first to congratulate you on that performance you gave for Lieutenant Urban and Rogue tonight?
You did very well yourself, Fred.
Now, suppose you tell me what you're doing out here.
Why, I had to see you. I needed a little moral support from you, Fred.
Yeah, I know. But this is the craziest thing you could have done, Marcia.
Well, you don't act as though you're very glad to see me.
Now, look, Marcia, we've gone to a lot of trouble to cover up the fact that we're friends, haven't we?
Friends? Is that what we are?
Oh,
friends?
You know I love you, Marcia. It's only that so much depends on us being smart just a little while longer. How do you know you weren't followed? You'll have us both in jail for murder. We've been smart so far. Why ruin it?
They don't suspect us. They have a murder indictment against Helen Damon. Aren't you going to kiss me, Fred?
Come here, sweetheart.
They kissed and then held it. I reached my gun out of my shoulder holster and readied myself for the pinch, but something held me back. You can call it second sight or luck or anything you like, but I couldn't move my feet, and while I was debating, they broke it up and started talking again. It was a very interesting conversation.
Everything's going to be wonderful for us now, isn't it?
Sure. If you'll just stay away from me a little while until the case is settled. Everybody's forgotten the murder.
Darling, we'll always be sure of each other, won't we?
Of course.
Oh, Fred, I know I'm silly, but I worry. I don't know what I'd do if I ever lost you. I want you to do something for me. Promise me that you will.
Okay. I'll do anything for you, Marcia. If you'll only promise you'll be a good girl and get out of here and stay away from me until everything's all right again. You've got to be smart, baby.
I'll stay away. If you'll just help me. I want you to write a note like this one I've written. Read it.
Confession. I alone and unassisted killed Matt Webb. Signed, Marcia Webb. Marcia, this is utter nonsense. If we can't trust each other now,
No. I want you to write a note like that in your own handwriting and give it to me. And I'll give you my confession and you give me yours. Then we know that nothing can ever separate us. You and I.
Oh, it's a stupid thing to do. Tear that note up. What if it got into the wrong hands?
It won't. Sit down here and write me one like it. Then I'll know that everything's all right.
She kissed him then and walked with him over to the desk, talking love all the way. She got a pen and some paper. She stood behind him with her arms around his neck as he started to write. I saw her free hand come up with a gun in it. As he finished the note, she placed the gun an inch from his temple, and I moved. Gale, duck!
You shot me. He shot me.
Rogue, yeah. You should be awfully glad to see me, Gale. In about another minute, you'd have been a suicide, and your girlfriend here would have been a wealthy widow.
Don't believe him. Don't believe him. It's a lie.
Oh, skip it, Mrs. Webb. Look, Gale, you see that gun your lovely collaborator dropped?
Marcia.
If I hadn't put that slug through her shoulder, she was going to put one through your head, sucker. She was slipping you the kiss of
He's
death.
lying, Fred. He's lying.
Why, you were going to kill me.
Sit down, Gale. Sit down. I'm running the show from here on out, and the little lady has a reserved seat in the gas chamber. Well, it didn't take much to convince Gale that Marcia's plan to kill him and leave the gun in his hand as he slumped over the desk. The note she asked him to write would have cinched his death as remorseful suicide. And Mrs. Webb would have had all of Matt Webb's money and a dead accomplice. She would have been as safe as an odds-on bet that Dick Tracy catches shoulders. Gale admitted his part in the plot to murder Webb and framed the innocent Helen Damon for the crime, and Gale got away with life. Marcia paid the full charge in the gas chamber. Oh, well, I've always said that there should be a little editing done on that old saying. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. The last word should be deleted. Present company accepted, of course, ladies, but you men, you know what I mean. This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. Be with us again next Sunday, will you? We have a story for you about a summer resort, a lovely girl, and some newspaper clippings about a murder. We call it Cabin on the Lake. Must be a floating cabin. Thanks for listening, and now here's Jim Doyle.
Listen again next week at this same time to hear Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. By the way, Dick will next be seen in his newest Columbia picture, Johnny O'Clark.
Starting out the next batch of mystery shows with another Candy Matson episode, The Devil in the Deep Freeze, which aired November 10th, 1949. In this strange tale, a restaurant owner finds a corpse in his freezer dressed like the devil. A very exciting story involving opera and murder, and a woman who helps Candy solve the case, the real-life opera singer Dorothy Warrenskold. Why this isn't a straight-up case for the police instead of a private detective is not mentioned, but still a great mystery. Then we have The Secrets of Scotland Yard, which ran on Mutual from 1949 to 1951 and dramatized true crimes from the files of the London Metropolitan Police. Initially hosted by Clive Brooke, this is a really well-written and well-acted crime show, mostly dramatized from the perspective of the police investigators. In Buckets of Blood, the story of Catherine Hayes is told, who famously planned to kill her husband and whose head was discovered by the Thames River. A very exciting and intriguing story of this murder and how it was solved, made more so by the fact that it's actually a true crime story. I don't know the actual broadcast date, however. Next up is Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar, that super popular detective show that ran from 49 to 62, starring 4 different actors in the title role over its run. In The Little Man Who Wasn't All There, Howard Edwards has life insurance for $100,000, and he's disappeared. His wife is the prime suspect, but Johnny investigates and finds an intricate plot involving double indemnity, possible insurance fraud, and more twists and surprises than you can shake a stick at. It aired September 20th, 1959. Next is Walk Softly, Peter Troy, which was a South Africa Springbok radio detective drama that aired from 63 to 64, starring Tom Meehan, John Simpson, and Merle Wayne. The sponsor apparently did not like the show much, which kind of begs the question, why did they sponsor it in the first place? So it was moved to the English service in late 1964. What Katy Did aired on September 15, 1964, and it's about the secretary of a businessman, Katy, who is given the combination to the company safe. She is inquisitive about some bearer bonds in the safe, which then come up missing. Katy goes to Troy, where she admits to stealing them, but after feeling guilty, she had mailed the bonds back to her employer the previous day, and then decided to see Troy to find out if she can still be prosecuted for that. It turns out that she can. And then last in this batch of shows is The Lineup, a great hard-boiled police mystery drama that always started each episode with a lineup of suspects for the crime the episode was about. It ran from 1950 to 53, then moved to television. Bill Johnstone played Lieutenant Ben Guthrie, and Joseph Kearns, and later Wally Maher, played Sergeant Matt Greb. Even though the stories for the lineup were fiction, the producers and the writers rode along with actual police and sat in on actual police lineups to get ideas for the show. In the Silver Swan case, an employee of a dance hall, Edna Hawley, has been found strangled to death. Guthrie and Greb have to try and solve the murder, which turns out to be a very difficult task indeed. It aired February 22nd, 1951. Let's settle back and listen to these great mysteries, and I'll be back in a little bit for the last few shows.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Got an old corpse kicking around you want identified? Know of any good murders you want solved? We've got just the girl for you. Her name is Candy Matson. Mighty cute, too. She fills out a size 12 suit to just the right proportions. Soft blonde hair, 2 sparkling blue eyes, and all in all, she looks as though she might have stepped right off a Varga calendar. And what's more, she's a private eye. You scoff? You ridicule? I'll let you see for yourselves. Listen. She's talking on the phone right now.
Hello, Candy Matson.
Hello, Miss Matson. I'm afraid you don't know me.
That makes it even. You don't know me. Let's go from there.
I've read about you in the papers, Miss Matson. You handle confidential cases.
That's right. However, there's a little matter of a fee involved.
Yes, I know. I can pay.
That's item number 1. Now to item number 2. What's the confidential case?
I can't possibly tell you on the phone, Miss Matson. I said it was confidential.
Okay. Where do you want to talk?
I am the proprietor of a restaurant, the Charlemagne in North Beach.
Oh, yeah, I ate there once.
Oh, that's nice.
No, it wasn't. I didn't like the food. Oh. However, I'll overlook it. Do you want to talk in about an hour?
That will be fine, Miss Matson.
Good. And your name would be?
Martinello. Carlo Martinello.
Okay, Mr. Martinello. And have some ink in your pen. It costs money just to talk. I probably sounded rough and commercial, but you have to be in this racket. Most people look on a private eye as a musician. They invite you to a party and expect you to bring your harp for free. But I learned the hard way a long time ago. So now they pay in advance and take their chances later. That's the way it was with this Martinello. I was at home in my penthouse on Telegraph Hill out on the porch taking a sunbath when the phone rings and it's this Carlo character. That part was all right because I can always use new customers. But what made me mad was the fact that I had to stop listening to the 49ers belt the bejabbers out of the Cleveland Browns at Kezar Stadium. But I followed through and uncovered a couple of very done-in bodies along the way. Do you like the grotesque in your whodunits? Then follow me and we'll tiptoe lightly through the Tibbets, the Ponds, and the Baccalonis. Because part of the story unfolds at the Opera House. Reluctantly, I dressed into something Charlemagne-ish, turned off the 49ers Cleveland game, and went down to talk to Martinello. His place was typical, located on Paul Street, a garish neon sign, and as you walked in, the place was air-conditioned by eau de garlic.
Yes, miss. You wish a table?
I wish a table, yes. With the right party. I'm looking for the owner.
I am the owner.
I am Candy Matson.
Oh, Miss Matson. Walk this way, please.
If I could walk that way, I'd revive vaudeville.
Pardon?
Where's your office?
Right over here. Allow me. After you, Signorina.
Thank you, Signor.
Here, sit down, please.
Thanks. Now, Martinello, what's on your mind?
Always, all my life, I have run a very nice, respectable place.
Mm-hmm.
Until this morning.
What's with this morning?
I go down to the basement. My icebox is down there. That is where I keep all my meat.
So, you wanted some ground round?
Oh, no. Perhaps I'd better show you. Please, you will come with me.
Martinello led the way out of his office and down a flight of stairs. A cold blast hit my face. A musty aroma smothered my nostrils, and if I had had a phobia about darkness, I'd have ducked out then. But I followed the guy, and we ended up in front of a refrigerator about the size of an inquisition chamber. He opened the door, and it was the usual restaurant icebox, choice legs of lamb hanging from hooks, potential fillets, and thick New York cuts. The box was cold, and I started to shiver. Not from the refrigeration, though, because over in the corner was a man. He looked like something out of a long-lost Arctic expedition. He had a long, flowing mustache, every bristle of which was coated with ice. He was quite frozen and quite dead. I slammed the door shut and reeled out. The sight had staggered my thought processes. Martinello reached over by a salami-slicing table and turned on a Mazda, a weak affair that cast dim shadows about the damp basement. Is that your little surprise?
Yes, Mr. Matson. That is what I was greeted with this morning.
Have you notified the police?
Oh, no.
Why not?
As I told you, I have run a very respectable place. And, too, that is why I am hiring you.
You can get in trouble, you know.
Yes, that is why you must help me. Please, Miss Matson, say you will help me. I will pay you anything you say.
I stick my neck out in the strangest places. Now it's a refrigerator. Okay, Martinello, $2,000.
What?
Make up your mind. Either I freeze your assets or the police find your frozen friend.
Yes. All right. Come. I give you the money now.
Now we're getting somewhere.
What about him?
Oh, he'll keep. He's on ice. Well, this was one for the books. Refrigeration the ugly way. I had to ask a few questions if I was to get anywhere, such as like, do you know the guy?
No.
Had you ever seen him before?
No.
Who was the last one to close the icebox last night?
I was.
Does it lock from the inside?
Unfortunately, yes.
I was getting places like Wiley was with Hauser. It was inevitable. I had to take my courage in my hand and go down and look at that thing again. There it was, a male Mona Lisa etched in ice. This time I looked closer, I had to. And as I did, I realized I wasn't going to get any identification because this guy was a study in crimson. Underneath all that coating of ice, he was dressed in a devil's costume. I slammed the door once again and went upstairs. There I gave Martinello strict orders not to do a thing. Usually in cases like this, you have to wait for a break. They come along like a forcing hand in poker. So I went home to do some thinking. As I arrived, there was an old friend of mine, Rembrandt Watson.
Hello, Dove. I'd almost given up.
Rembrandt, how did you get in?
Your door was open, dear. I took the liberty of coming in.
Oh, sure, that's okay.
How are things, Candy?
All right, I guess. I'm kind of bushed, though. I feel about as devaluated as a British pound.
You look wonderful, Dove. What's wrong?
I've got a deal, but I don't know where to start.
Anything I can help you with?
No, thanks, Rembrandt. If I told you about it, you wouldn't believe it.
I've never doubted you in the past, dear.
I know. Well, I was just called in by a minestrone merchant in North Beach. The guy is stuck with a corpse.
That's about par for the course.
The deceased had been sealed in the icebox overnight. I've never seen one like that before.
That's the way it is, dear. Many are called, but few are frozen.
Oh, get out of here.
But, Dove, I just got here.
I know, but I've got to change and get down to see Mallard.
I'll wait for you, Candy. I haven't seen the gumshoe since before me vacation.
All right. I'll be with you in a few moments. I did a fast change, and Rembrandt and I climbed into my car, and we dropped off Telegraph Hill on Don Kearney Street. The Hall of Justice, where Mallard hangs his star, is only a few blocks away, so we made it in about 5 minutes. Inspector Ray Mallard, Homicide, San Francisco Police. A lovable, shaggy dog type of character. Very keen with the crime, but dumb with the dame. Me, for instance. If I want him to say yes, he says no, and vice versa.
Well, my ever-loving Candy. What's new in the private eye business?
Very little. How's the legitimate flatfoot racket?
Oh, we're holding our arches up. Well, and Rembrandt, I haven't seen you since Pup was a Hector. Please, Inspector, you're meeting your mixer-paws.
Who writes this dialogue?
I'm pretty weak, I know. What's on your mind, Candy?
A character named Carlo Martinello. Have you got anything on him? What's so funny, Mallard?
Nothing, except I eat lunch there about every day of the week.
Well, answer my question.
Well, there's nothing on Martinello. Arrested a couple of times during Prohibition. He was dabbling in grappa a la under the table. Have yous got a case against the guy, Detective Matson?
Oh, cut it out.
No, seriously. Why do you want to check on the guy, Candy?
No reason, just thought I'd ask.
Uh-huh. Well, Martinello's okay. Just trying to make a living. Only thing I don't like, he loves to sing to his customers.
That'd be enough to bankrupt him right there.
Anything else I can do?
No, that takes care of everything.
I tell you what, I'm through in about an hour. I'll take you up to Martinello's for dinner. You can see for yourself.
No, that's all right.
Okay, Candy. Give.
Why, Mallard, dear, what on earth do you mean?
You know something about something. I want in.
Mallard, and I want you to believe this. I mean it sincerely. If I knew something, you'd be the last to know about it.
He's got something there. Come now, believe us a while.
I hate to do things like that to Mallard. He's been of great help to me in the past. More than once, he's saved my life. But on a deal like this, you have to play it close. After all, a girl has to make a living. For the first time in a long time, I was completely baffled as to where to start. Something had to be done about that cadaver in the icebox, but what? While I was beetling my eyebrows, Rembrandt invited me up to his place for tea. He lives on California Street, just down away from Old St. Mary's, and only a bail bond broker's reach from the Hall of Justice. So I accepted.
Do forgive the looks of the place, Candy, dear. I had a meeting my philatelist group last night.
Philatelist?
The stamp collectors, dear.
Well, I know what they are, but I didn't think they could make such a mess.
You don't know philatelists. Sit down, though. Make yourself comfortable. I shan't be a moment.
That's all right.
And Candy, dear, why the wrinkles?
I've got cause for wrinkles. This chap in the icebox, Rembrandt. There's something I didn't tell you. He was dressed in a devil's costume.
There, dear. Your tea will ready in just a minute. You'll feel better.
I know it sounds crazy, but it's true.
What are you going to do, Candy?
I don't know. I can't leave him in that refrigerator forever.
We'll get him out, dear. I hate to think of a corpse catching pneumonia. Oh, excuse me, Candy. Help yourself to the tea.
Mm-hmm.
How do you do, Rembrandt Watson Enterprises? Quiet down. Who? Oh, hello, Templeton. How are all your steamships? Oh, that's good. What? Could I use to what? To the opera? Of course I could. Righto, I'll pick them up at your office. Thank you, Templeton. Goodbye. Candy, dear, do you like the opera?
I can take it or leave it. Why?
It suddenly develops that I have 2 tickets tomorrow night for Tales of Hoffman.
Oh, Rembrandt, I don't think I can go.
Come, Candy. It'll do you good. You've been working too hard. You need a little relaxation.
Tales of Hoffman, Okay. Who's the pal who gave them to you?
An old friend of mine, Templeton Woodruff. He runs a steamship to Java and other places Ezio Pinza sings about.
I finished the tea and left. Right then, the only opera I could think of was the one going on in an icebox at Martinello's. I've always tried to play straight with Ray Mallard, so I decided to tell Martinello my plan.
Miss Matson, I don't think it's such a good idea.
Good evening, Carlo. I want to talk to you.
That's what I mean. There's a gentleman here who...
So you've got a gentleman. That's fine. 3 more and you've got a crowd. What I want to talk to you about is this.
You don't understand. The gentleman I'm talking about is from the police.
The police?
Yeah. Hello, Candy.
Mallard.
How about some scallopini?
Well, up jumped the... Hello, Mallard, dear.
I had an idea you'd like dinner here tonight. Do you know my boy, Carlo?
Yes, we've met.
How do you do? The signorina wish something to eat?
No, thanks. I want to talk to you, though, Mallard.
Sure. Come on into my booth. We'll share some salami.
No, thanks. I want to see you downstairs.
I don't think the food's as good down there.
I agree, but it isn't the food. I'm talking about murder. Once again, I headed down into the catacombs of the Charlemagne. This time the act was a double. Mallard was right behind me. Then I looked around. We were a trio. Martinello was right behind Mallard. This is it.
This is what?
This is an icebox. Inside, you'll find a body dressed in a devil's costume.
Okay, Carlo, let's humor the lady. Open the thing, will you? Yes, I'll open it. Lovely view of the beef.
It's gone. The body's gone. Okay, Martinello, start talking and make some sense while you're doing it.
Please, Miss Matson, I don't know anything. I haven't been down here all day.
Get rid of those arched eyebrows, Martinello. You know something. What is it?
Wait a minute, Candy. I'll do the questioning. In the first place, Carlo, was there or was there not a body in here? Well...
Sure there was. He can't deny it. Here's a check for $2,000 signed by Martinello himself.
Well, Carlo?
Yes. There was a body, all right.
Who was it? Friend of yours?
No, Inspector. I never saw him before.
Why did you call Miss Matson? Why didn't you come to see me about it?
Well, you know, Inspector, the police...
Just because you were once arrested for bootlegging, Carlo, is no reason to be afraid of the police. Well, I'll put a couple of my men on the job and see what we can turn up.
What? Is that all you're going to do, Mallard?
No. Right now, I'm going back upstairs and have some of Carlo's scallopini.
Mallard, are you out of your head?
Look, Candy, in order to have a murder case, you've got to have a body. Obviously, we're fresh out. And until your pal with the devil's costume turns up, I intend to live my typical everyday life. Don't forget the mushrooms, Carlo.
There are times when I get so mad at Mallard I want to scream. I didn't, though. I only scrammed. I hung on to the $2,000, however. I felt I deserved it just for getting my curiosity aroused, and it was aroused plenty. Corpses don't get up and walk out of iceboxes by themselves. But after all, Mallard had a point. There was nothing to be done without a body. So I went home and waded into a stack of dirty dishes that had been piling up. Then I fixed dinner and started a new stack of dirty dishes. Got a book and ducked into bed. In the morning, I had an idea. After breakfast, I went down to the corner of Broadway and Columbus. That's where North Beach does a neat blend with Chinatown. On the corner was a Joe who sold newspapers. I'd known him for some time, and he seemed to like me. Hiya, Butch.
Well, hello there, lady. How are you?
Good, can't complain. Who won the football game yesterday?
Yeah, funny thing. I got all the news right inside here for 7 cents.
I get your point. Give me a chronicle, will you?
Sure, here.
Thanks. Who do you like in the feature at Bay Meadows?
A goat named Candy.
What did you say?
There's a pig named Candy running in the 7th. Take it or leave it.
What a tip.
I don't get it. Well, what's really on your mind, lady?
Here's a 20. You can play it on Candy all for yourself.
Well.
Do you know a gent named Martinello, Butch? He owns the Charlemagne down the block.
Sure. What about him?
That's what I'm asking you. What about him?
Oh, he's all right. A little screwy, but he keeps his nose clean.
Is that all?
Yeah. Should there be more?
I don't know. Thanks, Butch. I hope Candy pays off. I was getting nowhere, that was for sure, and the rest of the day went the same way. Dead ends, blind alleys. I checked as many loose ends as I possibly could, but I was still stuck in a quandary. But the Crusher claimed late in the afternoon when I got a copy of the late paper and read where Candy came in at Bay Meadows and paid $32.20. And I hadn't had sense enough to get aboard. When I got home, the phone was ringing. Hello, Candy Matson.
Oh, you're Candy Matson. I should play a fanfare.
Oh, hello, Rembrandt, dear. How are you?
Like an October morning. Every single one of me pores is breathing great, huge gulps of air.
What?
I just had a facial dove. Most invigorating.
What on earth for? I loved your old pores just the way they were.
Candy, you've forgotten.
I have? Forgotten what, Rembrandt?
We're going to the opera tonight.
Oh, Ducky, I'm sorry. I had forgotten. I'm afraid I'll have to renege.
Now, Candy, you promised, and I don't care what you're involved in. It'll do you good.
But, Rembrandt, I'm working on it. Perhaps you're right. Okay, I'll get ready.
Wonderful, dear. Pick me up about 7:45, will you?
Pick you up 7:45? Yeah.
Oh, and another thing, Lamb. We may have to do some entertaining afterward. Do bring some cash, will you?
Mm-hmm.
That's the girl.
That Rembrandt, always stony broke. I guess photography isn't what it's cracked up to be. I didn't mind, though. He's been a friend to me on more than one occasion. Well, if I was going to the opera, I had to start thinking in operatic terms. I fished around in the closet and came up with something that would have done any woman's heart good. One of those strapless affairs that you can't stop breathing in for one moment. Otherwise, the opera is no longer the main attraction. I powdered, perfumed, pouted, and rouged, and took off after Rembrandt. But just as I started to leave... Just a moment.
Well, get a load of the Duchess.
Mm-hmm.
It won't be Halloween for another couple of weeks yet.
Oh, very funny. Come on in, Millard.
What are you decked out for, Candy?
Something you wouldn't understand. I'm going to the opera.
Oh, I love the opera. Any horse opera with Tex Acuff in it.
That's what I thought. What's on your mind, Millard? I've got to pick up Rembrandt in 10 minutes.
I was just driving by, so I thought I'd stop and tell you the news.
News? About what?
We found El Diablo.
The guy in the icebox?
Yeah. Martinello identified him. He was floating in the water off Aquatic Park.
Any lead on him?
The best. He was Salavini, the second baritone with the opera company. That's all, Candy. I hope you enjoy the performance tonight.
A baritone with the opera company. Well, that explained the costume, but it didn't explain a lot of other things. I walked down the stairs with Mallard. He got in his squad car, flicked on the flashing red light, and with a burst of his siren, rolled down the street. I'd have to speak to Mallard about that. All the neighbors had their heads out of their windows as I climbed into my car and followed. What an exit. I picked up Rembrandt, and we drove up to the Civic Center. I found a place to park. A minor miracle. The last time I went to the opera, I had to drive almost to Palo Alto and come back by train. Rembrandt's friend must have been very influential. We had seats in the Diamond Horseshoe. They were presenting Tales of Hoffman, and a friend of mine, Dorothy Warrenshould, was singing the role of Antonia. It was a fine performance, and after the last curtain, I took Rembrandt and we went backstage to see Dorothy. This is her dressing room, Rembrandt.
Yes?
Hello, Dorothy. This is Candy Matson. I have a friend with me.
Oh, do come in, please, Candy. Candy, how are you?
Couldn't be better. Dorothy, may I present Mr. Watson? Rembrandt, this is Miss Warrenshould.
I'm delighted. You're in magnificent voice tonight, dear.
Thank you. Sit down, won't you? I've only a moment. We're rehearsing some of the scenes in Faust tonight.
Rehearsing after a full evening's performance?
It has to be done, Candy. Our baritone disappeared. We've had to replace him with a new man.
Yes, I know. By the way, Dorothy, I heard you on your Standard Hour broadcast a few weeks ago. It was a wonderful performance.
I'm glad you liked it, Candy. I always look forward to those.
What are your plans, Dorothy?
Well, the season closes here, and then we open in Los Angeles.
Oh, yes, of course.
Excuse me. Come in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had guests.
That's all right. Oh, Candy, I'd like to introduce Rolf Herberts. This is Miss Matson and Mr. Watson.
It's nice to know you.
Mr. Herberts is our new baritone.
Oh, yes.
That's why we're rehearsing tonight.
I won't take any more of your time, Dorothy. I just thought we'd save a few moments of rehearsal if I told you that I don't move in that last scene. I sing upstage. That will leave you free to take as much stage as you like.
Fine, Rolf. That will save time. Thanks.
Oh, not at all. Glad to have met you, Miss Matson, Mr. Watson.
Nice to have met you, sir.
See you on stage, Dorothy.
Yes, Rolf. Rolf has a wonderful voice, and he's a good actor, too. You know, I think he'll be even better than Salavini.
I've seen him before.
Oh, yes, he's been in pictures and on the concert stage, and in opera, too, but he's never really had a good break. This might be it. Uh-oh, that's it, Candy. I'm sorry, but I'll have to leave.
Certainly, Dorothy.
Say, why don't you stand in the wings? You can watch the rehearsal if you'd like.
Oh, I'd love it.
Come on, then. Follow me.
All right, to places, everyone. Places.
This is all right, Candy. You can stay right here.
Thanks, Dorothy.
Glad to have met you, Mr. Watson.
Also, as we used to say in the theater, go out there and kill 'em.
See you later.
Where is Miss Warrenshould? Ah, there you are. Herberts? Where's Herberts?
I saw him just a moment ago in the dressing room.
Well, it's late. We've got to keep moving. Please, somebody find Herberts.
From way up in the heights of the stage, the opera house was pierced with a blood-curdling scream. That was no ordinary scream. It was the scream of death. You wait here, Rembrandt. Keep your eyes open. I'm going up to have a look. That scream wasn't in the score of Faust. I punched the button for the backstage elevator. It's a good thing they work fast and are speedy. Once inside, I pressed the button for the fourth gallery. I got out. This was the top of the opera house. The place was loaded with old sets, props, papier-mâché alligators, gold goblets. Then, over on the other side of the catwalk, I saw it. The body of a man all crumpled and distorted. I hit the catwalk and ran over. It was 100 feet above the stage, and as I looked down, I could see a score of strained faces looking up through the darkness. I got on the other side and bent over the body. It was that of Rolf Herbert.
Candy, down here. I think your man just dumped down underneath the stage.
Again, I did a Mel Patton. The elevator shot me down to the stage level, and there was Rembrandt, wild-eyed.
He came down the elevator on the other side, Candy. Then he cut across the stage and down those steps.
Come on, Rembrandt, follow me. I may need help. We ran down the steps and into the bowels of the stage. It looked like a nightmare, a myriad of cross beams of steel for the rising stages. We cleared those and went around by the chorus dressing rooms. There was only one out. I remembered it. A door over in the corner, very seldom used, but it was open. It led into a long tunnel with giant steam pipes running overhead and to the right. This went underground over to the Veterans Building. Down by your feet, there's a stream of water flowing in a trough. It's the old Hayes Valley Creek. Our killer decidedly knew his opera house. As we entered the tunnel, I could see him up ahead running like crazy, so we took off after him. We made the other side, and it breaks into a big engine room. As we came into the opening, I looked around. The engineer was lying on the floor out like a light, blood spurting from his scalp. Then I glanced up. There was another door. This led into the Veterans Building itself and an avenue of escape onto Van Ness. I ran up. Then as we got into the long corridor, I saw Martinello breaking for the door. Stop! Stop, Martinello!
Stop! You think I am a fool?
I do if you don't stop.
Try and get me.
Okay, pal. You asked for it. It was the first time I had ever shot a man. It didn't feel good. But he lived, and later the doctors of law gave him a little pill. The cyanide kind they dropped inside the gas chamber at San Quentin. Martinello paid his debt. Details? Sure, I'll fill him in now. Martinello loved to sing. Ray Mallard had told me that. For years, Carlo had been hanging around the opera house hoping to step into a role. This season, a director had jokingly told him that if he ran out of baritones, he'd let Carlo take over. Carlo took him seriously. He lured Salavini down to his restaurant on a fake emergency call, costume and all, and did him in. But then he became frightened. That's when he called me. It was worth $2,000 to have me hush things up. But I don't operate like that. He had a hunch I was going to tip off Mallard. That's when he removed the body from the icebox and dumped him into the bay. Carlo had also been at the performance of Tales of Hoffman. That's when he learned that they'd rustled up Rolf Herbert to sing in place of Salavini. By this time, Martinello was obsessed with the idea of singing in the opera house and wouldn't stop at anything. Right after Herberts left Warrenshold's dressing room, he managed to get Herberts into the elevator and up to the fourth gallery behind the stage. That scream was produced by a 6-inch stiletto through Herbert's heart from the hands of Martinello. And that's when our chase began. I hope I never see that tunnel under the opera house again. That Mallard and his sentiment. It was he who gave me that gun just a week before, for my birthday. He said I needed protection. Well, darn it, I do. But I can't get Mallard to believe me. Instead, he just gives me guns.
Listen again at this same time next week. For excitement and adventure, just dial
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were Harry Bechtel as Rolf Herberts, Jerry Walter as Carlo Martinello. Henry Leff plays the role of Inspector Mallard, and Jack Thomas is Rembrandt. Dorothy Warrenshold, star of the Standard Hour and the San Francisco Opera Company, was heard as herself. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and produced by Monty Masters. With the exception of Miss Warrenshold, any resemblance to actual people in tonight's play is purely coincidental. Candy Matson comes to you from San Francisco. This is Dudley Manlove speaking.
Christian II, a 16th century king of Denmark, would inform one night that a courtier had been stabbed and killed in a tavern brawl. The candles had been extinguished during the fight, and the murderer was consequently unknown. Now, determined to discover him, the king ordered all who had been present to reassemble in the tavern. One by one, they were made to lay their hands over the heart of the dead man. As the last man, a soldier, obeyed the king's command, blood trickled from the mouth of the corpse. Thereupon the soldier broke down and admitted the murder. This charming little tale is the origin of the belief that when confronted with the evidence of his guilt, the criminal will confess. Coupled with the maxim that a murderer will always return to the scene of his crime, it formed the basis of criminal detection for many years. The practice in England was to stick the head of a victim on the top of a pole, and for officers of the law to stand guard over it, scrutinizing the demeanor of each passerby. This was done with the trunkless head that was discovered on the left bank of the Thames early in 1726. It was only one of the appetizing episodes in the casebook history I'm about to tell you. By way of warning, or perhaps inducement, I've called the case Buckets of Blood. It was in the foggy dawn of a day early in 1726 that a night watchman at Horse Ferry, Westminster, left his post and walked a few steps down to the edge of the Thames. As he neared the water, he tripped over something and fell into the mud. Kneeling, he turned to see what the object was. What he saw made him rise to his feet with a cry. It was a human head. He took his ghastly discovery to another watchman, and together they went to the magistrate of the district, Mr. Justice Lambert.
Well, you two, what is the meaning of disturbing me at this hour? I've not even breakfasted. Well, your lordship, it's like this. On a watch. Yes, but get to the point, man. What have you got in that sack?
Go on, Bill, show him. I found this in the mud near my hut, sir, this morning.
Good heavens! Return it to the sack, man.
I stumbled on it as I was walking down to the...
Return it to the sack, will you? There's mud dripping all over my carpet.
I found this bucket just near where Bill found the head.
Take it out of the house, man. There's blood on it. It's bound to drip. Oh, my beautiful carpet.
All right, very good. Well, what's to be done, your worship?
Soon, sir, the procedure is well and truly laid down. The head must be washed, the hair combed, and then this most ugly specimen shall be posted about St. Margaret's churchyard for all and sundry to see. Thus we shall perhaps discover the identity of this bodiless corpse. And now, sir, you may depart, leaving the evidence in the scullery, if you please. Oh, what an unconscionable hour to be shown such a hideous object.
When the mud and blood had been washed away, it was seen that the head was that of a middle-aged man. But who he was or what he was, it was impossible to know. Crowds soon gathered about St. Margaret's churchyard to view the exhibit. And on the third day, a shopkeeper called Ashby, John Ashby, excitedly grasped his companion's arm.
Rex, look. What is it, John? The head on the pole. Oh, I've already seen it. It's been up these past 3 days. But for sure, it's a man. Come with me, Rex. Oh, you don't mean to drag me through this. Come on. Yeah, Well, on now. Well, now you've a close view, John. You satisfied? Yes, I am. Come on, Rex. Oh, now, look here, John. I refuse to be dragged about like this. Very good, then. You go to the Eagle Tavern. I'll meet you there at 2 o'clock. Now, where will you be until then? I shall be talking to Mrs. Catherine Hayes about that head up out there on the pole.
I must tell you how she came to be in London and why Mr. Ashby wanted to see her about the head on the pole. Now, at the age of 15, Catherine had quarreled with her father, a labourer, and had left her parents' home when she set off to walk to London 100 miles as the crow flies. But at the first hospital she came to, she was diverted from her course.
Glad that you're a comely wench, eh? What they call you, my pretty one?
Cat, so please you, sir.
So please me, eh? Gad, but you please me greatly. Do you work here, Cass?
No, sir. I'm on my way to London.
London City is no place for you, my lovely. Look about the room, lass. What do you see?
A goodly lot of men, sir. Fine officers all, I'd say.
Indeed we are, begad. His Majesty's truest and most loyal soldiers, what? And we've all got a good eye for a woman, Cass. A woman like you, fine complexion, heavenly figure. How old are you, by the way?
15, sir. But older than my years.
I'll wager you are. You've had a fine life with us, Kath, in our camp, you know. We've quarters at Great Ombersley. We're on our way there now.
But that is in Worcestershire, sir. I'm for London.
You were for London, Kath, but now... it's a fine life with the King's officers, Kath.
Oh, sir, you must not do that in so public a place.
Are you still for London, eh, Kath?
No, sir. I think I'm for His Majesty's officers, sir.
But after 2 years, the officers became tired of Kath's company, and she was advised to leave the barracks. Her next stop was in the county of Warwickshire, where she became servant to a farmer called Hayes. The farmer had a son, and Kath at 17 was extremely attractive. Thus it came about that the elder Hayes soon found cause to have a serious talk with his son.
Oh, come in, Arthur. I want to speak to you. It's about Catherine, isn't it, Dad? Yeah, you always were an honest lad. Yes, it's about Kath. She's only been with us a month, and people are already whispering about you and her.
Let them whisper. I was planning to tell you anyway. Kath and I are married.
What? How can you be? This is a joke. Some prank of yours.
No prank, Dad. We married secretly in Worcester last week. We're very much in love, Dad. I hope you won't do anything to make unpleasantness.
Married to a mere slut of a serving girl?
Whatever you may say, you shan't alter my feelings.
You'll both leave this house tomorrow. I never want to see either of you again.
I'd hope you'd welcome
Wretch, how dare you hope for anything after such action? Out of my house till you wear out!
Yes, Dad, I heard.
But the next morning, Hayes Sr. repented a little and gave his son money on the condition that he and his wife should leave the district. He also granted him an allowance of £26 a year. No mean sum in those days. Kath refused to live anywhere but London, and as Arthur Hayes was at this time still anxious to grant his bride's every whim, to London they went. Arthur took a house and let apartments. He made money. He opened a chandler's shop and sold coal. He made more money. He started a pawnbroker's business. He made yet more money. But he was by no means happy.
Kath, this cannot go on.
What do you mean?
It's the third time this week that neighbors have come to me with their complaints about you. Robinson from number 20 has just been in here saying he'd murder you if you crossed his path again.
I hope you punished him for speaking in such fashion of your wife.
I'm tired of standing up for you, Kath. Is it true that you told his wife that you'd seen him with that woman in the park?
Of course I told her. You know what I think of such things. And if we women did not stand together...
Why must you be forever making trouble with my friends? John Ashby was in here only yesterday asking if it was you who spread the rumor that he couldn't pay his rent.
Well, he can't, you know it.
And who are you to tell everyone about it? No one is perfect. You least of all. Do you think I don't know what happens in this house when I'm away on business?
How dare you?
Oh, don't deny it. Spare me that.
Arthur, how can you? My husband. You know I love you more than anyone or anything.
We leave here on Tuesday, Kath. You're ruining my trade and my reputation in the neighborhood. I've taken a house in Tyburn Road. We'll make a fresh start there.
But the change of environment did not alter Catherine's nature. She still made trouble for her husband. She still was unfaithful to him when his back was turned. However, Arthur, in spite of his unhappy home life, continued to prosper in his pawnbroker's business. He also let 3 rooms of his house as apartments. One of the lodgers was a young tailor called Thomas Billings. Catherine liked his looks, and he hers. By the way, he was young enough to be her son. The mutual attraction led to a most severe quarrel between Arthur Hayes and his erring wife.
And I returned from laboring to keep you in your expensive ways, only to be told that Billings has been more than just a lodger in my absence.
Do you expect me to sit alone while you're away? Am I to have no company?
Not only do you cheat me at every turn, but you had an orgy here with him that the whole neighborhood hears of it and laughs at me and pities me for being a fool, a deceived man.
You are a fool. Cannot you open your eyes? See that you no longer please me? I wish for a change, Arthur. I'm still young, you know.
Another word in that tone, Catherine.
You blind idiot. Do you expect me to deny the advances of an attractive youngster like... Oh, you brute!
Perhaps that'll quiet.
And strange to relate, Catherine's disposition changed from that day forward in Arthur's presence. To him, she was gay and charming. But to Billings and another lodger named Wood, 2 rather simple souls, she showed her true feelings towards her husband, and they were not quite so charming.
You know, Mr. Wood, what a good-for-nothing Arthur is.
Well, he's been a good friend to me, Mrs. Hayes. Billings here can vouch for that, can't you, Tom?
Why, I don't think he's all he seems to be.
That's right, Tom. Of course he isn't. Two things you don't know. First, he's an atheist.
Is he?
Yes. And I've heard it preached that to kill such men is right. So what sin it must be. And worse than that, he's a murderer.
No.
Would I say it about my own husband if it were not true? He killed 2 men in the country, buried them under a pear tree. That's why we came to live in London.
My word, an atheist and a murderer. And with all that money, too.
Yes, £1,500 he saved. All of it comes to me on his death. But what a scoundrel he is, eh?
These arrant lies were not just idle chatter on the part of Catherine Hayes. Every story she concocted was told with a purpose: to secure the assistance of Messrs. Wood and Billings in the murder of her husband. Nightly with her lodgers, Wood and Billings, on the best way to dispose of her husband. Still undecided, they were given some unexpected help by their victim. One night, Wood returned from work to find Mr. and Mrs. Hayes and Billings in an uproarious mood. They'd been apparently shutting out the cold with the aid of large quantities of liquor.
Good evening, Mr. Wood. You look cold. There's a bad fog outside.
Never mind the fog, Woody. Join us and drink up.
Yes, it's the best remedy for a cold in the world. Drunk over a guinea's worth of liquor. You know, I'm not drunk. Are you, Tom? Drunk, not I. See, Hayes, I'll wager you couldn't drink 6 bottles of Mountain and still be sober. If you can, I'll pay for it. And if it knocks you over, you pay. A bargain, a bargain. 6 bottles of Malaga, eh? Pour me a thirst quencher. I'll get the bottles. Have a drink, Mr. Wood. Kick furniture.
Well done, Tom. It was just the right moment. Now remember your promise, you two.
What, tonight?
The best opportunity we've had. He's sure to be drunk after this.
But I did not pledge myself.
You did. To get rid once and for all of a murderer. To kill him means less than to kill a dog in the gutter. And I'll not be stingy with the money. He promised, didn't he, Tom?
I heard him with these 2 ears. All right. Sweet lasso, sweet lasso. Halfway through the first bottle already. I'll do it easily, Billings. Go to it then, Hayes. You've still got another 5 bottles. That's 1. Can't be bothered with tanker. From the bottle now. Up for a bit of air. Only a few more. Oh, spilled. Spilled, hang it. I spilled some. Oh, don't count it against me, Billings. You're doing marvels, Hayes. Hurrah, finished. 6 bottles of Mountain. And you pay. Where am I? I'm so giddy. He's completely insensible. Carry him onto his bed. Take the legs, Billings. I've got the shoulders. Heavy with all that wine in him, huh? There, you lead the way.
Lay him on the bed. I'll fetch the hatchet.
When Catherine Hayes returned, Billings took the hatchet from her and struck Hayes on the head, but it was not sufficient. So Wood snatched the hatchet from Billings and dealt the victim 2 more blows.
What shall we do with the body?
Throw it into Marylebone Pond. We'll burn the clothes. The head we must put in the bucket and carry to Westminster, where we can throw it into the Thames. No one will ever find out who it is. Quickly now, we must finish by daybreak.
And so it was that a watchman at Horse Ferry, Westminster, stumbled over something the next morning, and that a man called Ashby 3 days later thought he recognized the head on the pole in St. Margaret's churchyard and went to see Mrs. Catherine Hayes.
Yes? Oh, it's Mr. Ashby, isn't it?
I wasn't sure whether you'd remember me.
Oh, yes. You knew my husband before we moved here.
Is your husband in, Mrs. Hayes?
No. Arthur's away.
Oh? May I know where?
Portugal.
You're sure, Mrs. Hayes? I have reason to doubt it. But perhaps you can convince me. Why has he gone to Portugal?
It's a sad story, Mr. Ashby. Some time ago, my Arthur fought with a man. The man died from the blows Arthur struck, and his wife was going to the constables about it. But finally she agreed to say nothing, on Arthur's promising to pay a certain annual allowance to her. Recently, Arthur lost a lot of money. He could no longer pay the woman the money, so he has fled to Portugal.
I see. Thank you, Mrs. Hayes.
Good day.
Ashby quickly repaired to the Eagle Tavern to meet his friend Reg Longmore, and there told him what Catherine Hayes had said, explaining also that he was sure that the head in St. Margaret's churchyard was that of Catherine's husband. Between them, they decided to test her story, which is the reason that Longmore visited the lady that afternoon, pretending that he was a friend of Arthur's. He was told the same story. Almost.
But then, you see, Mr.
Longmore, ma'am.
Mr. Longmore, my poor husband lost an amount of money so that he could no longer afford to pay this widow the allowance. In the end, against my wishes, of course, he decided to leave the city.
And where did he go, ma'am? Oh, I wouldn't tell anyone, you understand, but I would like to make contact with him, if possible.
North of London, sir. He gave me no more exact address, but I think he is in Hertfordshire County.
Oh, indeed. Well, thank you, Mrs. Hayes. You've been most helpful.
And she never mentioned Portugal once?
No, not once. Oh, she was not quite certain, but she thought he was in Hertfordshire. I think you're right about this affair, John.
Oh, I'm sure of it. Something else has happened since I saw you to confirm me in my suspicions. Oh? I went to see a rogue called Billings after you left me. He's a tailor and lodges in Arthur Hayes' house. I asked him if he'd seen the head in St. Margaret's churchyard.
Well, go on.
He said he hadn't. Whereupon I disclosed that I was sure it was his landlord's. And you know what was his reply? He cried, "Nonsense. How could the head be his? I left him well in bed when I came to work this morning."
But, John, we can go no further in the matter, for we cannot take the law into our own hands. Justice Lambert's the man for us.
You speak truth, Reg, though I'm determined to be there when they make the arrest.
On being told the story, Mr. Justice Lambert decided that there was a prima facie case against Catherine Hayes, and that he would attend to the arrest himself. Summoning the assistance of 2 officers of the Life Guards, and followed by Ashby and Longmore, he appeared at Mrs. Hayes' lodgings at 9 o'clock that night. With no ceremony, they walked upstairs to a room.
Open in the name of the law.
Who's there?
Open in the name of the law.
As soon as I have put up with the
Hurry then, madam. Officer, have you the casket I gave you as we set out?
Yes, Your Worship, I have it here.
It shall perhaps be required before this episode is through. And now, madam, are you prepared?
What do you want?
Officers, seize her.
Look, there's Billings sitting on her bed.
Thomas Billings, eh? I have a warrant for your arrest also.
Make up another of your stories, Billings.
Billings has been mending his stockings.
His eyesight must be extremely good then, seeing that there is neither fire nor candle in the room.
Why are we being arrested?
Officer, give me that box.
Here you are, Your Worship.
Lift out its grisly contents. There, madam. Do you not recognize this?
Oh, it is my dear husband.
Here now, wife.
That's better. In my arms like this instead of that box. I must have a lock of his hair. Oh.
She's fainted.
She has perhaps seen too much of his blood already.
Wood was arrested the same night, and the 3 criminals were then taken to the Old Bailey to await trial. Billings was the first to speak out in the hope of being treated leniently. On his advice, Marylebone Pond was dragged, and the remaining limbs of Arthur Hayes were discovered. Wood then confessed also, but in spite of the whole ghastly crime being disclosed, Catherine Hayes maintained her innocence.
Catherine Hayes, your companions Wood and Billings have confessed to the murder of your husband, Arthur Hayes, and have pleaded guilty in the forthcoming trial. As examining magistrate, it is my duty to inform you that unless you alter your plea of not guilty, you will have to make a defense, for which, in due course, you will be provided counsel. The enormity of your alleged offense has induced the king, whose gracious majesty may God preserve, to direct the prosecution through no less a personage than the Attorney General.
In the trial that then took place, the Attorney General of England argued for the supreme penalty of the law in those days, hanging and then burning. The jury, in spite of Catherine's repeated cries that she was being wronged, brought in the verdict after only a few minutes.
Members of the jury, look on this woman. Do you find her guilty or not guilty of the foul crime with which she is charged?
We find her guilty.
My lord!
The female prisoner at the bar may speak.
You have found me guilty, but I did not strike the fatal blow. Billings and Woody have admitted to that themselves. If I must suffer hanging, surely in view of their confession, I may escape burning.
The request of the prisoner is denied. Catherine Hayes, you have been found guilty, by just process of law, of a most foul and heinous crime.
To be burnt after hanging was a fate reserved for women. Men were hanged and then suspended by chains near the scene of the crime. Although Catherine's second assistant, Wood, cheated the gallows by dying in Newgate the day before his appointed execution, the corpse of Thomas Billings was duly strung up near Marylebone Pond, where the remains of Arthur Hayes had been discovered. As to the chief instigator of the crime, her end was almost more horrible than that of her victim. On May the 9th, 1726, the crowd about Tyburn, in spite of the layer of snow on the ground, was so great that only a few could see the gallows. But among those few were John Ashby and Reg Longmore, more than a little proud of their share in the apprehension of no longer Kath or Catherine, but just the woman Hayes.
Here she comes, Reg. Can't see her face at the moment. Oh, they brought her on a sledge. Oh, wish they'd silence that bell. It's the death knell from St. Sepulchre's Church. It'll stop when she dies. See, they're chaining her to the stake. First they'll strangle her and then light the faggots. She looks calm. They've got the rope round her neck. Any moment now. She's up! Look, they lit the fire too soon. John, I can't see. They lit the fire too soon. The hangman ain't hands first and has to let the rope go. She's trying to kick the faggots away. He's being burnt alive, man. He's being burnt alive.
It is strange, perhaps, that fate should reserve such a death for such a woman. In any case, that was the macabre finale to the history of Catherine Hayes. Don't be too horrified by this story. It took place a long time ago, when it was much more difficult to keep a good head on your shoulders.
If you're looking for murder, I know a guy who can get it for you wholesale. This is another in the adventures of America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar, starring Charles Russell. At insurance investigations, Johnny Dollar is only an expert. At making out his expense account, he's an absolute genius. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. To West Coast Underwriters, San Francisco Branch. Attention, Bradford L. Coates, General Manager. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during my investigation of the little man who wasn't all there, or in most cases, there at all, or the unpaid premium payoff. Expense account, item 1. 3 cents postage due on your airmail special delivery letter containing said assignment. I can just hear you dictating it.
Take a letter. To Johnny Dollar. You'll find his address in the files. Dear Sir, better make that Dear Dollar. Enclosed find copies of letters received by us from one Mr. James Yarbo, period. This man's wife was insured with our company until recently. One day before her death, her period of grace on an unpaid premium ran out. We canceled her policy in the amount of $20,000. Her husband, Yarbo, first made every effort to collect, then threatened us. Since then, we've received the enclosed series of letters intimating, without confessing, that he's had a hand in the accidental death of at least 12 of our policyholders to date. The police have been working on it, but are getting nowhere. If you are available, please come immediately. Yours very truly, Sophie.
Expense account, item 2, $176.87. Airfare, Hartford to San Francisco. Item 3, $5.40. Cab fare, airport to your office.
Dollar, glad you got here. You've no idea what a mess this whole thing...
Okay, Mr. Coates, okay, don't get excited. We'll nail this guy before you run out of policyholders.
Well, the dozen he's apparently done away with already have cost us darn near $250,000. You've got to move fast, Dollar. The man is a homicidal maniac.
Yeah, but a smart one, though. He's put just enough in those letters he sent you to let you know that he's working out a grand-scale revenge against your company. But he leaves out just enough so the law can't lock him up.
He's had perfect alibis in every case.
Look, Mr. Coates, tell me, have all these deaths been local, right around here?
No, they've been all over California.
Mm-hmm. Well, one other thing, the method. From this list you gave me, Mr. Yarbo seems to have a preference for killing people through the noisy and gory method of fake automobile accidents.
Yes, very true. But what about this last one? Airplane crash. That was a $30,000 loss to us. Just think. Our poor innocent policyholder flying around and then his engine quit. Thanks to a man he's never even seen.
Tell me, Mr. Coates, just how difficult would it be to get a list of your California policyholders? Names and addresses, you know.
Why, that would take days, but goodness gracious, man, you can't hope to keep an eye on them all. Besides, the minute you went off the job, he'd strike again. That's a preposterous idea.
Cut time. Look, I don't want the list. I was just wondering how Yarbo got it.
Oh.
Now, so far you've given me nothing to go on. I'd like you to add 2 things to that. Yarbo's home address and a $50,000 life insurance policy made out to me.
What on earth's that for?
Well, look, in the first place, if we're going fishing for Mr. Yarbo, I might as well be the worm. In the second place, if I should get gobbled up in the line of duty, that $50,000 life insurance would make several attractive young ladies of my acquaintance very happy. Not, mind you, as happy as I can make them by remaining alive. Expense account, item 4, $30. Rental of limousine, complete with chauffeur. I figured if I was riding into trouble, I was riding in style. So I started on a house-to-house survey. You might say, knocking at death's door.
Yes. What is it, please?
I'm sorry to bother you, Mrs. Gianelli, but I'm from the insurance company.
Oh, yes.
It'll only take a moment. One question about your son.
Oh, poor Angelo. What do you want to know about my poor son? He'd drive away in his automobile, that's all. I'll never see him alive again.
Yes, I know. Tell me, Mrs. Gianelli, did you ever hear your son mention a man named Yarbo?
Yarbo?
Yeah.
Yarbo. I don't know about no such Yarbo. Now, please. Please leave me. There was so much sadness in my house.
Yes?
Mr. Dykes?
Yes.
I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm from the insurance company. About your son's plane crash.
Oh. I thought all those details had been taken care of.
But just one thing, Mr. Dykes. Did your son ever mention a man named Yarbo?
Yarbo?
Yeah.
That's an unusual name. I'm sure if he had, I would have remembered.
Okay, sir. I'm sorry to have bothered you. And thanks.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
Yes, I'd like to have a word with Mrs. Weatherly. I'm from the insurance company.
Well, sir, Mrs. Weatherly has been indisposed, not receiving visitors.
What is it, Brian?
How do you do, Mrs. Weatherly? My name is Johnny Dollar.
Oh, dear. You may go, Brian. Oh, I'm ashamed to let you see me in this condition, Mr. Dollar.
just ashamed. But you understand.
I do indeed.
It was bad enough. The accident, I mean. But the scandal! Oh, I'll never be able to hold my head up again.
Yes. No.
If Harvey had to get himself in an automobile accident, why, oh, why, I ask you, did he have to have that awful Mrs. Barclay in the car?
Oh, yes. Yes, it was very unthoughtful of him, Mrs. Weatherly. Would you mind answering one question?
Well, if I can.
Did your husband ever mention a man named Yarbo?
Well, no. No, he never mentioned a man named Yarbo. But neither did he ever mention Mrs. Barclay.
I tried a half a dozen of the other beneficiaries left behind by Mr. Yarbo's list of victims. All I got out of it was a very watery afternoon. The tears were falling like monsoon time in Burma, but of information I got none. This brought me right smack up to a point I didn't want to have to reach, the point of contacting Mr. Yarbo in person. At 8:30 that night, I took a plant on Yarbo's house on Lombard Street. At 11:30, I saw the lights go out, as did Yarbo. He was a little guy, stooped over like he was looking for cigarette butts on the sidewalk, needing a haircut, and, true to type, wearing a long black overcoat. But worst of all was the little satchel he was carrying. Items like this always set off a chain reaction in my imagination, and I could just see him on his way to atomizing the Oakland Bay Bridge, thus causing the biggest automobile accident in history. I very cleverly forced my way into the house by breaking a first-floor window, reaching in and opening same. The cyclops eye of my flashlight started picking up information on the subject of Mr. Yarbo immediately. The room I had entered looked like the Hobby Lobby of an English bobby, a crime museum if I ever saw one. On one wall, a gun case. On another, a crime library. And scattered around the room, a grisly collection, ranging from blood-stained hatchets to shrunken heads. But the most surprising criminal curio of all stood right behind me. Mr. Yarbo, complete with little black bag.
Well, I must say the current second-story man dresses well, but I must also say you, my man, must have the old masters of the art turning in their graves. For you, young man, are a heavy-fingered bungler. There, let's have a better look at you. Now, that flashlight, I'll feel better after you've dropped it.
Hey, what am I doing? You're not even pointing a gun at me.
Don't feel too comfortable. You are well covered from many points. A step from you in any direction may detonate any number of explosive devices.
Why'd I have to pick this joint to burgle? I feel like a city councilman playing a call in the White House. You seem more the kind of a guy I should be working for instead of on. What's your racket?
Racket?
Yeah.
You were in a racket, my little friend. My pastime is a science. Yes, I take it you are impressed with my collection.
Who wouldn't be?
Well, if you're interested, come here.
About those booby traps.
Oh, yes. Note well the design of the rug. The large roses. Avoid stepping on them for the time being.
Oh, great. And I was in here stumbling around in the dark.
May your good luck continue. But look here in this case, the small vial on the right. That was purloined for me to order from the famous Black Museum in Scotland Yard. That little vial once rested in the case of the fabulous murderer, Dr. Crippen. And there, beside it, that lock of hair, that is from the head of the second victim of the noted mass murderer, Neil Cream. And up there, look up there, the hangman's noose over the mantel. From that one swung the body of the notorious Western bad woman, Fanny Turner.
How's chances for running this place for Halloween?
Well, all right then, since you no longer seem interested in playing the part of a bungling burglar, then I assume that I am also free to discontinue my pose as a victim of your disguise, Mr. Johnny Dollar.
Oh? Looks like the chips are down and I'm the fish.
Yes, and there are a lot of other fish in your sea, Mr. Dollar. Poison eels, that's what you are, the lot of you. Parasites, gambling on death, and then not paying when you lose.
Listen, Mr. Yarbo, you're placing a big hunk of blame where it doesn't belong. You're confused about things.
Confused?
Yes. When your wife's insurance premium was overdue, you were allowed a 30-day period of grace. And when that went by, the policy was canceled. Now, that's not the insurance company's fault. It was your fault.
But it wasn't. I gave her the money. She spent it on herself. I'd have made it up. I told them so after she died. I told them, but they wouldn't listen. I'll show you. I'll show you.
Yarbo looked like he was headed to show me the chopping end of an axe laying on top of a small table. I hit him just as he hit the table. As he hit the floor, I noticed what I was standing on. One of those big red roses in the carpet. It hadn't exploded yet, but that was one flower I wasn't standing around waiting to see bloom. It took a lot of nerve picking up a telephone in that room. But I finally got a good hold on my nerves and a fair hold on an imitation of Yarbo's voice. Took one deep breath and picked up the phone. Yes?
Hello, James. This is Martha. I'm at the office. I have good news. 2 more. Mr. and Mrs. Granville Morse, killed tonight on the Great Highway, 2 miles south of Seal Rock. 8:45 tonight. Ran into a post, both killed. Insured for a total of $80,000. I gotta go now. Goodbye, James.
Well, congratulations, Brother Yarbo. 2 more at 8:45 tonight. And who's your new alibi? Me.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of Johnny Dollar. But first, did you ever think of "and" as a comedy word? Maybe not, but you'll get a full demonstration on CBS this Wednesday night. There'll be Groucho Marx and his guest on that hilarious quiz, You Bet Your Life. For it's the guests who sometimes floor Groucho with their wisecracks. There'll be Bing Crosby in his regular Wednesday night CBS show and his special guest, Bob Hope. There'll be George Burns and Gracie Allen and Bill Goodwin. And becomes more filled with comedy when you learn that Lum and Abner will have their premiere as Wednesday night regulars on most of these same CBS stations. Yes, this fall you hear them all on C and B and S. Now, with our star, Charles Russell, we return to the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yarbo might have been lying unconscious on the floor, but in that setting, I was still afraid of him. I'd have looked the place over with a fine tooth comb. Only having none, I used my hands. I put the pat test to Yarbo's pockets for a gun. He was unloaded. Then turned my attention to the little black bag he'd been carrying when I saw him leave the house, and which he still had with him when he returned. I hoped it wasn't booby-trapped. Opened it and discovered that it was a trap, the type my kind of booby stepped into. Inside the bag was a small radio receiver tuned to something I looked for and found in the room. A small radio transmitter of the type formerly used in army tanks. Through this, Yarbo had heard me enter his little museum of murder and had returned to catch me in the act of prowling the premises. About then, I caught him in the act of coming to. Well, welcome home, Yarbo. Time to get up. I just had a long chat on the phone with Martha. She thought I was you.
You think you're very clever, don't you? Martha knows my voice. If she talked to you at all, she didn't tell you anything. Of that I am sure, so save your breath. There is no use your telling me she gave you any information.
Oh, no, you got me wrong, pal. I only told you Martha called to let you know I know there is a Martha. I figured it might make you nervous, and nervous men are easy to beat.
Other nervous men may be easy to beat, Dollar, but not James Yarbo. The police have tried, and they couldn't prove a thing against me. Now, may I have your permission to get up?
Yeah. Maybe the police haven't been able to get anything on you, but I have something. Attempted murder. The hatchet you went for.
The pitiful mistake of a pitifully suspicious mind, Dollar. I wasn't reaching for that hatchet on the table. I was trying to show you something in the table drawer. There it is, spilled out on the floor. My wife's insurance policy. The one your unscrupulous thieving superiors refused to pay. The vampires? Here, look at it. All in order. Much of it in fine print. Fine, just fine.
Okay, Yarbo, that did it. Come on, ahead of me.
Where are we going?
Find some place to lock you up. I was hired to stop you, and until I do, I'm at least going to try and slow you down. Now move. Linen closet. No room here. Come on. Bathroom. No window. Yeah, this'll do. Go on, get in there.
No, not in here. Anywhere but in here.
It's a good place. You may get thirsty.
No. This is where my wife died. Not in here. No.
Which, on the surface, may seem to have been a move on the cruel side. But Yarbo was a man obviously off his rocker, and I needed him more nervous than I already had him. Too nervous to attempt killing any more people. Expense account item 5, a nickel. Phone call, downtown office, state police. Mr. and Mrs. Granville Morse had indeed crashed to their death on the great highway south of Seal Rock at 8:45, which made the lady with the early telephone news flash Martha, a gal with whom I wanted an early date. Come on, answer the phone.
Hello?
Hello?
What is it?
Hello, Mr. Coates. This is Dollar.
Oh, yes, Dollar. What do you want?
Well, first I want to tell you that you just lost 2 more policyholders. List price, $80,000.
Oh, good Lord. This is terrible. Who? How? What?
Never mind that. I've also got something else. On the good side. I need your help tonight.
Of course. Anything. What can I do?
Meet me at your office. You and I are going to go looking for a dame named Martha.
Martha? Martha who?
I don't know, but I hope she works for you.
I'll be there in a half hour.
Make that 20 minutes, and you'll be 10 minutes closer to happy days. The office personnel records of the West Coast underwriters turned up not 1, but 3 employees named Martha, which gave me 3 choices as to who had been supplying Yarbo with a list of West Coast insurance policy holders. Finding the exact Martha was even easier. On the phone, she had told me that she was calling from the office, and the night elevator operator's in and out book showed the signature of one Martha Kinsey, and I just couldn't wait to hear her report.
Who is it?
I've got a message from Mr. Yarbo.
Oh, just a minute. Message from James. Oh, what does he want?
Well, what he really wants is to get out of the bathroom. That's where I've got him locked up.
Who are you?
You ought to know who I am. I assume you're the one that told Yarbo he could be expecting a call from an insurance investigator named Dollar. Well, that's me.
Well, I don't care. James told me girls give out lists of names all the time. Sell them for mailing lists. 10 cents apiece. May not be ethical, but it's not against the law. James told me, and I believe James. Oh, he's the smartest man I ever knew.
He may be the smartest, but he's right in line to be numbered among the deadest. One of these fine mornings, the state is going to give him a cyanide egg for breakfast.
What do you mean?
You should know. Murder, execution, gas chamber.
Well, you can't prove a thing. James told me so, and he knows. Well, he's smart.
I hope he's not smart enough to pick a lock with a bath mat. Now, come on, sit down. You and I are going to have a nice, long talk.
We are not. I won't say a thing. I don't have to, unless you have a warrant, an indictment, and a court reporter. James told me so.
Yeah, I know. He's smart. But no matter what he told you, you're going to tell me a few things.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are. So, I was wrong. Martha didn't tell me anything. But her stubborn attitude did. She was in love with Mr. Yarbo, a stupid, middle-aged woman having her last fling at romance, doing her best to keep her last chance alive in the person of the man who had made her his partner in crime. As crazy as it was, this grotesque pair of lovebirds created the only real emotion in the case to date, and switched my thoughts from the widely scattered deaths which had brought me into the case, and over to the single death of Yarbo's wife. Enclosed, find a transcript of statement made to me at 2 o'clock in the morning by the doctor who signed Mrs. Yarbough's death certificate.
Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhage. Result of severe fracture of skull. Region, medulla oblongata. Contributing factors, woman bathing in bathtub at home. Slipped and fell, striking head on shower spigot. Coroner's finding death due to misadventure. Accidental.
It took the doctor 2 minutes to get around to making that statement. I figured it would take Martha at least 30 minutes to get her hair out of her curlers and make herself presentable enough to risk being seen on the street. That left me 28 minutes to get back to Yarbough's house before she did, and I didn't need half that long. In the cab on my way over, I took inventory. 1, to date, Yarbough's alibis covering him on all the so-called revenge murders had been perfect. Too perfect. 2nd, when I first faced Yarbough, he screamed about his wife's death, not in the light of having lost his lady love, but in the light of having lost her insurance money. Just as my third and most important conclusion came upon me, the taxi came upon our destination, and I had to go to work. Once inside the little horror house on Lombard Street, I got set for a long search. But it turned out to be a short one, and it proved 2 things. Yarbough was not only a murderer, he was as crazy as he'd acted in having kept the evidence around. Okay, Yarbough, come on out.
Well, I hope you have enjoyed your waste of time, Mr. Dollar, as I've enjoyed my chance for meditation. You saw Martha, I suppose?
Yes, I saw Martha. Bless her silent little soul.
Yes, I was sure of Martha. She believes in me.
You can say that again. Come on out here.
Mr. Dollar, I suppose you are aware that this is the 2nd time tonight you have been guilty of breaking and entering. I am, however, willing to forgive that, should you come to your senses and decide to go back to Hartford and leave me alone. Mind treading on the roses in the rug, Mr. Dollar?
Sorry, Yarbough. I fell for that gag earlier tonight.
People who smile at that joke give me the last laugh.
Now, look, Yarbough, I know exactly what you've been up to, and I know why you've done it. But your little war of nerves has got to stop.
It will never stop. No one can prove anything against me.
I can. I can prove that you haven't done a thing to bring about those accidental deaths you've been taking credit for. Martha has sat down in that insurance office and notified you every time there's been an accidental death of a policyholder in this part of the country. Then you've written the company your little letters and gotten your little kicks out of it, right?
That's a lie, lie.
This is a switch, a guy yelling that loud that he's guilty.
You'll have to prove it. You will have to prove it.
Don't worry, chum. I'm not going to waste a breath proving murders that you didn't commit. But, brother, I'm really going to go to town on the one that you did. Your wife, Mr. Yarbough.
That is the most ridiculous statement you have yet made, young man. Look around you. Take note. I have profited by all the mistakes made by the original owners of these bloody souvenirs from Dr. Crippen on down. You see in me the living composite of them all. And I intend to stay that way. Alive.
I'm afraid you will, but it's going to be inside an upholstered room. And this is what will put you there. Yeah, Mr. Yarbough, you carried your little hobby of crime souvenirs too far when you saved this hunk of pipe and the faucet with which you clubbed your wife to death.
She slipped and fell. She was in the tub.
I'm sure the police microscopes can give you a strong argument on that one. Now, come on. And let's make it easy on each other, shall we?
No, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Let go.
Whoa.
Let go of me. You have to prove it.
James, what's he doing?
Help me, Martha. Help me. Hit him with something.
I'd have bet on myself against the two of them if I didn't have to fight while playing hopscotch over those roses in the carpet, about which I still wasn't quite sure. It was touch and go. Martha would try to touch the back of my head with something, and I'd go.
Do something, Martha! Do something!
I'll fix him.
The something Martha tried to do was pick up a heavy-based urn and aim it at me. She missed. It started to roll across the rosy carpet. When Yarbough saw where it was headed, he wrenched himself loose and dove to stop it. I dove the other way. He got there just too late. I didn't have to look twice to know he was dead. Fate had called James Yarbough up on his own carpet. When Martha threw that urn at me, it had rolled straight for the only rose in the rug that had been booby-trapped. Which only goes to prove that sometimes a rose by any other name can be anything but sweet. Expense account, item 6. $1.40. 3-month subscription, Love Life magazine. Sent to accessory to murder, Martha Kinsey, Tehachapi State Prison. I figured 3 months was about all she had, the judges and juries in California being rather efficient that way. Expense account, item 7. $6. Dinner and diving for pearls in a barrel of Blue Points at Fisherman's Wharf. Diving for Pearl's earring, which she lost while bending over the barrel trying to see what oysters look like. Item 8, $176.87. Airfare, San Francisco to Hartford. Expense account total, $942.08. Not including defense lawyer fees if you decide to sue me for not being able to add correctly. Signed, yours, truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes and stars Charles Russell. Script by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd. Featured in the cast were Jay Novello, Martha Wentworth, Paul DeBow, Gigi Pearson, and Larry Dobkin. The special music is written and conducted by Wilbur Hatch.
Being a private investigator means two things. You can be sure you'll run into trouble, and you can never be sure you'll get out of it. Not much you can do about it, I guess, except, like Julie always says,
walk softly, Peter Troy.
And now, Peter Troy investigates what Katy did.
The Robin Hood type of character has always had a place in the hearts of most people, since there seems to be a certain moral justice in relieving people who have too much of some of their ill-gotten gains, or even their well-gotten gains, and handing it over to those who have too little. As it happens, however, the law has always had a pretty strong leaning towards the 10 Commandments, and whatever the moral issues, the law says thou shalt not steal. There's no ifs or buts or on the other hands. So, these days, good old Sir Robin and his merry men would have had a rough time of it at the hands of characters like my occasional friend, Inspector Caswell, who spent a lot of time concerning himself with what Katy did.
There, that's all there is to it, Katy. You close the safe, pull this handle to the upright position. Now, that closes the bolts. Then you spin the dial to lock it.
Yes, I see that, Mr. Elliot. It seems quite simple.
Now, you remember the combination I just gave you?
Yes, I think so.
All right. Let's see you open the safe then.
All right. 3 to the left, 2 right, 1 left. There, that should be it.
You'll soon know. Try the handle.
Oh, it works.
And it's open. Fine. Well, now you can go to the safe any time.
Oh, I must say, it's very flattering of you to give me the combination, Mr. Elliot. I mean, well, up till now, you and Miss Harvey are the only ones
Yes,
who are...
I know, and believe me, I don't like handing out the combination to all and sundry, but... well, in the 6 months you've been with me, Katy, you've done a first-rate job as my secretary, and I'm sure I can trust you.
Yes, of course.
It'll be very handy for me, your being able to get things for me from the safe. Miss Harvey is not always available. As bookkeeper, she has to spend a lot of time at the factory.
Yes. These things in the safe, Mr. Elliot, I think I know what most of them are. The cash box, of course.
Yes, the cash box. Never very much kept in there, you know, a few pounds at a time. The private ledger. Oh, and that file there is confidential correspondence of my own.
What's this packet here?
Oh, that contains some bearer bonds. Holdings in foreign companies. I keep them there because they're so readily negotiable. Anybody who has them owns them, you see. The companies keep no records in their stock registers.
Good heavens. Well, you certainly wouldn't want to leave them lying about.
No, I would not. On today's market, those bonds would be worth, well, £9,000 or £10,000. A great temptation to anyone who could just pick them up and walk off.
It was one of those days when nothing seems to happen, and in my racket, it's nice to have a day like that now and then. You can sit back, put your feet up on the desk, and dream of a long holiday in the Bahamas, or Maybe just read the paper thoroughly for a change, while a ministering angel plies you with hot coffee. The best I could manage in the way of a ministering angel was my secretary, Julie, against whom I have nothing except that, being a doll, she thinks like a doll.
We're out of coffee, Pete. Will you have tea?
What?
Tea instead of coffee.
Yeah, sure, honey. What? Did you say tea?
Yes. You know, that black stuff people drink made from tea leaves. Very refreshing.
Oh, now, Julie, you know me. I'm as British as the next guy. I'm loyal to the flag and all that jazz, but I will not adopt the incredible English habit of drinking tea. Next, you'll be wanting me to eat bangers and mash for lunch.
Bangers and mash. It's years since I've had that. Oh, what a wonderful idea, Pete. Now, why don't we
Julie, there's a very good grocery store less than a block away that sells excellent coffee. So how about you take a little walk, huh?
Men, you're worse than small boys. You have to run after them and pamper them all day long. Oh, I was just about to knock. Oh, I'm sorry if I startled you. You wanted to see Mr. Troy? Well, yes, if I may. Well, come in, Miss Poole, Catherine Poole. My friends call me Katy. Mr. Troy, this is Miss Poole. She doesn't have an appointment, but she'd like to see you.
Well, that's okay. Take a seat, Miss Poole. We are now open for business.
Thank you. I do hope I haven't come at an inconvenient time.
Oh, not at all. In fact, if you stick around long enough, you just might get a cup of coffee. Mightn't she, Julie?
A brick house doesn't have to fall on me, Mr. Troy. I'll just pop down to the shop.
Well, now, Miss Poole.
Mr. Troy, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, well, that figures. People don't usually come here to pass the time of day.
I won't beat around the bush.
Good idea.
Mr. Troy, I'm a thief. At least, I'm not exactly a thief. I stole some negotiable bonds from my employer's safe.
Well, offhand, I would say that makes you very exactly a thief, Miss Poole. Well, where do we go from there?
Well, you see, after I took the bonds, I lost my nerve, and I posted them back to him.
You mailed the bonds back to your employer?
Yes. I thought I'd run away, and I thought if he got the bonds back, well, he wouldn't go to the police.
Oh. Well, wouldn't it have been simpler just to put the bonds back where you got them from?
It might have been, but I didn't have the courage. I thought Mr. Elliot might have missed them, so I put them in the post.
Mm-hmm. That was when?
Last night. He should have got the package this morning.
Oh, you haven't been to work today?
No. I planned to go away, as I said, but I lost my nerve for that, too. I didn't know what to do, so I decided to come and see you.
Well, I'll need a few details, Miss Poole, but on the face of it, I'd say you're it. Oh, here's Julie with that. Inspector Caswell.
Good morning, Troy. Would this young lady be Miss Katy Poole, by any chance?
That's right, she would. But how did
Your landlady told us you'd come to see Mr. Troy, Miss Poole. You marked the telephone directory when you looked up the address, and your landlady has what you might call an inquiring mind.
I don't understand.
This is Inspector Caswell of the Metropolitan Police.
Miss Poole, your employer, Ronald Elliot, has reported the theft of some negotiable securities from his safe. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to come down to headquarters with me and answer some very pertinent questions. Now, look here, it's no use your badgering me about it, Troy. It's an open and shut case.
Oh, no, not one of those again.
Look, the girl admits she took the bonds from the safe.
Okay, but she also says she posted them back to her employer that same night.
She might just as well have said she fed them to a hippopotamus at the zoo.
Oh, well, that'd be different.
Different, perhaps, but not much more useful as far as her defense is concerned.
Inspector...
The bonds did not arrive at Elliot's office this morning, nor had they arrived in the second mail.
Well, let's give it a little time. After all, a package, second-class mail, might take longer than a letter.
Oh, give it more time, by all means. Give it days, give it a week. I'll bet you money the package will never arrive.
If a skinflint like you is prepared to bet money, Inspector, you must be pretty certain.
I am, because I just don't believe Catherine Poole.
You're ready enough to believe her admission that she took the bonds from the safe.
She'd have a hard time denying it, wouldn't she? The only other people with a combination to the safe are Elliot himself and his bookkeeper, Ethel Harvey, who's been with him for 16 years. And Catherine Poole started working for him only 6 months ago.
That's a rough old piece of reasoning, if I ever heard one.
Yes, and what about her guilty behavior? If she didn't take the bonds, why didn't she go to work today? And, yes, what did she go to see you for?
Would it be any use telling her that she came to see me because somebody stole her pet budgerigar?
Goodbye, Troy. I'm sure you have dozens of clients waiting for you at your office.
Oh, I can see you're in one of your difficult moods, Inspector. You're asking for it, you know. You're just asking for it.
Asking for what?
For me to prove you wrong once again.
I won't be losing any sleep over that. As I told you before, this is an
open and shut case. The only trouble with you is, Inspector, you don't know it yet, but when you shut it, you jammed your fingers. And they're going to be very sore later on.
I don't see how I can be of much help, Mr. Troy. Naturally, I'm most distressed about Katy. I took her for a very good type of girl.
Well, even the best of us have occasional impulses to do something illegal now and then, Mr. Elliot.
I suppose so, but when I gave Katy the combination to the safe, she seemed very pleased that I should trust her with it.
Well, I have no doubt that she was.
Then why would she do a thing like stealing those bonds? She earned a good wage. I've never believed in being mean with my staff.
So she told me. Look, you may not credit it, but Katy thinks very highly of you, Mr. Elliot.
That only makes the whole thing more incredible.
Well, as I get the message, Katy's pay packet, good though it may be, doesn't stretch far enough. She practically supports her parents and her kid's sister and brother. And I suppose for a brief moment, the prospect of getting her hands on those securities opened up a vision of really giving them and herself a better slice of life.
And, she told you she posted the bonds back to me the same night?
That's right. When she got home and thought it over, she found she couldn't go through with it.
But the whole thing's too silly for words. If she felt like that, all she had to do was put the bonds back in the safe.
Well, that's what I told her. Her answer was that she'd lost her nerve temporarily. She was afraid you might have noticed the securities were missing.
I don't know. Oh, it sounds very odd to me. And if she posted the bonds back to me, where are they?
You're sure they haven't arrived at your office?
Quite sure. I certainly haven't got them. I can't prove it, of course, but you'll just have to take my word for it. I certainly wouldn't let Katy go to jail for stealing them if I got them back.
The bonds weren't insured?
No.
Yeah, well, I believe you, Mr. Elliot. About your not having the bonds, I mean. Tell me, do you open the mail at your office?
Not as a rule.
Oh, who does then, Katy?
No, she could, of course, but, well, for years that job has been left to Miss Harvey.
Your bookkeeper? It's a funny job for a bookkeeper.
Miss Harvey's been with me so long, her title of bookkeeper is really only one of convenience. She's done just about everything in the office at one time or another. She's my most trusted employee.
But chiefly she keeps your accounts.
Yes, that's right.
And among other things, she opens the mail.
If she's here when it arrives, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But she didn't receive that package containing the bonds either, if there was such a package in the mail.
Well, how do you know?
I know only because she told me, and she told the police. Heaven knows, Mr. Troy, you have to believe something in this world. Why, anyone only has to meet Miss Harvey, talk to her, to realize that she's the very soul of honesty.
Mm-hmm. Well, I might just do that, for kicks.
What's that?
Meet Miss Harvey and talk to her. Meeting Miss Harvey, the bookkeeper, and talking to her was not a great deal of fun. She was a middle-aged doll with a face as open as a book. And I was very much inclined to agree with Elliot that she appeared to be the very soul of honesty. In fact, so pure soul did she seem during our interview that might have been entirely the end of Miss Harvey in my mind. If it hadn't been for the nagging feeling I had that young Katy Poole was telling the truth all along.
Well, there's something quite crazy going on. If Katy's honest, at least about what she said, and Miss Harvey's honest about not getting the bonds in the mail, who's got the bonds now?
Oh, you do love those $64 ones, don't you, honey? You really should be on some quiz program. You make a fortune.
Oh, no, I wouldn't. I know the questions, but I don't know the answers.
You'll move over and make room for me.
You know, I'm sure Katy's telling the truth, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the kind of thing anyone might do.
Well, it's just the kind of thing a doll might do, I'll grant you that. Yeah, the whole thing lacks a certain logic. Yeah, but dolls are seldom logical.
Are you looking for an argument?
Truth will out, Julie. And with Katy, we have the proof about the silly way women think things out. If she'd only put those bonds back, nobody would know anything about her taking them and all would have been well.
But do you believe her?
Yes, I do believe her. Yeah, but I wish I didn't. Look at Inspector Caswell. He doesn't believe her. He's got no worries.
Yes, I suppose to him it's an open and shut case.
Oh, no, not you, too.
What?
Oh, skip it. Look, let's think about this thing. If we're going to believe Katy, then either those bonds are floating around in the post office someplace, or they arrived at Elliot's office and somebody else has them.
Well, what about the post office?
Well, Caswell says he's had that checked and nothing has turned up. It does seem unlikely. After all, the post office has a pretty good record for delivering the goods.
I know. What about if some clerk in the post office guessed what was in the package and stole the bonds for himself?
That's a wild one, Julie. It's not impossible, mind you, but it's highly unlikely. Let's stick to something a little more reasonable at the moment.
If Katy had only sent the package by registered mail, then we could trace it.
Oh, I'll mention that to her, so she won't make the same mistake next time she steals something.
Anyway, it's all very well for us to believe she's telling the truth, but how are we going to prove it?
I got no idea. But somehow we've got to. Even if it's only to wipe the smug look off Inspector Caswell's face.
Never mind him. What about Katy? If she's innocent...
She can't be exactly innocent, Julie, after what she did. She admits she swiped the bonds.
Well, somebody's worse than she is. Somebody's actually kept them.
Yes. Julie, how about getting out of the office for a few hours and doing a little sleuthing?
Oh, that suits me. What do you want me to do?
Oh, come in, Troy, and close the door.
Well, to quote you, Inspector, what's all this about? It's not often you drag me all the way down to your office.
As a rule, I don't need to. You pop in and out of this place like a jack-in-the-box.
Well, what's happened? Don't tell me you found out you're wrong about Katy Poole.
Oh, I'm not wrong about Catherine Poole. But you're liable to be very wrong with somebody else unless you watch your step.
Huh?
Miss Ethel Harvey, Elliot's bookkeeper.
Well, what about her?
You've had Miss Summers going round checking up on her, asking questions of neighbours, all that kind of thing.
You get around, Inspector.
In this case, I didn't have to get around at all. We had a call from a very acidulous gentleman who happens to be Miss Harvey's lawyer.
Lawyer? She has a lawyer?
Lots of people have lawyers, Troy. If you think there's anything to be made out of that, you must be even sillier than I thought.
Yeah, what did this character want with you?
He was under the impression that Miss Summers was a policewoman. He was inclined to be somewhat abusive about the way she's been making inquiries about Miss Harvey. Miss Harvey, he said, finds it all very embarrassing. And unless we're prepared to charge Miss Harvey with something, we'd better stop embarrassing her.
Miss Harvey sounds rather sensitive.
Miss Harvey sounds like any ordinary citizen who has no reason to be bothered by the police.
Yeah, what did you tell this lawyer?
I told him that Miss Summers is not a policewoman, but that I thought I knew her employer.
How cautious can you get?
And that I would undertake to see that Miss Summers stopped making embarrassing inquiries about Miss Harvey.
That was very rash of you, Inspector. Supposing I don't feel like stopping.
Yes, well, in that case, Troy, I'll simply throw you to the wolves. I shall inform Miss Harvey's lawyer, whose name is Archibald Burmester, that I can only suggest he have recourse to some other means of protecting his client.
Oh, and you'd just love to do that, wouldn't you, Inspector?
Oh, yes, of course. That's why I've gone to all the trouble of getting you down here to warn you in advance of what's going on.
I'm sorry. I guess I should be more appreciative.
It would be nice, once in a while. Anyway, that's the situation, Troy. As you would no doubt put it, lay off, Miss Harvey, or else.
Here, paper, late final paper.
Oh, thanks, Tom.
Oh, evening, Mr. Troy. Here, I'll sit.
There.
And thank you, Mr. Troy. Here, paper, late final paper.
Sorry, Oh, it's only you.
Only me, Julie. Oh, now you've hurt my feelings.
Well, I was just on my way home. Where have you been?
Getting a chewing out from the good inspector. Hey, what's the hurry to get home?
Oh, no hurry. But it is 5:30, you know.
Come on back to the office. I want to talk to you.
Oh, can't it wait till tomorrow?
I might even get soft-headed and buy you dinner.
Sold. To the gentleman with the funny face and the newspaper tucked under his arm.
Oh, that funny face bit does it. Now I really know you hate me. And I won't forget it either.
Well, what did you want to talk to me about?
Hmm?
Oh, will you take your nose out of that paper? You seem to have developed a mad craze for reading newspapers these days.
Yeah, well, you never know what you might see in the paper.
Pete, what is it you want to talk to me about?
Oh, Miss Harvey. Find out anything?
Only that everyone thinks the light shines out of her. Big-hearted, generous, a wonderful woman. She'd share her last crumb with her neighbors, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
She's just so lovely, it's almost unbelievable.
Why unbelievable? She seems a good type when you meet her.
Yes, but she goes around giving things away.
Oh? What sort of things?
Anything people need. Sometimes money, a washing machine to one couple, a baby carriage to another. All kinds of things like that.
Yeah. But you didn't find anyone with a word to say against it?
Not a soul.
Yeah, it's funny. You wouldn't think anyone would mind your making inquiries that brought that kind of result.
What do you mean?
Well, that's what the inspector wanted to see me about. Miss Harvey got her lawyer to threaten action if you weren't stopped from embarrassing her with those inquiries, as she put it.
Huh? I don't see anything embarrassing about that kind of talk.
That's what I mean. Oh, and look at this.
What is it?
This is what I was reading in the paper just now. You see this picture here of a guy handing over a check to the chairman of the Old Folks Home Appeal Fund?
What about it? Mr. Archibald Burmester hands over a check for £5,000 to the chairman of the... Well, I don't see what that has to do with anything.
No. But then you don't happen to know that Mr. Archibald Burmester is Miss Harvey's lawyer.
What?
And that this check he's handing over represents a gift from an anonymous donor.
Well, for heaven's sake.
I couldn't have put it better, Julie. Come on, let's go. Good evening, Miss Harvey. Mind if we come in for a minute?
What? Oh, it's Mr. Troy, isn't it?
That's right. This is my secretary, Miss Summers.
How do you do, Miss Harvey?
I must say, I wish you hadn't been making all those inquiries about me, Mr. Troy. My lawyer tells me...
That would be Mr. Archibald Burmester, wouldn't it?
That's right. He
the gentleman whose photo is in the paper tonight?
The paper? I don't understand.
Oh, well. That's this picture here. I thought I recognized the name when I saw it.
Oh, yes, that's Mr. Burmester.
May we come in now, Miss Harvey? Or must I go and bother Mr. Elliot at his home?
Mr. Elliot? Really, I can't follow what you're talking about, Mr. Troy. Oh, well, if you must be so insistent, come in, by all means.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Now, if you still think I can help Miss Poole, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. After all, the girl is guilty out of her own mouth. She admitted she took those securities from the safe.
So she did. And maybe she'll have to suffer for that. But she also said she mailed the bonds back to Mr. Elliot. Oh, I believe her. And you do, too, don't you, Miss Harvey?
Whatever can you mean?
You believe her because you opened the mail the following morning and found the bonds. You guessed she'd taken them, and you could see no reason why she shouldn't, accordingly, take the blame for their loss. So you kept the bonds and sold them secretly.
That's absurd. What would I want with them? I have no need of such a sum as those bonds were worth. My needs are very simple. The money Mr. Elliot pays me is more than enough.
For your needs, perhaps, Miss Harvey. But not for the needs of the people you like to help.
I don't know what you're talking about. If you're accusing me, why, it's ridiculous. I wouldn't dream of...
It's not a new idea, Miss Harvey. It's not new at all. There have been plenty of people who, out of the best possible motives, for helping others in needy circumstances, have stooped to embezzling money and stealing. The trouble is, two wrongs don't make a right, you know.
All I wanted was to help people. I've been taking money from Mr. Elliot for years, a little at a time. Keeping the books as I did, I could easily cover it up. It wasn't for myself.
We know that.
You have your dinner, Miss Harvey. I'll get in touch with the police. But they will want you to go down to headquarters later on, I'm afraid. Oh, come on, let's go, Julie.
Goodbye, Miss Harvey.
I'd better get down to see if Casebook has left yet. We may be able to get Katy Poole released tonight.
Now, just hold it.
Huh?
You promised to take me to dinner. And if you have any idea of making it a threesome, you'd better walk softly.
Ladies and gentlemen, We take you now behind the scenes of a police headquarters in a great American city, where under the cold, glaring lights will pass before us the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. This is The Lineup.
You think you catch him, Lieutenant? Maybe you got him now.
Maybe, but we'll need your help, Mr. Reducci.
You got my help, all of my help. I've been a night watchman 20 years. Now I can help with the police, making me proud.
Sure. Just sit here.
Thank you. You know, I thought it was a bundle he was carrying. A big bundle. That's a joke, no, Lieutenant?
Yeah.
A joke, man. It's not funny. This bundle the man carried down the fire escape, she was a dead girl. Maybe I should run after him.
You called the police. That was the right thing.
Down the fire escape. Then he put her on the pavement and I walk away. Just like that. The girl, she was a strangler, huh, Lieutenant?
That's right.
Strangle. If I run after him, maybe I catch him.
You might have, Mr. Reduci.
May I have your attention, please?
Me, Reduci, a man who almost caught a murder.
In the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identifications, call out the number. If you're sure or not too sure of the suspect, have him held. The officers who took your name will assist you. They're seated among you. Please be prompt with your questions or identifications.
This man, the killer, when do they bring him out?
In a minute, Mr. Reduci.
And dress back into their jail clothes. It makes it quite difficult to bring them back after they leave here. The questions I ask these suspects are merely to get a natural tone of voice, so do not pay too much attention to their answers as they often lie. Bring on the line. All right, boys, all right, this way. Pick it up. Pick it up. The first man walk to the end of the stage. Take your place. The others follow. That's far enough. Now turn and face front. You, the second man, don't look up at the ceiling. Look out at the people so they can see you. That's right. All right, number one, Phony Russell, assault. Where do you live, Phony?
Same place, down by the fish market.
You hit a man this morning, knocked him out.
That's right.
Why did you hit him, Phony?
Oh, he said a bad thing about me.
Is that all?
Oh, he tried to sell me a rotten fish.
What did you hit him with?
Oh, everything.
What's everything?
A rubber boot and a bucket, I think.
Number two, Harold Dodge, theft. Where you from, Harold?
The East.
Where in the East?
The only place in the East, Boston.
Don't tell me, Harold. Tell the people out there.
Boston.
Ever been arrested before?
A few times.
How often? 5, 10, 100?
7.
Speak louder. How many times were you arrested?
7.
Where were you arrested this time?
In a phone booth. I was calling my girl.
The arresting officer said you were breaking open the coin box.
I was trying to get my nickel back. The call was hardly worth it.
Number 3, Warren Fuller, vagrancy. Where do you live, Warren?
Flop house.
Which flop house?
I don't play no favorites. Sun goes down, there's always a flop house.
What kind of work do you do, Warren?
Work?
All right. What do you do all day?
All that. Sit in the park, take a walk up Broadway.
Ever think about getting a job?
I've thought about it.
Have you tried?
Sure, I tried.
When did you try, Warren?
1933. Didn't work out.
Number 4, Charlie Bond, open charge. Where do you live, Charlie?
I'm not answering any questions.
What's that? I didn't hear you.
I said I'm not answering any questions.
Okay, make it tough for yourself.
I don't feel good. I'm sick.
You'll feel worse if you don't answer the questions. Where do you live?
Rainbow Apartments.
At the apartment house across the street from the Realty Building?
How do I know? I don't know.
You ever been arrested before, Charlie?
No.
Mr.
What do
Reducey?
you do for a living?
I don't know.
Come on, speak up.
I just can't say.
You're not sure?
Well, you see, Lieutenant,
Any
he
questions
wasn't
or
walking.
identifications?
I see. Sergeant Graham.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Number 4. Have him walk back and forth across the stage.
Yes, sir. That's you, Charlie. Walk. Over to the end of the stage and back.
I don't feel like walking.
Walk!
Now, Mr. Reducey?
Yeah.
That the man?
What? I think so, maybe.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Hold number 4 for interrogation.
I don't feel good, Lieutenant. You'll get a doctor.
After we talk, Charlie. After you tell me about last night.
You don't want to get a police doctor? Let me phone. I'll get my own doctor.
Last night, where were you?
All night? You want to know about all night?
Uh-huh.
Well, I was in my apartment. Whole night. The day before, I was sick.
The night watchman in the Realty building said he saw you carry the body of a girl down the fire escape. You left the body on the pavement and walked away.
My kidneys must be my kidneys the way it hurts.
The watchman said...
Well, he's a liar. Wasn't me.
Who was it?
How do I know? You get paid to find out such things.
Those scratches on your face, Charlie. How did you get them?
I don't know. Maybe I cut myself, shaving.
They're long scratches. The kind a girl's fingernails would make.
Ben.
Yeah, Matt, come on in.
The morgue called. They got a girl down there who thinks she can identify the body.
Uh-huh. Well, take Charlie back to his cell. I'll meet you down at the morgue.
Over here, Ben.
This is Laura Phillips. She works in the dance hall over near 15th Street.
Lieutenant, I hope you won't think... I mean, this is the first time
We understand, Miss Phillips. You think it might be someone you know.
My roommate. I know, it's silly, but... Well, Edna left the dance hall in such a hurry last night, and she didn't come home.
Sure. I understand, Miss Phillips. All right, Matt.
Edna. You must think I'm awful, Mr. Guthrie, getting upset like that, but when I saw Edna...
Now, that's all right, Miss Phillips. Feel well enough to answer a few questions?
Could I have a glass of water, please?
Matt, get her a glass of water.
Yes, sure.
Your roommate, what was her full name? Edna what?
Edna Hawley. We've been rooming together about 2 years. Oh, thanks.
You're welcome.
And, we both worked at the Silver Swan dance hall.
I see. You know anybody who would want to kill her?
Oh, no. Edna was... Well, she was a little wild, but she was all right. Everybody liked her.
What about last night at the dance hall? Did you have an argument?
Edna never had arguments, Mr. Guthrie. She was sweet. Sweetest person I've ever known.
Miss Phillips, does the name Charlie Bond mean anything to you?
Charlie Bond? No.
Matt, hand me those mugshots of Charlie, left-hand drawer.
Here you are, Ben.
All right. Ever see this man before, Miss Phillips?
Maybe. He looks familiar.
Try the profile. Here.
He looks so familiar, I think.
Take your time.
Yes, I've seen him, Mr. Guthrie. I'm sure I've seen him at the dance hall.
Last night?
No, it must have been about a month ago, maybe 2. He came in every night for about a week.
Have you seen him since then?
Not once. Did this man kill Edna?
That's something we have to find out.
Poor Edna, she was so sweet.
Did she have any relatives here in town or somewhere else?
No, I don't think so. Her mother and father are dead. She had a brother, but he was killed in the war. Oh, I just remembered. Hawley was Edna's married name. She only talked about her husband once, a long time ago. That's why I almost forgot it.
She never saw him?
Well, he lives in town, but they were separated.
Any idea of his first name?
Albert or Alfred or something like that. I believe she said he was some kind of an artist, a painter, I think. I'm not sure.
Well, all right, Miss Phillips. Thanks for your help.
That's all? You don't want to ask me?
Not now. I'll have somebody drive you home. Matt.
Yeah, Ben?
Set up a tracer on Edna Hawley's husband.
Come in, it's open.
You're Alfred Hawley?
Who are you?
Police, Lieutenant Guthrie.
Sit down. Just dump those canvases on the floor.
I want to ask you some questions.
About what?
You were married to Edna Hawley?
I still am.
When'd you last see your wife?
3-4 years ago. I forget. I forget because I don't want to remember. You hear about support money?
No.
Well, that's good, because I don't have support money for her or me. Edna in trouble?
She's dead.
Would you hand me that brush, the big one? Thanks.
I said your wife is dead. Murdered.
She probably deserved it.
It doesn't bother you?
Makes me happy. She hated me and I hated her. We let it go at that.
Did you hate her enough to kill her?
More than enough.
Where were you last night?
Tell me, Lieutenant. How was Edna killed?
Strangled. In the Rainbow Apartments. Body was carried down the fire escape, left on the sidewalk. You didn't answer my question about where you were last night.
No, I didn't.
Well? What's so funny?
You think I killed Edna? Carried her body down a fire escape?
Maybe. Can you convince me you didn't?
Oh. Come on, Lieutenant. Want me to show you to the door?
We're not through talking.
Yes, we are.
You'd better come along to headquarters.
Certainly. Anytime.
Well, come on.
Sure. Would you mind handing me those crutches, Lieutenant? I can't walk a step without them.
CBS brings you 2 one-hour programs every Friday evening. One designed for relaxation and thorough enjoyment. The other intended to give you a listening post on what's been happening in the world the past 7 days. Friday nights on CBS brings you Songs for Sale with Jan Murray and Hear It Now with Edward R. Murrow, an hour recapitulation of the news of the past week, political, frontline, sports, entertainment. Songs for Sale and Hear It Now are broadcast every Friday on most of these same CBS stations.
Oh, man.
Oh, I've been waiting for you, Ben. How'd you make out with Edna Hawley's husband?
He's a cripple. Couldn't possibly have carried it down the fire escape. What'd you get?
Charlie Bond. He said he wasn't out of his apartment all last night. Well, he's lying, Ben. The man who runs a newspaper stand 3 blocks from the apartment house said Charlie bought a paper from him last night around 11.
Is he sure?
He's sure. Charlie's a regular customer. I'll go get Charlie.
Could you, Lieutenant, do me a favor, will you?
Oh, What?
Stop making that chair squeak. It's on my nerve.
You'll get used to it, Charlie.
I feel sicker than I did this morning. Makes my nerves jumpy.
Charlie, we found out who the dead girl was.
You did?
Edna Hawley. She worked in a dance hall called the Silver Swan.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Ever been in the Silver Swan, Charlie?
The lieutenant asked you a question, Charlie. Were you ever at the Silver Swan?
Maybe. I'm a sick man. I can't sleep nights. I go lots of places.
Why did you kill her?
Kill who?
Edna Hawley. You strangled her. Why?
I don't know what you're talking
Last
about.
night you brought Edna to your apartment, then you killed her. Why, Charlie?
You're crazy. I wasn't out of my apartment.
We know you were out last night.
How do you know? You don't know.
You bought a newspaper. 11 o'clock. Did you forget, Charlie?
Yeah, I forgot. All right, so I went out for a paper. Why are you looking at me like that?
Nothing, Charlie. Nothing at all.
Went out for a paper. It was only a couple of minutes. You can't prove anything from that.
When'd you meet Edna? After you bought the paper?
I didn't meet this Edna. I don't even know her. When are you going to let me go?
There's no hurry.
Have to let me go soon, Lieutenant, because you haven't got a thing on me.
Give him to Asher, man.
Why are you taking me?
Back to your cell. Come on, Charlie.
You better let me go soon. I gotta see my doctor. I can't kill him.
Take him upstairs again, Bill. You think the same way I do, don't you, Ben?
How's that?
Charlie's our man. He killed Edna Hawley.
I think so, but I can't prove it.
We might make him crack. I doubt it, though.
We'll try.
It won't be easy. We need a witness, Ben. Somebody who saw Charlie Bond and Edna Hawley together last night.
All right. We'll make our own witness.
Huh?
Policewoman. We'll find a policewoman who looks like a dance hall hostess. Here we are, Nora.
Is Charlie Bond already in the visitor's room?
No, he'll be brought in. You understand what you're supposed to do now?
Yes, sir.
Just remember what I told you. We'll be listening in the next room. Good luck, Nora.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
All set up, man?
All set up and working. Grab a chair, Ben.
All right. Turn it up a little, huh?
Right. You think Charlie will go for her story?
It's a chance.
I don't know, Ben. Nora being new and...
Matt.
Yeah. That must be him now.
They told me I had a visitor.
Hello, Charlie.
Who are you?
I've got something to tell you.
I don't know you.
I work at the Silver Swan Dance Hall.
What's that got to do with me?
I know you, Charlie. I've got something to tell you. Something about Edna Hawley.
I don't know anything about her. I'm going back to my cell.
Okay, if you don't want to hear.
Yeah, what? What about Edna Hawley?
I'll make it short. I saw you meet her last night.
You're crazy.
Okay, I'm crazy. But I saw you.
You're so smart. Why don't you tell the cops? What do you want?
Money?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Money to keep quiet. $500.
You can't blackmail me. I never saw this Edna Hawley.
All right. We'll leave it like that.
You can't prove I met her. Because I didn't.
I said we'd leave it like that. The cops will let you go before long.
Yeah, they'll have to let me go.
You know where I work, Charlie. See you soon?
You won't see me.
I'll wait a week.
Wait a month. I don't care.
A week. That's how long I'll wait. 1 week.
Time's up, Charlie.
So long, Charlie. Like I said, see you soon.
Turn it off, man.
Well, she did a good job.
Yeah.
I think he'll bite hard.
Maybe. We'll let him think it over a while.
When do we release him? Tonight?
First thing in the morning. Tonight we've got work to do.
Work?
Well, we have to rent a room for Nora near the Silver Swan. And you know how hard it is to rent rooms these days.
Morning, Ben.
Morning, Matt. Did you release Charlie?
Yeah, just signed him out. Very unfriendly person, Charlie.
Who's tailing him?
Pearson and Doherty. Well, what about tonight?
I called the manager of the Silver Swan. He's briefing Nora now. How many men did you get us?
9, counting Pearson and Doherty. Tell me how you want them staked out.
Well, 6 in the dance hall, 1 on the dictaphone in the room next to Nora's.
Check. Now what about us?
We'll be outside the Silver Swan.
What? Outside?
Uh-huh. What about it?
Well, it's freezing outside, Ben. Don't we ever get an inside job? What time is it, Ben?
1:55.
Oh, I wish they'd close these dance halls earlier. That wind's going right through me.
Yeah, me too.
Doesn't look like Charlie's going to show.
Matt, crossing the street.
Where?
End of the block.
Yeah, I see him now.
Keep back in the shadow. Oh, never mind. He's going the other way.
Kind of look like him.
Uh-huh. But I don't see Doherty. I guess we were wrong.
I wonder when he'll show.
He's got a week to make up his mind.
Well, I hope the weather gets warmer.
It feels like snow.
Oh, snow.
What's wrong with snow? Pretty. The music stopped. Nora should be out in a minute.
I could use some coffee.
Yeah, coffee sounds good.
I haven't been this cold since I was pounding a beat.
Get used to it. We'll be here tomorrow night, too.
Looks like you're right. Uh-oh. There's Nora, Ben, coming out the side door.
We'll give her a few seconds start before we follow.
That's not far to my place, Ben. We'll tail Nora home and then go have coffee, huh? Here we are, Ben.
Oh, Dryer?
Oh, evening, Lieutenant. Boy, do you two look cold.
Well, maybe it's because we are.
Anything to report?
You can hear Nora now. She just came in.
Yeah, we followed her. Switch on the two-way, will you, Dryer?
Mm-hmm.
Everything all right, Nora?
Yes, sir, but no Charlie Bond.
And we'll try again tomorrow night.
All right, Lieutenant.
Stay in your room during the day. Be in the dance hall at the usual time.
Gee, I hope he shows up soon. My feet are starting to hurt.
2 o'clock. I'm Ben.
Uh-huh. Well, looks like another dry run.
I wonder why he doesn't show.
Doherty says he sticks pretty close to his apartment.
It's not so cold tonight.
I think it's gonna snow.
You said that the first night.
I still think so.
Ben, maybe we ought to try something else.
Like what?
Pick Charlie up again. Keep him locked up until he cracks.
You know that wouldn't work, man.
Yeah. I guess not.
Give it time. We got 4 more nights.
Yeah. Coming over for coffee afterwards?
We ought to go to my place tonight.
Well, mine's close. There's Nora.
Uh-huh. Oh, wait, man. Not yet.
What's the matter?
That alley, where the street lights burned out.
I don't see anything.
He ducked behind the building.
Charlie?
Well, I don't know. There.
Yeah. It's Charlie. What do you know? He's letting Nora walk right by.
I thought he would.
In her room, huh?
If we're lucky. We'll wait till he starts to follow.
Ben?
All right, man. Let's go.
Charlie's not following her in, Ben. Just standing on the other side of the street, watching.
Yeah, he's waiting.
Waiting for what?
To find out which room's Nora's.
He should know now. She just turned on the light. We go up now, Ben?
Yeah, the back way. Come on.
We've been up here a long time, Ben. Maybe he won't come up.
He'll come.
Well, Nora must... Shh. Ben.
Yeah.
Who is it?
Charlie Bond.
Just a minute.
Turn it up, Dryer.
Well, you took your time getting here.
Yeah, I had to think about it.
I thought maybe you wouldn't come.
You said I had a week. I'm here now.
Did you bring the money, Charlie?
Money? For what?
For me. So I'll keep quiet.
I haven't got any money.
Don't stall, Charlie. I want $500.
Suppose I don't pay.
I'll go to the cops. Tell them I saw you with Edna Hawley.
I've got a better idea.
Better than money.
Yeah, this.
Charlie!
Let's go.
Well, I'll be...
Lieutenant!
What?
Ben, look at Charlie. He sounds like a fish.
He was going to... I threw him the way they taught us.
Nora, what's the matter?
He was going to kill me.
Nora!
Man.
No. How about that? She slugs the killer, then passes out. What is it with women, Ben?
The lineup, where before you pass the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. Listen again next week when we again bring you The Lineup.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identification, call out the number.
Another radio crime show that dramatized actual cases from the files of Scotland Yard's Black Museum was called Whitehall 1212. Similar to the show The Black Museum and also The Secrets of Scotland Yard, the show was named after the former famous phone number for the headquarters of the London Metropolitan Police, and it was hosted by the actual Chief Superintendent, John Davidson, curator of the Black Museum. Unlike the show The Black Museum, Whitehall 1212 told the story of each case entirely from the point of view of the police. It aired from 51 to 52. In the Fonier case, a woman's body is found in a trunk in a railroad station baggage claim. The story of how the London Metropolitan Police solved this mystery is a really fascinating and gruesome one. It aired December 2nd, 1951. Next is The Adventures of Sam Spade. Just as Philip Marlowe was made famous by Raymond Chandler, Sam Spade was Dashiell Hammett's famous creation from The Maltese Falcon. Spade was played by Howard Duff and later by Steve Dunn and ran from 46 to 51. Lorene Tuttle played his secretary Effie for most of the run. Unlike many of his contemporary fictional detectives, Spade was more lighthearted and humorous, even though he could be just as tough as a typical hard-boiled sleuth when the situation demanded it. In The Wheel of Life caper, Sandra Gould replaces Lorene Tuttle as Effie. A woman with amnesia meets Sam and asks him for help in finding out who she is. The only thing she remembers is sitting in a cable car that morning when a man sat down next to her, grabbed her by the arm, and told her that a man named Leverett wanted to see her. Oh, and she has found a body that was apparently murdered rather gruesomely by a buzzsaw. This is a really fascinating mystery that tests Spade's investigative and survival skills. It aired on July 11th, 1948. And then our final show of the collection, This Is Your FBI. J. Edgar Hoover himself endorsed this show, calling it the finest dramatic program on the air. No bias whatsoever. It ran from 1945 to 1953 for 409 episodes and dramatized actual FBI case files. It was narrated by Frank Lovejoy, Dean Carlton, and William Whitson. In the episode Murder on the High Seas, international robberies and thefts that occurred on ships and planes were pretty much curtailed during World War II due to travel restrictions, and they were difficult to solve due to the transient nature of the crime scenes. Now that the war is over, they are once again on the rise. But when a theft occurs on American ships traveling the oceans, however, the FBI gets involved. This great crime story aired on December 28th, 1945. All right. I hope you enjoyed the rest of these great mystery shows. Give the video a like and a comment if you did. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already so you can be notified when new videos come out, usually 2 to 3 times a week. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I'm Greg. I will see you on the next one.
Whitehall, 1212, quickly.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases. These accurate records are drawn from the Scotland Yard files by special permission of Commissioner Sir Harold Scott. They're true in every respect, except for the names of the participants, which, for obvious reasons, have been changed. The research has been done by Mr. Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express, and the stories for radio are written and directed by Mr. Willis Cooper. Here are the participants in case number 498MR381. Neville Hutchins, shopkeeper.
Yes, I saw the man.
Rafe Dibble, taxi driver.
I drove him to Charing Cross.
Arthur Cunningham, the estate agent.
I never saw the woman before.
Mrs. Veronica Fanshawe, housewife.
The woman was a most unsatisfactory housekeeper.
Mrs. Leonie Fournier, housekeeper. Inspector Harold Lowe of Scotland Yard.
One of these persons is a murderer. Which one do you suspect? Incidentally, if you're looking for what the Americans call cops and robbers, with the goods and the bad shooting it out, or if you expect lean, pipe-smoking men in fore and aft hats saying, "Follow that cab," you may be disappointed. The job of a policeman, says Commander Rawlings of the Yard, is 95% perspiration, 3% inspiration, and 2% luck. But we have our moments. Now, having concluded my little sermon for today, and if you're still interested, come along with me. This is Scotland Yard's Black Museum. I'd like you to meet Chief Superintendent John Davidson, the caretaker.
Yes?
It's Inspector Lowe, sir, and a friend. May we come in?
Well, by all means.
Come along. Chief Superintendent William Davidson.
Well, how do you do? I expect Lowe has told you all about this place, has he not?
Well, frankly, no, sir. I was hoping...
Quite. Well, these cases you see around the wars contain articles of all sorts which were important to us in the solution of crimes. In the other room, there are our murder weapons. Now, here are bits of evidence, each of which has played its part in the conviction of a criminal. Here's a blood-stained jacket and a plaster cast of a dead man's hand. Well, what did you wish especially to see, Lowe?
Case number 498MR381, sir, if you...
Oh, the Fonier case?
Right, sir.
Oh, here in this corner. Come along. There's a trunk, rather large, old-fashioned black trunk with a heavy lid. It served its purpose admirably.
Telephone call received by Inspector Harold Lowe at Scotland Yard, 2:55 p.m., Monday, 10th May, 1948.
Inspector Lowe speaking.
This is Bannerman in charge of the left luggage room at Charing Cross Station, sir.
Yes?
We've come across something queer here, sir. Something that I'm afraid wants investigating.
What seems to be wrong, Bannerman?
I think you ought to see it, sir, really.
Well, what is it,
It's
man?
a left luggage ticket, sir, that was left by one of the station bootblacks. He
A
found
left luggage ticket?
Yes, sir.
Well, don't you think...
The ticket is for a large, heavy black trunk, which was left here several days ago, sir.
Oh, well, that does alter matters, doesn't it?
I'm afraid so, sir.
Well, I'll be right over. Bannerman, is it? You, Bannerman?
Yes?
Detective Inspector Lowe, you spoke to me on the telephone.
Oh, yes, sir. Will you just step inside, sir? I'll be away for a few minutes, George.
Well, hurry back.
Will you come with me, sir? I've the ticket in my desk, sir. Here, sir.
Oh. Well, what's wrong with it?
It was found on the up platform by one of the bootblacks a few minutes after I'd issued it, sir.
Well, the owner lost it.
It's exactly the way it was found, sir. All crumpled up in a ball.
Yes, I see what you mean.
A man could lose a ticket, sir, but he wouldn't throw it away just a few moments after he got it, sir.
Do you remember the man?
Oh, I don't remember him at all, sir. I just remember it was a man.
What?
It might have been a woman, sir. We handle so many people here.
Well, is the trunk still here? You said it's for a trunk, didn't you?
Yes, sir. It's right over in that bay, sir.
Well, let's have a look at it, please.
Follow me. There, sir. The black one. You note the numbers, check.
Ah.
It's very heavy, sir. Let me give you an hand.
Yeah.
Lock doesn't look very strong.
Well, I'll have it open.
Full of cloth.
Cloth isn't that heavy. There's something else in here. Take the end of this piece. The trunk and its contents were removed at once to Scotland Yard for examination. The contents were taken to the pathological laboratory. Detective Sergeant Sean Flannery and I examined the trunk itself.
It seems to be very old. It's in good condition, though. They don't make goods like this nowadays.
We shall have to have it tested for dabs, of course.
Fingerprints. We'll find millions of them, sir. Man at the left luggage rooms, our own people.
The late occupant?
And from the age of it, we're likely to find Oliver Cromwell's.
But Talk. What's this?
What?
I'm afraid our friend should have removed that.
What?
It's a label. Here, give us the magnifying glass, will you? Answer it, will you, old boy?
All right. Flannery here. Oh, all right. Send me down here at once, please.
What is it?
Report from the laboratory. They're sending it down.
Report from the Pathological Laboratory, Scotland Yard, delivered to Inspector Lowe, Tuesday, 11th May, 1948.
Reference 498 MR381. The body found in the trunk is that of a Caucasian female about 40 years of age. Black hair and eyes, perfect teeth, height 5 feet 1 inch, weight 104 pounds when alive. Bruise on back of head, not cause of death. Bruises and superficial abrasions caused by fingernails on neck.
Sure, okay.
Well, preliminary examination indicates death caused by manual strangulation. Outer garments missing. Body clad in undervest bearing laundry mark 316 ADFA. Black nylon stockings, new, size 6.5. Body wrapped in cotton duster, slightly stained with blood, same type OA, as that found on neck. Body removed to mortuary. Please advise disposition of other articles. See Schedule A attached. Pathology laboratory, please.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Yes, Flannery. Hold it a sec, please. Inspector Lowe here. What is it, John?
I finally made out the printing on that label.
And?
Neville Hutchins, second-hand articles, Brixton.
Nip off and see the fellow. Does he remember the man who bought it and all that, you know? Best go at once.
All right, sir.
Hello? Hello? I'm sorry. Who is it? Gwyn? Look, Gwyn, suppose you take the fingerprints of the lady from the trunk and pass them on to the print file at once. Perhaps we can discover who she was. Oh, you have done that. Good, good. She might have been one of our former customers. After all, really nice girls aren't often found in trunks, are they? Thanks, Wynne. Ask them to let me know, will you? Thanks. Oh, and get photographs of those laundry marks checked with our list, too, will you? You have done so. Well, I shall buy you a beer one of these days, Gwyn. Over and out. 3 irons turning a dull red in the fire. Fingerprints, label, laundry mark. Not bad, Inspector Lowe. Not too bad at all.
Conversation between Detective Sergeant Sean Flannery and shopkeeper Neville Hutchins at the latter's shop in Brixton.
I'm Detective Sergeant Flannery of Scotland Yard, Mr. Hutchins.
Well, what do you want?
You carry second-hand luggage in stock, sir?
Well, what about you?
Trunks, perhaps?
If you're looking for stolen goods, I don't know anything about any. Anyway, I haven't got any trunks. I sold the last one I had something more than a week ago.
Indeed.
In bloody deed. So what?
The ancient black leather one?
Well, how do you know?
Well, we found it.
Where?
I should say that's none of your business at present.
That's the one they found the body in at Charing Cross?
How do you know?
Well, I read the papers. Percy Hoskins had half a column about it in today's Express.
That's the one.
Well, how do you know?
It's your label. No. When did you sell it?
Oh, let me look. Yeah, here we are. May the 2nd.
You got the buyer's name?
Now, this ain't Selfridge's, mate.
You remember what he looked like?
Well, he was tall and thin.
Complexion?
Dark hair, dark eyes.
Dressed?
Yeah, I don't remember that. What, did he do it, you think?
Would you recognize him again?
Well, of course I would. If he walked in here a year from today. Tall, thin, dark.
Well, we may ask you to identify him. Thank you. You're, of course, to say nothing whatever of this call.
Now, look here, Mr. Ray.
If you do, we shall be very seriously annoyed with you, Hutchins.
I've got nothing to conceal. I'm an honest man.
And if your tall, thin, dark man hears of it, you might just find yourself inside a trunk one day.
Yeah.
Just mind your eye, Mr. Hutchins. I shall be seeing you again.
Yeah.
Good day, sir.
Report of the Fingerprint Division, Scotland Yard, to Inspector Lowe.
No record at all, sir, of the prints.
None at all, eh?
None whatever, sir. Shall we continue our search? Interpol, the provincial police, the American FBI?
No, not until I ask you. That'll do for the present, thank you.
The laundry marks on the dead woman's clothing were identified by a laundry in Shepherd's Bush as having been issued to a family named Fanshawe. Further inquiry disclosed the fact that Mrs. Veronica Fanshawe, the only woman member of the family, was alive and well. She was summoned to Scotland Yard by Inspector Lowe.
These are your laundry marks, then?
Oh, no doubt about it. But the clothing's not mine. That I'm quite certain of.
Yes, I'm sure they wouldn't fit you. They're very small.
They're very cheap, obviously. Vulgar. I should never wear things like those.
Have you any idea how your laundry mark could...
Oh, no idea. Unless...
Unless what, madam?
We had a cook housekeeper a short time ago. She was one of those tiny women.
And where is she? What was her name?
Her name is Leonie Phonier. She's French.
Is she still in your employ, Mrs. Fanshawe?
She is not. I discharged her more than a week ago. I don't know where she is.
Why did you discharge her?
I did not approve of her. She'd been divorced and, well, you know these French women. Besides, she was a most unsatisfactory housekeeper.
I see. You disliked her a great deal.
I disapproved of her.
Will you come with me a moment, please, Mrs. Fanshawe?
Well, whatever for?
Will you come with me, please?
Where are we going?
If you'll follow me, please.
What is this place?
This table here, if you please.
Is this awful smell?
This is our mortuary, Mrs. Fanshawe. Did you ever see this woman before?
It's Leonie.
Your former housekeeper?
I always knew she'd come to this.
Thank you, Mrs. Fanshawe.
Other visitors to Inspector Lowe's office, Scotland Yard, between 12th May and 15th May 1948. Bus conductor Simon Norwich of Houndsditch.
I was reading in the paper, sir, about this here black trunk the bloke murdered the woman in. All right, ain't it, sir? Well, see, there was a fellow got on my bus at Brixton the afternoon about the 4th of the month. He had a large black trunk with him.
Ah?
I was half a mind not to leave him aboard, sir. But the bus was empty, and I says to myself, poor sod. Oh, with that great big heavy thing, so I let him on, though it is against the rules.
Heavy, you said?
Well, not heavy after all, sir. Bulk is the word, but it was big and black and old-fashioned, like the paper says.
Would you recognize him again, Norris?
The only thing I remember about him is he had dark black hair, sir.
Where did he get off your bus?
Oh, I remember that, sir. Rochester Row in Westminster. I helped him off the trunk. The last I seen was him staggering down Rochester Row with his great hulking black trunk on his hump in the rain. Say, was he the murderer, sir?
Rafe Dibble, taxi driver of Clerkenwell Road.
The garage sent me, sir. They said they had a notice from Scotland Yard asking about any driver that had a fare to Charing Cross Station on Monday the 10th who had a large trunk as luggage.
Had you such a fare?
Yes, sir, I did. Would that be the murder trunk locked in all the papers, sir?
Where did you pick up this fare, Dibble?
It was a very heavy trunk, sir. The gentleman says it's full of books, sir. Books, I says, feels more like a dead body, sir, I says. And he just snickered. So I roped it onto the luggage rack and took it to Charing Cross. My books, he says. Dead body, I says. And that's what it was, wasn't it?
Where did you pick him up?
Oh, in the rain, sir, at Rochester Row, right across the street from Westminster Police Station. See, here's my trip card, Rochester Row. If he's the murderer, sir, I'd know him in a minute. He was tall and thin and had black hair, like an Italian or an Irishman.
Précis of case number 498MR381, 13th May 1948, compiled by Inspector Lowe and Detective Sergeant Flannery, 14th May 1948.
Mrs. Fanshawe, number 1. Her antipathy toward victim, highly suspicious, watching her closely.
2. Hutchins, the shopkeeper. Uncooperative, but possible suspect.
Don't go so fast, sir, please.
All right. Description vaguely like that of unknown suspect. Tall, thin, dark-haired, under constant observation. Myself.
Number 3. Bus conductor Norwich and taxi driver Dibble state they can identify suspect. They seen the shopkeeper Hutchins yet, son?
Taking him over there tomorrow, sir.
Good. Number 4, now the victim. No apparent police record. No fingerprint record in our files. Meager reports on... yes, meager. Reports on her indicate she was quiet, industrious, and of comparatively good deportment, regardless of Mrs. Fanshawe's opinion of her.
Oh, how about the Rochester Row coincidence, sir?
Yes, of course. Number 5. Bus conductor says man with trunk alighted at Rochester Row with empty trunk. Taxi driver says he picked up man with heavy trunk at Rochester Row. Detail of constables and detectives under Inspector North commencing search of all buildings in Rochester Row. Very short street. Better put down that Sybil tomorrow. Results will be reported. I think that's about all at the moment, isn't it?
All I can think of, sir.
Very well, Sybil. Finish typing it and I'll sign it.
Yes, sir.
At 8 o'clock the next morning, Inspector North and his detail of 20 detectives and constables arrived in Rochester Row with a Scotland Yard lorry, fetching the trunk, carefully covered with a tarpaulin so that it could be exhibited to the tenants for their identification. Followed by the lorry, they went from house to house, questioning every inhabitant. At 6 in the evening, when operations were suspended, the trunk had not been recognized. The next morning at 10:15, Inspector North telephoned me, asking me to come at once to 9A Rochester Row on the 4th floor of a business building. I puffed my way up the 4 flights of ancient, moldy stairs 20 minutes later.
Lou.
What's up, North?
North, this is Mr. Henry Elphinstone. Inspector Lowe.
How do you know?
Good morning, Inspector. I was saying to Inspector North that I recognized the trunk at once.
Good. I want to sit down.
Before you fall down, old chap, huh? Well, here you are. Now, go on.
I saw it in the hall outside this room one day last week.
I was right. Whose room was this?
Well, unfortunately, I've never seen him. My assistant rented this place to him on April the 11th. His name, Arthur Cunningham.
Where is he?
Skipped.
What?
He left without notice. The 6th, Thursday, that was.
What was his business?
Well, an estate agent, he said. Left this note on the table there. I got it out of our files.
Sorry, gone broke. Paid up to 11th. Please let typewriter people have a machine. Arthur L. Cunningham, who has been and gone and hopped it. You know, North, there must be another way of making a living.
I can give you the name of his bank. You should be able to find him quite quickly through them, sir.
Oh, most excellent man, Elphinstone. Now, who will carry me down 4 flights of stairs to a telephone?
At the Camberwell address furnished by Cunningham's bank, the landlady reported to Inspector Lowe that Cunningham had left the place on the 5th, leaving no forwarding address. But she remembered a letter addressed to Cunningham had been delivered to the house 2 days after he had departed. She gave the unopened letter to the inspector, who opened it legally at Scotland Yard and read it eagerly. It was a form letter from the Post Office Telegraphs Department.
We regret that your telegram dated 3rd of May to Mrs. Harriet Cunningham, Greyhound Hotel, Hammersmith, was undeliverable because... Aha! Inspector Lowe here. Put me through to Hammersmith, the Greyhound Hotel, Mrs. Harriet Cunningham at once. I'll wait, yes.
The innocent Mrs. Cunningham was only too glad to tell the inquiring friend where her husband was to be found, of course. The Hammersmith police picked him up in a pub that night, and the next day he confronted Inspector Lowe at Scotland Yard. He was quite at ease.
No, I'm sorry. I never saw the woman before. You know, I'm that old-fashioned character, faithful to my wife, Inspector.
Well, that's very commendable, I'm sure.
Right. Admit I've been about the country a bit since I was demobbed last year. But I assure you all my travels were in quest of that elusive thing, a job.
I gather they're rather difficult to come by.
I found it, sir. I thought I had a good thing in this estate agent business, but I found myself possessed of nothing but my fare to Hammersmith to my wife. Fortunate she has a good job at the Greyhound there. Wonderful woman, Harriet. It was her ninepence I was buying my gin and it with at the pub where chaps found me.
You say you did see that trunk at the place in Rochester Row?
Yes, I think I'd seen it. I didn't take any special notice of it. It's a horrible thing.
Quite. Well, you've been quite open with me, and I appreciate it, Mr. Cunningham. You won't mind if I check up on the statements you've made?
Oh, of course not, of course not. I've nothing at all to conceal, sir.
Just as a matter of formality, do you mind having those two chaps who said they'd remember the man with the trunk, the shopkeeper, and the taxi driver? Do you mind having them look you over?
Oh, of course not. I do think, though, that you should parade one or two others with me to see if they can vote for one. Isn't that the proper procedure in detective circles?
Of course, I'll see to that. If I get them now and bring in one or two others to stand inspection with you...
Oh, well, let's get it over with, by all means.
I'll get them all at once, then.
All right, on with the show.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Flannery, go on in. You can help me. I'm
just a minute, sir. I was checking on relatives of the murdered woman.
Yes, in a moment.
This is her former husband.
Afternoon, sir.
You were married to Leonie Fonier?
Yes, sir.
Have you been in the mortuary?
We just came from there, sir. He recognized her.
Bloody awful, said I.
Tell the inspector why you divorced her.
I didn't divorce her. I just left her.
Tell the inspector why.
She was running around with another man.
Tell the inspector his name.
Arthur Cunningham, sir.
I was very happy as I ushered Sergeant Flannery, Sergeant Anstruther, Inspector North, and Constable Fletcher into my office. Stand along the wall there, I said, in the bright light with Mr. Cunningham. I picked up the telephone. Will you please send in those three men in the waiting room? Come in, gentlemen. Now, if you will look at this group of gentlemen very carefully, please, and tell me if you recognize one of them as the man you saw with the black trunk. Now, take your time. Yes, Mr. Hutchins, you sold a man the trunk. Is he present?
I don't see him.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Well, you assured me you could recognize him.
Not one of these.
Mr. Norwich, do you recognize the man who boarded your bus with the trunk?
Well, that tall one with the glasses.
That's Inspector North.
Well, I bet I haven't any idea, sir.
You devil. Is the man who hailed your cab among these gentlemen?
No, sir. He had a moustache. Nobody here's got a moustache.
That's right.
You're certain that you do not identify any of these men?
Then I take it, Inspector, that none of us are criminals, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. All of you.
Inspector Lowe's office, 11:30 that night. Only one lonesome light burning. The two men silent, thinking.
Oh, must you always be lighting that stinking pipe?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Sorry, Sean. I didn't mean to speak so sharply.
I know. I'm just as upset as you are.
I was so sure. Teach me a lesson, I hope.
Those chaps were so certain they could identify him.
They couldn't.
The taxi driver. I talked to him afterwards. That tall chap, he says. He might have been the one, except he hadn't no moustache.
I know.
And his hair was the wrong color.
A man can shave off a moustache.
Yes, and dye his hair.
Dye black hair?
Well, you can make it lighter.
I suppose.
Well, I don't know whether Cunningham did it or not, but I'm definitely of the opinion that the murder was committed in that place in Rochester Row where the trunk was.
An ideal setup for a murder. Tenant gone, place empty, the renting agent, that Elphinstone chap. Why, he didn't even miss Cunningham till the next morning.
The woman's husband said that she'd been running around with Cunningham. Well, she might have gone there to see him and found him gone. Friend husband could have been following her. Caught her and cracked her neck.
By crikey.
He was tall and thin. He had dark hair and a mustache.
Well, we're not in such bad shape after all. Look, North and his crew are over there at Rochester Road taking the place apart, brick by brick. They're going to work all night, and perhaps they'll find something.
I devoutly hope so. Anyway, I'll have this husband fella picked up and printed in case he left any marks of his paddies about over there.
Well, we'll start all over again. I'll go home and get a night's sleep, and we'll have our little group of talented identifiers in here early in the morning to tell us that's our boy. You know, you're an extremely clever man, Sergeant Flannery.
I'll have them all here first thing.
Yes, Inspector Lowe? Who? Oh, yes, Mac. Well, we were just leaving, but... Oh, not really. Of course we'll wait. Come on down. Mac up in the laboratory. Says he's been working on the contents of the trunk. Oh, not the late Mrs. Fonier, the other things, and he wants to show us something.
Did he say what?
Afraid I didn't give him a chance. He's fetching it down to us, whatever it is.
Well, I hope he hurries.
Come in. Hello, Mac.
Glad I caught you. It's just enough chance, but I...
What have you got?
What have you got?
Well, this is the duster that was in the trunk where the late lamented.
That looks awfully clean.
I just washed it. I wanted the blood stains. Look here under the light. Here, you see it in the corner? The blood stains covered it up before, and it's pretty faded.
Greyhound Hotel, Hammersmith.
The hotel where Cunningham's wife works.
Is it important, Inspector?
It's rather small for a hangman's noose, Mac, old boy, but I fancy 'twill serve. 'Twill serve. Now, Sean, you get friend Cunningham out of his comfortable bed at about the time Dawn is mucking about with her rosy fingers. And you grasp Mr. Cunningham between the thumb and forefinger of the right hand and fetch him here to the waiting room. And watch him wait till I consent at last to see him.
Yes, sir. And then what, sir?
And then you and I'll make a short visit to the mortuary.
What for?
To see if the unfortunate lady on the slab is still smiling. 7:15 the next morning, a rather tousled, bleary-eyed Cunningham arrived at Scotland Yard with Sergeant Flannery and was seated to wait for my arrival. When I arrived at 9:30, he stopped me.
What's up now, Inspector?
Oh, just wanted to talk some things over with you. See you in a few minutes.
But look, I've not had my breakfast.
Well, I'll be with you in just a few moments.
Oh, Inspector Lowe.
Oh, yes, North.
I've something for you to look at once.
Just wait a bit, Cunningham. I'm sure you don't mind.
But, Inspector, what...
Nice going, North, I said. A very good act. But North looked at me quite seriously. Not an act, Bob, he said. We found something. He handed me a little bottle cap. What's this, I asked.
Read it. We found it in the fireplace of Cunningham's place last night, alongside these hairpins. Now, you read what it says on the bottle cap.
Madame du Maurier's golden hair rinse. Why, North, I think Mr. Cunningham will be delighted to see that, after he's waited and sweated another hour or two. I let him in after 2 more hours. I'm afraid he was a rather pitiable sight. Flannery's cryptic remark to him as he passed by, something about new evidence, had ruined his sorely tried composure. And the waiting and speculating and wondering. I let him speak first.
I decided I'd better tell you the truth, Inspector.
I let him wait.
What I would like to know is this. I did kill her. But it was accidental. I didn't mean to do it. It was purely an accident. She came to my rooms.
You did know her, then?
I knew her slightly. She came to my rooms, and she demanded money, and she threatened me when I told her I had none.
How did she threaten you? How did she threaten you?
She struck at me, and I automatically struck back, and she fell and hit her forehead on the fender of the fireplace, and then...
Wait. The bruise was on the back of her head.
And I got panicky, and I stuffed her body in a trunk.
When did you bleach your hair?
What? But I tell you, I didn't murder her. I killed her accidentally, I tell you, accidentally.
Listen to me, Cunningham, before you say any more.
What?
Arthur Cunningham, I arrest you on a charge of willful murder. I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and used in evidence against you. Now, go on with your story, if you like.
The crime
Cunningham's admission at the trial that he had lured his former inamorata to his office to put an end to her threats of exposure, together with his eventual identification by the shopkeeper, the taxi driver, and the bus conductor, the stolen duster from the Hammersmith Hotel in which the body was wrapped, and other evidence produced by Scotland Yard, were of great importance at his trial.
The verdict.
My lord, we, the jury, find the prisoner guilty of willful murder.
The sentence.
To be hanged by the neck until you are dead. And may God have mercy on your soul.
You have heard the true story of Scotland Yard case number 498 MR381. The names of all participants have been changed for obvious reasons. The research on Whitehall 1212 is done by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express, and the stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Are you still there?
I believe that interpolation is hardly rhetorical, Mr. Spade. To what have you been up, if you'll pardon the expression? And has that girl regained her facilities?
I wouldn't know, but her faculties are as good as ever, if you'll pardon the expression.
Mr. Spade, sometimes I think you're a regular philanthropist.
Don't you mean philanderer?
How much money did you make out of that case?
Well, I broke even anyway.
That's what I mean. You're a philanthropist.
Well, you know best, Bernadine.
By the way, was that man really murdered with the buzzsaw, or was that just publicity?
He really was, Bernadine.
Why?
There just happened to be one lying around.
Oh, I don't mean that. Why was he killed?
For the Wheel of Life.
Oh,
You're not going to ask what that is?
some curio, no doubt.
Listen, Bernadine, the Wheel of Life is, oh, well. I suppose I don't have to tell you to stay where you are. Just sit quietly with your book in your hand, and I'll be right down to dictate my report on the Wheel of Life caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Come on, mister. Give the gals a break. Treat them to a look-see at a really handsome head of hair. Neat, well-groomed hair, the way yours is going to look when you spruce up with Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Famous Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. So, how about it, men? Why hold off any longer when now's the time to get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic? Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
I went down to St. James Infirmary to see my baby there. Ready, Bernadine, little flower?
I'm way ahead of you.
Keep it clean.
No more than 3 erasures per page. Okie dokie?
Oak. I mean doke. I mean date.
Oh, I'd love to.
July 11, 1948. To Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police. Subject, the Wheel of Life caper. Now, don't go away, Bernadine. I don't know why these things always have to happen to me. Under private detectives in the San Francisco Classified Directory, they're listed somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 agencies, several with large display ads. But somehow she managed to find me.
It's all so strange, Mr. Spade. I hardly know where to begin.
Well, the beginning is always a pretty good place to start, Miss O'Farrell.
Yes, the beginning. It was like waking out of a nightmare you can't remember. Everything seemed out of proportion. Even the buildings along the street seemed to be leaning at a crazy angle. And then I realized I was traveling down a hill. I looked wildly around for something to help me get my bearings. There was a street sign, O'Farrell, stuck in my mind, so I gave it to your secretary when she asked for my name.
Uh-huh. What's your real name?
I don't know. I don't know who I am, where I came from, or where I'm going. Mr. Spade, I'm so frightened.
Now, wait a minute. A lot of people suffer from temporary loss of memory. Most of them recover. But amnesia is a sickness, and I am not a doctor.
Oh. And you won't even try to help me?
Well, I can give you the name of a good head doctor right here in the building. There's also missing persons.
Oh, but I'm not a missing person. I'm right here.
Yeah, I mean, where you aren't, somebody might be missing you, n'est-ce pas?
But the police... Oh, I'd rather not. I might be wanted for some crime. How do I know?
You sure you want to find out?
Oh, yes, I do. It's terrible not knowing. But I want to find out for myself. Can't you understand that?
What do you think I can do for you?
You might save my life.
From what?
I'll try to tell you exactly how it happened. First, I looked at my watch. It was 3 minutes past 10. The cable car stopped at the corner and a man got on. I couldn't remember ever having seen him before, but then I couldn't remember anything. He sat down beside me and he caught hold of my arm. I tried to pull away. Well, you can see the marks where he...
Yeah.
Well, who was he? He acted as if I was...
I think I know what you mean. Did you find out who he was?
No, I was too frightened to speak.
What did he say?
He sort of growled it out of the side of his mouth, but it sounded as if he said, Lathrop wants to see you.
Mm-hmm. You remember anybody named Lathrop?
I can't remember anything before 3 minutes past 10 this morning.
Well, let's go on with since then. The guy grabbed you, said somebody named Lathrop wanted to see you, and then what?
I went into a panic. I managed to jerk away from him, and I jumped off the moving car, and then I looked in the classified section, and I found you.
Why me?
I don't know. The name, I guess. A Spade to dig up my past.
Please, Miss O'Farrell.
Do you think I'm very silly?
No, I think you're very beautiful. I wish you could remember whether you're married or not.
Oh, no. Well, at least I have no wedding ring.
What have you got? I mean, besides what's visible.
Well, I couldn't find much of anything. I went over my clothing. There don't seem to be any marks of any kind.
No. Well, you got any money?
A little over $300.
Let's have it. The purse, too.
All right.
Uh-huh. Lipstick, aspirin, bobby pins, Kleenex. Nothing here that couldn't have been bought in any drugstore. Powder. Hey, what kind of powder is it?
Then there was this in my coat pocket.
Match folder. Sailor's Rest Bar, Hotel Calcutta, 1100 Embarcadero. Little number written inside. 120. What's that, a room number?
I don't know. My purse, you have to destroy it.
Here's $10 of your own money. Buy a new one. Wow.
Did you find something?
Coin, Chinese bit. Good luck piece, probably sewn in by whoever made it, maybe in China. That ring any bells?
No. No, I'm afraid not.
Shoe.
What?
Your right shoe. Let's see it. Take it off.
You aren't going to tear it up the way you did the purse, are you?
Dust. Plaster dust.
Is that a clue?
I don't know, is it?
I'm not a detective.
Well, you are in this case, baby. If it doesn't mean anything to you, it doesn't mean anything.
Well, it doesn't. That's everything. What am I going to do?
Well, let me see. First, we better give you a name. O'Farrell's all right. You look like, Lana would do, but, no, that's in use. How about Poppy for forgetfulness?
Poppy O'Farrell. That's a funny name.
Oh, you think so?
I think I like it.
You do?
I think I like you, too.
I liked her, too. There may have been blanks in her brain, but the rest of her figured. In the elevator, I started adding it up, and by the time we reached the street floor, it came to quite a tidy sum.
Where are we going, Sam?
Far, I hope. But first, we're going to find you a place to stay.
Oh, yes, we must be practical.
No use overdoing it, huh?
Oh, no, Sam, I didn't mean... Wait.
What's the matter? You remember something?
That man, the one who followed me this morning, he's standing right out there waiting.
The one in the straw hat leaning against the newsstand?
Yes. Where are you going, Sam?
You stay here. I just remembered something I hoped I could forget. Hello, Shuggy. What brings you back to town?
Do I know you?
That doesn't matter. I know you. The name you were using when you blew this down was Shuggy Bellows. You wouldn't take the risk of showing your face here again unless the caper was worth it.
You got a big nose. Keep it clean.
You've been tailing that girl all day. Why?
Dame? What dame?
Who's Lathrop?
I don't remember.
Okay, I'll give you a chance to think it over. Hey, officer!
You dirty shamus yelling.
No, you don't.
Here, what's going on here? Break it up. Oh, Mr. Spade. Is this fella giving you trouble now?
Yeah, what kind of a beat are you pounding here, Clancy? Letting a cheap drifter like this walk around with an armpit full of gun? Or are they handing out permits to characters like these this day?
Well, no, how about that, son? Have you a permit now? And a gope copper. Oh, so, one of them clever lads he is. Well, come along, me bucko, before I lose my temper and give you your lumps now. Okay, I'm coming. That's better now. Much obliged, Mr. Spade. I'll pay you for this, Thomas.
And a goop to you, too. I was sure he would, but I was also sure that I wouldn't have to worry about him for the rest of the night. I checked Poppy O'Farrell in at the Belvedere, locked her in her room, and told Tiny Stover, the house dick, to keep an eye on her. When I left him, he was, and he seemed to be enjoying his work. Then I headed for the Embarcadero. I found the Hotel Calcutta, but I couldn't find the lobby. There wasn't any. It had been squeezed out by the Sailor's Rest Bar. So I tried the bosun-type bartender.
Howdy, mate. You got business aboard?
Yeah, where do I find the purser?
Hey, one ashore. All the officers went ashore except the janitor. He's passed out in his bunk.
Oh? How about the passengers?
You're in the thick of them right now. They spend most of their time and their money right here.
Which one belongs to 120?
You a dick?
Yeah, but I got $10.
Well, what I can tell you ain't worth it, but thanks anyway. He stayed in his cabin. I only saw him at once. That's when he went ashore. I says to the deck steward, that's room clerk to you. It was a general. He says, name of Korolenko. I noticed him because he was a real creep, see? 6'4" of solid brass. His head stuck up in the air, and he didn't move nothing from his stern to his shoulders. A real Frankenstein. Do I keep it then?
Yeah. Do I get a look at his room?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Who's stopping you?
So I went. Nobody stopped me until I opened the door to 120. Then I stopped myself. It was an inside room with one small window and an air shaft, but it looked as if a flurry of snow had blown in. The floor and the rest of the flat surfaces were sprinkled with a fine, dirty white powder. It wasn't snow, it was dust, plaster dust, like the stuff I'd found in Poppy's handbag and on her shoes. I shook the place down, not expecting to find anything. I didn't until I opened the wardrobe. It was the body of a well-dressed ship surgeon, but his uniform was rumpled, torn, and bloodstained. From the look of him, his throat had been cut. I wondered if Poppy would be able to jog her memory that far back. When I found the murder weapon, I hoped she couldn't. I really did. It was not a knife. It was not even a razor. It was an electric buzzsaw. That tore it.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Wheel of Life caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Times being what they are, I could use a little publicity. And so could you, Lieutenant Dundee, what with the elections coming up and you with no promotion all these years. This one time, I got it instead of you and wished I hadn't. The morning papers called it the Buzzsaw murder and went on shamelessly from there. Horror killing related by Private Eye. Stan Slade, ex-Pinkerton man, mum on mystery woman. Elderly sleuth dodges photographers, denies hotel visit, was in bed with Apple and good book, says Peeper. There wasn't a word of truth in it, mainly because nobody could get at the facts. I wasted most of the day down at headquarters trying to find out what name Shuggy Bellows had been booked under. Then I dropped in at the Belvedere. Poppy had checked out. I decided to get back to my office and drink poison. I hardly got the desk drawer open when a sobering influence walked in. It was a Mr. 6'4" of solid brass. The Frankenstein who had been described to me by the bartender as the occupant of room 120.
Excuse me. I am Korlienko. Please, I shall sit down. I am so heavy.
Make yourself at home.
Oh. Mr. Spade.
Slade.
Excuse me. I am so heavy. I am Korlienko.
So you told me. I am really Spade myself.
So, why are she hiding from me?
Who?
That girl, Miss Paget. Her I am paying 1 month in advance, $300 American. Me, she have dessert. I am not rich, only moderately wealthy. But you understand, it's not question for money alone. That ship's doctor, he was most kind to me. He cared to me even after I arrived. Now he are dead for his pains, his dirty trick.
Yeah, I know how you feel. Now, if you'll take it a little easy, I think we'll get farther. You say this girl's name is Paget, and she traveled with you.
From Macau, where she is the Florence Nightingale for Portuguese hospitals, forcing me to employ her, all others being Chinese nuns.
That figures. You sick?
No, only I am so heavy. They are breaking my back in traffic accident, rickshaw collusion.
You're wearing a plastic cast?
Yes, like a turtle. I am closed with my neck sticking out. Look, see? Now it is better as before. The ship's doctor trimmed the rough edges with buzzsaw. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I can walk. But it's like suit from armor, for which I alive. Look.
I looked again where he opened his shirt front, exposing the gray-white shell of plaster that surrounded his trunk from collarbone to hips. In a 6-inch circle over the left side of his chest, I counted 4 bullet gouges. I dug one of the slugs out and examined it. It was .32 caliber. The plastic cast, which was molded to the shape of his body, was no more than an inch thick. I didn't see how it had stopped the slugs, but it had. About then, the parts of Korolenko that were not held rigid in the cast began to tremble violently.
Why are they doing this? Why? To a virtually helpless man. Why, Mr. Spade? Why?
Where did you have that cast put on?
Don't I said Macau?
The Portuguese hospital there?
The same. They are hanging me up with the neck and plastering me. Comes great pain, they put me to sleep from anesthetic. I are waking up in ambulance arriving at shipboard. Why you wish I should tell you my operation? More important things we should be discussing.
I think so, too. I think Miss Paget and her friends had something they wanted to smuggle out of Macau and into San Francisco, and you're it.
Oh, excuse me. I am not comprehensible.
Look, I mean, while you were out with the anesthetic, they planted the goods, whatever they are, in or under your cast.
Oh, that is why I am so heavy. The wheel. The
The what?
The wheel. Look, I'll show you.
He hauled a manila envelope out of his overcoat pocket and waved it in my face. I took it over to my desk and fished out the contents. It was a set of X-ray films. 3 of his spine, showing the fractures, 4 of the skull, 3 I couldn't figure out, and 1 of his rib cage, only something new had been added. In silhouette, it looked like the wheel off of a child's wagon.
What is it, this wheel? What to do? 6 months I must remain in this straitjacket. If I remove it, I die. If I keep it on, they kill me to get their smuggle.
Well, you look to me like the luckiest man alive. That wheel, or whatever it is, saved your life by stopping 4 slugs.
But still I shall die. How shall I die? When shall I die? Your best advices, please.
Korolenko, I think you better die right now.
Excuse me?
It's the only safe place for you. The morgue. I called my friend Maxie the morgue man, gave him pitch number 137596. He agreed to play along. An hour later, I stood on the curb, head bowed, hat in hand, as the morgue wagon drove away into the gathering mist.
Stay facing the way,
What do you want, Shuggy?
I want to blast this gun straight through you, and I will if you give me any excuse at all.
You sound like you mean that, Shuggy.
You're getting smart, Shamus. Now get going.
Where to?
Mr. Lathrop wants to see you.
Shuggy, dear boy, you've not failed me this time. This will be the favor of Mr. Spade, eh? Come in. Sit down, Mr. Spade. We'll talk.
Tell your Gunsel to get that pistol out of my ribs.
Oh, yes, indeed, Sugar. You mustn't overdo it.
And get him out of here. I'm tired and nervous, and my price goes up $1,000 every minute he's in this room. When I get to 10,000, I kill him. Then the price jumps to 100 to take care of me on a murder rap.
I should ought to plug you downstairs.
Come, Sugar, don't be ungracious. You wait in the other room now.
Okay, it's your party. I'll get mine later.
Oh, dear. His bite's much worse than his bark, Mr. Spade.
Don't start boring me so early in the evening. I came here to talk about the wheel.
Oh, so you know about the wheel.
I do better than that. I've got it.
That may well be, but do you know what to do with it?
I got 2 possibilities. I can turn it over to the cops and you with it, or I can sit on it until it hatches.
A quaint conceit, sir. Round and round the little wheel goes, and where it shall stop, nobody knows.
That's where you're wrong. It stops right here. So you better start placing your bets.
Just what do you mean by that, sir?
There's part of it.
What is it?
It's one of the slugs you Gunsel threw at Korolenko. I got 3 more just like it that I dug out of him before he was carried to the morgue.
Well, an advantage, I'll admit. But hardly worth your while to take advantage of.
Don't be too sure of that.
Just how much do you know about the wheel?
So far, it's been worth 2 human lives to you at the risk of your own. That tells me all I need to know.
Oh, no, not quite. Men have been killed in holdups for a few paltry sovereigns, but the wheel is a horse of another color.
Let's not change wheel horses in midstream, Mr. Lathrop.
Yes. You must understand that the wheel has no absolute definitive value. Monetarily speaking, the British Museum might pay close on to £5,000, hot as it is, for the privilege of returning it. Occidentals aren't the puka sahibs that they once were in the Orient. The theft of the wheel, if countenanced by the Western powers, would have most grave consequences. Most grave. Are you attending, sir?
Wake me up when you get to the point.
The point, sir, is this. That little wheel of gold, is the wheel of life, which the Buddha himself is said to have received into his hands from paradise. Now, given such a relic, a few old Buddhist monks can set up a shrine which, even in the most miserable surroundings, can attract enough pilgrims to outgross Radio City, Madison Square Garden, and Miami Beach in season.
To say nothing of Hialeah.
Yes, quite. In short, we propose to act as booking agents for the wheel on a royalty basis with a percentage of the house.
Mm-hmm. Why did you bring it to San Francisco?
But, oh, gad, sir. Were we to bargain in the Orient, we should be hacked to pieces in our beds.
I'll settle for a lump sum and let you do the bargaining.
And your price, sir?
We can talk money later. First, I got to give the cops somebody for the doctor's murder and for Korolenko.
Well, that ought not to be too difficult. When may I expect delivery?
I'll check on it. I went out to St. James Infirmary.
City morgue.
Maxie, Sam Spade.
Yeah, Sammy.
Deal's okay. Send it up. The address is...
Sam, wait.
Yeah?
Sam, he ain't here no more.
What happened?
Somebody claimed him. A girl. Said she's his daughter.
What did he do?
Went on playing dead like you told him to.
Maxie, where did she send him?
Avalon Mortuary, corner of Lynch and Haight.
Okay, By the way,
Yes, Sammy?
Maxie, put some clean sheets in that morgue wagon, size 16. I may be your next passenger. At the Avalon mortuary, the night watchman let me in. He said Mr. Korolenko's daughter had brought an overnight bag and was keeping a vigil by his beer in slumber room number 7. I approached on tiptoe. Just as I reached the door, I heard the most terrible sound I've ever heard. It was a buzzsaw biting into plaster. How deep, I didn't like to think. I did the first thing that popped into my head. I grabbed up a lamp from a console, smashed the bulb, and plunged it into a vase of flowers. As luck would have it, slumber room number 7 was on the same fuse box. As luck would not have it, I was facing a desperate woman in the dark. I hugged the carpet while she emptied her gun. I hoped she didn't have a spare. I forgot about the buzzsaw. The room lighted up momentarily from the lights inside my head, and I staggered back against the wall. I waited for her to get her bearings again. There was no hope of me getting mine. Then I heard a big hollow thud. The whole room shook and the lights went on. Poppy O'Farrell and/or Paget lay on the floor under the stony weight of Korolenko plus 60 pounds of plaster.
Get up! Get up! You're crushing me!
I can't. I'm so heavy.
You comfortable there, Korolenko?
Comfortable in such situation? Do you ask the turtle, are he comfortable? Is Faker on bed of nails? He's equally here as elsewhere.
Yeah, okay. Just hold her there until I get a statement. And he did. Item, statement by the aforesaid.
It was like waking out of a nightmare you can't remember. Everything seemed out of proportion.
That was her story, and I had to admire the way she stuck to it. But if you keep trying, I'm sure she'll get back enough of her memory to confess that she planted the wheel of life in Korolenko's turtle shell when she decided to double-cross Shuggy and Lathrop. They never tunneled to her hiding place. They were gunning for Korolenko because they thought Poppy was working with him, which was true in a way, but not the way that they thought. That's why they tortured the doctor in an effort to learn Kay's whereabouts. I understand your boys have picked up the rest of the trio, and they can tell you everything except why I conceived the brilliant idea of having Korolenko play dead. Between you and me, amnesia's a handy little gadget to have around, Dundee. I'm trying to draw a few strategic blanks myself. Period. End of report.
Pardon me, Mr. Spade.
Yes.
There are just a few little coincidentals that I do not find entirely reprehensible.
Such as?
Well, I don't want to appear lucid or anything of that type.
Believe me, you doesn't. I mean, don't it?
Oh, you say the sweetest thing. But it's about the wheel.
Oh, yes, the wheel. Well, I'll tell you what you do. You type that up. I've got a call in about that now.
Tonight, when you're making out your must-do list for tomorrow, why not include a reminder to get Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair? Honestly, man, you'll be delighted with the neat, natural way Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair. The way it relieves that annoying dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Just try it and see if I'm not giving you a good steer. Make a note right now to call at your drug or toilet goods counter for Wild Root Cream Oil. Get the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Did you ascertain the lowdown on the Wheel of Life?
I certainly didn't. No, we won't know about that for 6 months. Because definitely, that plastic cast has to stay on him. Doctor's orders, you know.
Oh, but I won't be here 6 months from now.
You can say that again.
But I won't be here 6 months from now.
Stop repeating yourself.
But you just said you can say that again.
Yeah,
Just as distinctly as if I was sitting here.
That's what I like about you, Bernadine. A woman of distinction, that's what you are.
Well, if you want to take me dancing, why don't you just say so?
Bernadine.
It's leap year, and I always say discrimination is the better part of value.
You are absolutely corrupt.
Well, I'm glad I'm right about something. Good night, Mr. Spade.
Good night, and I'll say if it kills me, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff.
The Equitable Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Midway through tonight's program, we shall have the special pleasure of bringing you once again one of America's best-loved businessmen, Thomas I. Parkinson, president of the Equitable Society. Tonight's file, Murder on the High Seas.
The international thief, whose criminal activities were curtailed by wartime restrictions on ocean travel, is now at work again along the ship lanes of the world. The international thief is the cleverest of his breed. Because of the scope of his activities, it is difficult for the law to detect his work and track him down. But when he commits a crime on a vessel flying the American flag, he finds himself up against the forces of your FBI. It is 9:30, and the small American freighter Edna May out of Maracaibo continues steadily on its northward course toward New Orleans. In his cabin under the bridge, Captain Peterson has been dinner host to two of the ship's passengers, Dr. Myler and his secretary. They have just finished their coffee.
Have a cigar, Doctor?
No, thank you, Captain. I prefer my pipe. Well, it's been a delicious dinner. Do you agree, Karen?
Well, with two such charming companions, I must say I hardly noticed the food.
Now you can see, Captain, why I engaged her as my secretary.
Indeed I can.
Beg your pardon, Captain.
Yes, Mr. Ramey?
Glass has fallen, sir. Looks like it's making up in the northwest.
Secure everything. I'll be along.
Right, sir.
Well, I'm afraid, folks, it's going to get a little rough.
Oh, then we better make for our cabins while we can still stand up. Good night, Captain, and thanks for your hospitality.
Yes, it's been charming.
This was my pleasure.
Good night, Captain.
Good night.
Good night. Karen, give me your hand.
Mm-hmm.
A very entertaining man.
Yes, he's delightful.
We go around the radio shack here.
Very well. Oh, wait a minute.
What is it?
My bag. I've left it in the captain's cabin.
Oh, I'll get it for you, my dear. You're going ahead to your cabin.
I'm awfully sorry.
Oh, nonsense.
It's getting rougher. Be careful.
I will. Who are you? I say, who are you and why are you standing...
But I left him just a few minutes ago, Captain. It's incredible.
I know, Miss Brenner.
How did it happen?
Your fellow passenger here, Mr. Hanley, found the body.
Yes, purely by accident. I was taking a turn around the deck when I fairly stumbled over the doctor. He was between the radio shack and the captain's cabin here.
Where did he leave you, Miss Brenner?
At the after ladder. He was coming back here to get my bag.
I see. Can you think of any motive for his being killed?
Yes. Yes, Captain, there was plenty of motive.
What do you mean?
Dr. Mahler was in a Nazi concentration camp. The report was that he had died there. Actually, with the help of friends, he escaped to South America.
Yes?
In South America, he fought the Nazis just as he had fought them at home.
But the war is over now.
All the Nazi troublemakers have not been caught, Captain.
You think he was killed because of this?
He must have been. He was on his way to the States to tell what he knew.
Do you know of anyone on board who might have had a reason to kill Dr. Myler?
No. We never knew Mr. Hanley or your other passenger, Mr. Dargan, until we boarded ship.
Excuse me, Captain.
Yes, Hanley?
Of course, I don't wish to create any trouble for a fellow passenger, but...
Well?
I saw Mr. Dorgan on deck just before I discovered Dr. Marlowe's body.
What was he doing?
Walking rather hurriedly away from where the body was found.
Well, I think we should have a talk with Mr. Dorgan. I'll have the steward get him up here at once. Come in.
I have Mr. Dorgan here, Captain.
Bring him in, steward.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Hi, Miss Brenner.
Mr. Dorgan?
Hanley.
Hello, Dorgan.
Mr. Dorgan, do you know why I sent for you?
Yeah, the steward gave me a fill-in. It's too bad.
I'm trying to check on everyone's activities. Can you tell me what you've been doing for the past hour?
Yeah, I was in my cabin most of the time.
Were you on deck at all?
For a while. Why?
Mr. Hanley here discovered the body. It was between my cabin and the radio shack.
Yeah?
He told me that just before this discovery, he saw you on deck.
So what?
You were walking away from where the body was found.
If it was near the radio shack, he was right. I was in there sending a message. You can check that with your operator.
I will.
Who was with Hanley when the body was found?
I was alone. Why?
Maybe somebody ought to check up on you.
Now, see
I
here.
believe you're in the mining business, Mr. Dorgan.
That's right.
Have you ever had any dealings with the Nazis in South America?
Are you kidding? We just fought a war with them, remember?
Captain, I wonder if I might go to my cabin.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Miss Brenner. I'm going to question these men a bit further and then radio a report to the federal authorities. Steward.
Yes, sir?
Take Miss Brenner below.
Yes, sir.
Good night, everyone.
Good night,
Good night,
Miss
Miss
Brenner.
Brenner.
Good night.
Go ahead, miss.
Thank you, Stewart.
This way, miss.
Never mind the act, you fool.
What do you mean?
You bungled the job.
What are you talking about?
Why didn't you throw the body overboard?
I never had the chance.
Why?
Somebody beat us to the job.
Oh, Tom.
Yes, Nick.
Radio message from the captain of the freighter Edna May, bound for New Orleans. There's been a murder on board.
Oh?
Dr. Heinrich Meiler escaped to South America 2 years ago from a German concentration camp.
Oh.
He was accompanied by his secretary, Karen Brenner. Oh, and seems both originally from Vienna.
Radio the captain to send us a list of his passengers right away and all details he has on them.
What about the crew?
There's a possibility he took on a hand or two at Maracaibo we can't check on at this end. Get that information, too.
Right.
Meantime, we'll go to work on Meiler and Brenner.
Who is it?
Message for you, Miss Brenner.
Mr. Dorgan.
That's right, baby. The first name is Sam.
What's the meaning of this?
I guess you might call it a business call.
I don't know what you're talking about, but please leave.
Look, baby, I just came here.
Please, I don't feel well. I'm terribly upset.
Over the doctor?
Yes. Now get out of here.
I told you this was a business call. The business is why the doc died.
What do you mean?
Well, it's kind of a long story, but if I were you, I'd listen, baby.
Well?
When the Nazis invaded France, they helped themselves to a lot of things that didn't belong to them. When they left France, some of those things weren't returned.
Yes?
One of these light-fingered Nazis was a guy named Karl von Ritter. His touch was paintings stolen from a gallery in Paris.
Look, I am not interested
Just listen. This von Ritter guy took these paintings to South America with the idea that eventually he'd bring them to the States and make a nice score. Only he didn't quite make it. You know why, don't you? You know that the doc was really Karl von Ritter.
That's not
true.
true.
Now look, baby, I did a lot of research on this.
It's a lie, I tell you.
Suppose we let the captain decide that. Come on, let's tell him the story.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
What do you want?
Now you're talking, sweetheart. Where are the paintings?
I don't know.
Now, wait a minute.
I swear
Look,
I don't.
you were working this thing with him, weren't you? Weren't you?
I knew who he was, yes.
And you know about the painting?
I didn't know where he kept them.
Somebody did. That's why the guy was killed.
Then find out from whoever killed him.
Oh, baby, that's why I came here.
I had nothing to do with his death.
Look, you and that guy Hanley are working on this thing together.
Hanley?
I pegged him the minute they came aboard ship. He's a larceny guy from way back.
I never saw him before in my life.
Stop, will you?
I swear it.
Okay, maybe you're leveling. But if you are, you got real trouble.
How?
Hanley must have killed the doctor. The chances are you're next on his list.
Oh.
You still got one chance.
What?
We become partners.
How do I know you didn't kill the doctor?
You don't. But I didn't.
How do I know I can trust you?
You don't. But you gotta play ball with me. Now, where did he keep the paintings?
In a secret compartment in his trunk.
That's my girl. Let's nail him now.
Here's the Edna May's passenger list, Tom. Just came in.
Good.
There are only 4 passengers aboard.
I see.
Did you get a call back on Myler and Miss Brenner yet?
Not yet, Nick. They're still checking.
Mm-hmm. Captain Peterson took on 2 hands at Maracaibo.
Yes, I see. An oiler and a steward.
Shall I start a check on them, Tom?
Yes, and on these passengers, too. Grady speaking. What? Definitely, huh? What about Brenner? Uh-huh. All right, send over the files on them, please, and thanks. Well, Dr. Heinrich Myler died 2 years ago in a concentration camp.
Then who was the murdered man?
We've got to find that out.
Tom, what about Miss Brenner?
Been in South America 4 years, suspected of having worked with Nazi agents, but nothing was ever proved.
You think she could have killed the man?
We can't think anything yet, Nick, until we get the answers to an awful lot of questions. When is the ship due at New Orleans?
Sometime tomorrow, if the storm she's in now doesn't delay her too much.
Well, we got some fast work to do. We can make that 8 o'clock plane for New Orleans. Radio the captain. We'll board the ship when she drops anchor in midstream for inspection.
Right.
Meanwhile, we've got to find out who Dr. Myler really is.
Isn't this his cabin here?
Yes.
There we are. Go ahead, baby.
Right. The lights are right
we
over...
ain't putting on any lights. I've got a flash here. There. Now, where's the trunk?
Right in the corner.
Okay. Where's the secret compartment?
In the bottom.
Hey, this trunk is locked.
I have a key for it. It's back in my cabin.
That's great. Go get it quick.
Very well.
Who's that?
This week at the Equitable Society, I happened to hear President Thomas I. Parkinson talking about New Year's resolutions. And some of the things he said impressed me so much that I've asked him to repeat them in person to our radio audience tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, I take pleasure in introducing Thomas I. Parkinson, President of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Thank you, Carl Frank, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In 3 days and a few hours from now, the bells will be ringing, the whistles will be blowing, and people will be saying Happy New Year to one another. Since I won't be able to be with you at that moment, I'll have to give you my good wishes in advance. So a happy and prosperous New Year to all of you, from me personally and from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. I think everybody realizes that this year, 1946, we are soon to enter, will be a critical year in the history of civilization, the beginning of a new age for the whole world. So when we make our New Year's resolutions, isn't this a good time for all Americans to reaffirm their faith in the traditional American virtues of thrift, neighborly cooperation, and self-reliance? In all past times of crisis, those 3 qualities have stood us in good stead. We've depended on them before, we can depend on them again. Of course, when I say traditional American virtues, I don't mean that we Americans have any monopoly on them. The Scotch, for example, are celebrated for their thriftiness. The Scandinavian people are famous for the success of their cooperative movements. But in all history, in all the world, no other nation has ever beaten America on self-reliance. I believe that this is a matter of inheritance. After all, every citizen of this country, if he goes back far enough, is descended from emigrants. And that's something to be proud of. Any emigrant is a man or a woman who had the courage and initiative to leave his homeland and cross an ocean in search of greater opportunity and greater freedom. That's the pioneer spirit. And this same spirit of self-reliance is the backbone of our American system of free enterprise today. Self-reliance is what makes a man start a little business and then develop that little business into a big business. Self-reliance is what makes a man buy a farm, build a home of his own, and plan things so that his children will get a first-class education. For 86 years, the organization of which I have the honor to be president, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, has been working with Americans who practice the virtues of thrift, cooperation, and self-reliance. You see, when a man buys future security in the form of life insurance, he gives a perfect demonstration of self-reliance. He proves that he believes in taking care of himself and his family, no matter what happens. He proves that he believes in standing on his own 2 feet. Furthermore, our society is strictly a cooperative enterprise, owned entirely by its members and run solely for their benefit. Thanks to the thrift of our 3.25 million members, a great protective fund has been built up which gives every individual member far more security than he could achieve by his own unaided efforts. Thrift, neighborly cooperation, and self-reliance. These are the qualities that have made the Equitable Society strong. They are also the qualities which have made America strong. The more we practice those 3 virtues in the future, the more certain we can be of a Happy New Year in 1946 and of Happy New Years for many years to come.
And now back to the file on Murder on the High Seas.
Many unusual methods have been employed by your FBI in the solution of crimes. Tonight's file is an example of this. A murder is committed on the high seas. FBI agents have neither seen the corpse nor interviewed the suspects. Nevertheless, they are already gathering facts, building evidence that will ultimately lead to the apprehension of the killer. The killer is still at large, however, and aboard the freighter Edna May in a cabin below deck, Sam Dargan, victim of an unknown assailant, lies unconscious on the floor.
Dargan. Mr. Dargan. Mr. Dargan, what's wrong? What happened?
Oh, my head.
What happened to you?
Somebody slugged me.
Who?
I don't know. I was... Wait a minute.
Yes?
Did you really leave this room?
But of course. Why?
I heard the door close, but I might have stayed here. I didn't look around.
Look, here's the trunk key. I went to my stateroom.
Put on those lights.
I did when I heard you
Turn them
moaning.
off.
Look,
Where?
the trunk, it's been opened.
Hey, what is this?
It's been rifled. The secret compartment is open. The paintings are gone.
Hanley.
What?
This is Hanley's work, baby.
You mean he has the paintings?
Sure. But he ain't gonna have them for long.
Good morning, Captain. Well, good morning, Mr. Hanley. May I fall in with you? Of course. You're up and about rather early, aren't you? Oh, yes. I'm always an early riser at sea. You sleep well? Yes, like a top, sir. Anything new on the killing? No. I'm just waiting now to turn it over to the FBI.
Good morning, Captain.
Well, Mr. Dargan, Miss Brenner.
Good morning, Captain.
Looks like a lot of early risers this morning.
Yeah.
Good heavens, Dargan.
What?
Your head, the bandits, what happened?
I took a pretty good wallop last night, Hanley.
Oh, how was that?
I got a little restless and took a walk. And just as I came to Dr. Myler's cabin...
Yes?
That's where it happened.
What do you mean?
Oh, the ship did a half roll, Captain. I banged my head on a brass fitting.
Oh. Well, that's too bad, old man.
Yes.
What time are we due at New Orleans, Captain? We ought to drop hook in about an hour. Good. Well, shall we continue our stroll, sir? Very well. Will you join us, folks?
No, thank you.
See you later, then. Cheerio.
I was watching Hanley's face when you told the story. He's the one, all right.
Sure.
We arrive in an hour. What are you going to do?
You make sure that he stays on deck. I'm going down now and case out his cabin.
Well, what happened?
No dice.
What?
I went through everything in Hanley's cabin. The paintings aren't there.
What'll we do?
Where's Hanley?
Up forward there.
Come on, we're going to talk to that guy.
What good will that do?
At least I can find out if he really slugged me. It still could have been you, sweetheart.
Now, look.
Shut up. Hanley.
Yes, old boy?
I want to talk to you.
Very well.
A slug on the head I got last night. You know how it really happened, don't you?
Yes, I heard your story.
Quit stalling. I know all about you, Hanley. You work on the same side of the street that I do.
I'm afraid I don't follow you.
Larceny Boulevard, mister. You gave it to me last night in the doctor's cabin, and you were there for the same reason I was.
Mrs. Brennan, what's he talking about?
Look, she belongs to the same club, too. Now, where are the paintings?
What paintings?
I'm giving you one chance, Hanley. Either you play with us on a three-way cut or everybody falls.
There's a boat pulling alongside.
That's probably the G-men, Hanley. You know, the FBI. Now talk fast.
Very well, but what I have to say will be very disappointing. I give you my word, I have not got the paintings.
Captain, I think you should know some of the facts we've already assembled on this case.
You mean you have something just from that list of names I sent you, Mr. Grady?
Yes. Dr. Myler's real name was Karl von Ritter. He was a Nazi who fled to South America. I understand he had in his possession some very valuable paintings.
Stolen, I suppose.
Yes. We can assume that he had them with him aboard ship here, that he hoped to dispose of them in the States.
Yes? Oh, come in, Mr. Jackson.
Thanks, Captain.
How'd you make out, Nick?
I searched Von Ritter's cabin.
And?
I found a trunk that had been forced open.
Mm-hmm.
There was a secret compartment in the bottom. It was empty.
Yeah. Paintings were probably in that trunk.
They must have been found. There's no trace of them anywhere else.
That Brenner girl sounds like the logical suspect, gentlemen.
Could have been either of your passengers, too, Captain.
Hanley or Dargan?
Yes, we're waiting for information on them now. It also could have been that steward you took on at Maracaibo.
What?
In fact, he's the first man we'd like to talk to, if you'd be good enough to send for him, Captain.
Surely.
You send for me, Captain?
Yes, steward. This gentleman is a special agent of the FBI.
I see.
He wants to talk to you about the death of Dr. Myler.
I'm afraid I know nothing about it.
Then let me tell you something I know.
What do you mean?
Your real name is not Paul Mason. It's Max Schmidt.
That's true, but I tell you, I didn't...
Wait a minute. You and your oiler friend jumped a Swedish ship 6 weeks ago in a South American port.
Well, what if we did?
Police down there keep pretty good track of strangers, Schmidt. That's how they were able to tell us about your contacts with Miss Brenner. Shall I go any farther?
All right. Miss Brenner did hire us to make this trip and help forge our papers and everything so we could sign on the ship.
And you were supposed to kill Dr. Myler and get part of the money from the sale of the paintings.
But I tell you, I didn't kill him.
No? What happened?
The oiler and I decided not to go through with it.
Excuse me, Tom.
Yes, Nick.
The wireless room just gave me this.
I see. Oh, that'll be all now, Stewart. You can go.
Yes, sir.
Well, this is the information we wanted on Dargan and Hanley. Both of their records would fill a book.
Well.
Captain.
Yes?
I'm going to call on you for some help. Now, here's what I'd like you to do.
Well, Captain, it's very gracious of you to tender us a farewell dinner. This was by request, Mr. Hanley.
Really? Whose request?
The special agents of the FBI.
What was their point?
Well, for one thing, Mr. Dargan, they wanted to be sure they'd know where you all were.
Steward,
Yes, Miss?
some more coffee, please.
Surely.
They also wanted to acquaint you with a few facts.
Like what?
Like who murdered Dr. Myler.
They have learned who the killer is, Captain.
They have plenty of suspects.
For instance?
All of you know that Dr. Myler was really Carl von Ritter. He was attempting to smuggle some valuable paintings into the States.
And how could we know that, Captain?
Well, for one thing, Mr. Hanley, you dropped your initial cigarette case in von Ritter's cabin last night while you were rifling it for the paintings.
The cigarette case doesn't prove that.
The lump on Mr. Dargan's head does.
What?
There was no blood on the brass fittings outside of von Ritter's cabin, Mr. Dargan, where you might have bumped your head. But there was some on the floor inside the cabin.
That doesn't make me the killer, Captain.
I'd say whoever has the paintings committed the murder.
The paintings have been found.
What?
Where? In one of the crew's quarters.
All right. Stay where you are, all of you.
Put down that gun, Stewart.
Huh? Oh!
Take care of him, will you, Nick?
Right.
He is the killer?
Yes. He told us all about his deal with you, Miss Brenner. We figured if he'd do that, he'd also double-cross you. That's why we searched his quarters. Now, Captain, you may proceed if you wish to dock the Edna May.
The subsequent finding of the murderer's weapon led to the trial and conviction of the ship's steward on the charge of first-degree murder. Hanley, Dargan, and Miss Brenner were sentenced to the federal penitentiary for their part in the conspiracy. Their apprehension is a reminder that wherever the American flag flies as a symbol of civil authority, your FBI is on the job day and night, enforcing the law of the land on all who conspire against it.